Chapter 1, Academic Master System, Loser Template. Summer, 1991. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared as the red clouds dispersed. On a small hill near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, a huge black cylindrical house with a peculiar shape stands at an angle. Although it is conspicuous on the hill, not everyone can see it. As the residents of the Lovegood family, this strange house is cast with muggle-repelling charms and other hiding spells to keep non-magical creatures and muggles away. On the wooden bed in the room on the second floor of the strange black cylindrical house, a boy with a handsome face, long silver white hair and blue eyes slowly opened his eyes. The boy frowned at the unfamiliar scene. Then, a huge amount of memory fragments flooded into my mind. The blinding high beams, the sound of tires rubbing against the road, and the screams of terror. Yas remembered that he must have been in a car accident. Everything before his eyes was so real that it didn't seem like a dream. But this is obviously not a hospital. I am not dead? Where is that? The setting sun was a bit dazzling, and Yas subconsciously raised his hand to block the sun. Then he saw a small, tender hand. This is the body of a little boy about 10 years old. He turned into a little boy. Yas was stunned, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be, traveling through time? Before he could process the complex emotions in his heart, a middle-aged male voice, which was obviously suppressed and a little helpless, suddenly sounded outside the door, and the voice vaguely reached Yas's ears. Luna, you are so reckless. How could you bring a Muggle child home? If the people in the Ministry of Magic knew about this, they would definitely cause trouble for us. I thought you should at least know about the existence of the Statute of Confidentiality. Father, how do you know he's a Muggle? This was a little girl's voice that was a little ethereal and pleasant to the ear. Maybe he's the same as us. Impossible, the middle-aged male voice sounded again. The only magical family around here like our Lovegood family is the Weasley family, but it's obvious that the child doesn't have the Weasley family's iconic red hair. He must be a kid from the nearby Muggle village who got lost after playing crazy outside. Perhaps, you should send him to the Muggle police station. Well, that's what the Muggles call their official law enforcement agency, right? No, Father, did you see that boy's beautiful silver hair? How special, I'm sure he is not ordinary. The little girl's voice was persistent and firm. I can't do anything about you. The deep male voice sighed and then fell silent. After a moment, the voice sounded again. Well, you can keep him until he wakes up. Really, the little girl's tone was filled with joy and was inexplicably cute. Well, but after waking up, he must leave. The deep middle-aged male voice carried an unquestionable tone. This isn't fair, the little girl said, annoyed. But the deep male voice did not speak again. Then, heavy footsteps went downstairs. Then, there was the sound of a door opening, followed by the dull thump of feet on the wooden floor. Yas subconsciously closed his eyes again. A light footstep stopped beside the boy's bed. The little girl didn't seem to be wearing shoes and her voice was very soft. Father is so stingy. Why can't he just keep you here? The little girl's somewhat distressed voice came into the boy's ears, and then a slightly cold and clumsy little hand touched the boy's forehead. Strange, he doesn't seem to be sick. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Yas's beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly, but he still did not open his eyes. At this moment, his heart could not calm down. He heard the conversation between the deep male voice and the little girl very clearly. Although the language they spoke was different from the language he was familiar with before, he somehow understood it all. Muggle? Magic Club? Luna, Lovegood? The Weasley family? Yas was very familiar with these words. He has loved the Harry Potter series of stories since he was a child. Even after graduating from college and becoming a corporate slave, he would occasionally watch the movies to relive that magical world. At this moment, he just felt a little magical. Based on the current situation, reasonable analysis and inference, and after eliminating all impossibilities, the truth that remains, no matter how incredible it is the fact. He seemed to have traveled into the world of Harry Potter. And he inexplicably appeared in the house of the crazy girl Luna. Next to my ear, little Luna's sweet voice continued. Are you really just a muggle? The ethereal and pleasant voice spoke to the boy with a hint of regret, talking to himself, not caring whether he got a response or not. I wish you were like me, so we could have company and play together, don't you think? Maybe we can go to Hogwarts together in the future. Oh, by the way, if you are a muggle, you probably haven't heard of that school. It is one of the best schools in the wizarding world. Where is the greatest white wizard headmaster in the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore? There was admiration and a hint of yearning in the little girl's tone. Upon hearing this, Yas quickly adjusted his mindset, and quickly accepted the reality that he had traveled to the world of Harry Potter, and began to think about his next plan. His current identity seems to be just a muggle who doesn't know magic. After traveling through time and space to this magical world, I can't explore this fantasy world in depth. This result is undoubtedly a bit disappointing. Yas sighed slightly in his heart. Perhaps when Luna wakes up, her father will cast a forgetfulness spell to erase her memory. His life will be completely isolated from the magical world and head towards an unknown direction. Thinking of this, Yas felt a little empty in his heart. Host detected, SWIBA system binding in progress, automatically matching identity for host. Identity matching is successful. According to the background of the magic world, the host has been matched with one of the 28 sacred family bloodlines in the magic world, the only heir of the Shafik family, Eris Shafik. Identity information has been automatically transmitted and rationalized in this world. The system binding gift package has been issued, please check it yourself. A memory emerged in Eris' mind, which was about the identity of Eris Shafik, his general experiences from birth to now, and some information about his family background. At the same time, the voice of the system also shocked Yas. No, now it should be called Eris Shafik, who had been closing his eyes and pretending to be dead. He subconsciously sank his mind into his head. And suddenly a big gift bag glittering with golden light appeared in front of him. Is it the legendary Gold Finger system and novice gift pack that are essential for time travelers? Eris was a little excited, and all his attention was focused on the big gift bag in front of him. Open the gift bag. As a thought came to his mind, the golden gift bag slowly opened, flashing a dazzling light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate ability, photographic memory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate ability, super thinking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate ability, super speed reading. Chapter 2 Only the system can defeat the mysterious metaphysical power. As the gift package was opened, the 3 rays of light merged into Eris's sea of consciousness. A feeling of blessing emerged from the bottom of his heart. He could clearly feel that his brain seemed to be transformed by some mysterious power. In his previous life, Eris was considered a top student, otherwise he would not have graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University with excellent grades. And now, he could feel more clearly that his thoughts had become clearer and his mental acumen had become far beyond that of ordinary people. When a thought appeared in his mind, he would instantly think of countless related ideas. This kind of talent and ability that far exceeds that of ordinary people is probably not possessed even by the top academic geniuses at Peking University or Tsinghua University. It should be said that the system's capabilities are indeed extremely powerful. Not only that, the rewards for the gift pack are not over yet. After the 3 talents were integrated, the entire gift package turned into a roulette wheel that shone with golden light and looked simple and elegant. Then, the mysterious voice sounded again. I will extract magic talent for the host. Excellent magic talent will be the foundation for the host to gain a foothold in the magic world. I wish you good luck. The golden roulette wheel floated quietly in front of Eris' eyes, flashing with unfathomable power. He took a deep breath and looked carefully. This roulette wheel is very large and is divided into 5 large areas, which are distinguished by white, green, blue, purple and gold. The white area is the largest, occupying almost 1/3 of the roulette wheel, followed by green, blue. The smallest golden area is only about 1% of the size of the entire roulette wheel. Eris suddenly had a bad feeling. In an era when card drawing games are popular, you can guess what this roulette design is like without even looking at it. The white area is definitely the worst talent, and the gold area is naturally the best. What annoyed him was that this golden area was too small. With a 1% chance of getting the golden talent in one shot, it would be difficult even for a lucky person. For an unlucky player like me who can get hit by a car while walking on the road, you can imagine the result. Could it be that I got a loser template at the beginning? Before Yas could think deeply, the ancient golden roulette wheel had already started to turn slowly. Afterwards, the speed became faster and faster, until a series of afterimages were left. At this time, Yas could only see lights of various colors flashing on the roulette wheel, turning into a magical whirlwind-like vortex. 1% chance, unless the sun rises from the west. Eris smiled self-deprecatingly, not holding out much hope at all. However, having magical talent is better than having no talent at all. Even if he has the worst talent, he is confident that he can unleash a power far beyond that of ordinary people. As a top student, especially with 3 incredible learning talents rewarded by the system, he has great confidence. Besides, he was sure that this academic master system was not that simple. Eris was very clear-headed and waited silently. This time of talent extraction is related to his future destiny. Anyone else would inevitably feel uneasy. And he also knows the seriousness of the matter. In his impression of the magical world, talent determines everything. All those famous figures are people with excellent magical talents, amazing talents, and great reputations. It is very difficult for people with mediocre talents to make a comeback, even if they are descendants of the sacred 28 families with rich family backgrounds. This can be seen from the fact that those ancient wizard families have begun to slowly decline. Whether it is the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald, the second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort, or even Albus Dumbledore, in the final analysis, they are able to call the shots and influence an entire era by relying on their own powerful strength. The rule of the jungle in the magical world is more vividly reflected than in ordinary society. Eris is very clear about these. As his thoughts flowed, the roulette wheel in front of Eris began to slow down, and the roulette pointer slowly transitioned from the white area to the green area, and then to the blue area, gradually showing a tendency to stop. 1 lap, 2 laps. After spinning 3 more times, the roulette wheel had slowed down to a snail's pace. Even Eris became more serious at this time. Finally, the pointer slowly turned to the purple area, as if it would stop in the next second. Eris calculated silently in his mind, his eyes fixed on the pointer that was about to stop. Sure enough, it's useless. He sighed softly. Although the pointer was rotating at a snail's pace very slowly, it still firmly passed through the golden area, and then stopped at the white area without any surprises. Eris' heart calmed down instead. In fact, he knew it very well. As long as the academic master system is still there, he has the capital to change his destiny. What else can I do if I'm not an African? Money cannot change your destiny. This kind of metaphysical power is comparable to the abnormality of the system. Just when he thought he had no choice but to accept his fate, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind again. Since this is the first time the host has started the roulette, this draw can be repeated indefinitely until you get a satisfactory talent template. There are no unlucky people in the world of academic masters, only destined probabilities. I wish you a pleasant experience. The sudden reversal made Eris stunned for a moment, and then he almost laughed out loud. Very good, it turns out that only the system can defeat the mysterious metaphysical power. This system is awesome. Probability determines everything. This alternative sense of security is so comfortable. This kind of welfare is simply too friendly for non-Africans. So, if you want to draw the golden talent, how many times do you need to repeat it? Eris calculated the probability in his mind and calmly spun the roulette wheel again. The magical vortex appeared again. Second time, blue talent, pass. The third time, another white talent, pass. The fourth time, I was lucky enough to get a purple score, but still passed. Are you kidding? It can be repeated infinitely, why not get a golden talent? After that, there were dozens of draws, but not a single drop of gold appeared. The power of metaphysics remains strong. Fortunately, the system's first lottery can be reset infinitely. Time and again. Eris's mood was always calm, without a trace of anxiety. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a ray of golden light shone out from the roulette wheel. Golden legend. The bright light was reflected in Eris' eyes. The pointer of the roulette wheel stopped and stayed steadily in a very small golden area. The exciting moment came. Finally, it's done. Eris was slightly happy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden talent template. As the system's voice sounded, the system's rewards appeared in front of Eris. Talent template, Merlin. Chapter 3 Golden Legend, Merlin's talent template. Talent template, Merlin. White magic, SSS. Black magic, SS+. Defense, SS+. Transfiguration, SSS. Potion, S+. Alchemy, S+. Special talents, Almighty Shapeshifter, Prophecy Astrologer, Wandless Casting, Language of Nature. Innate Comprehensive Ability, SSS level. Evaluation. In the distant past, the great Merlin was known as the god of magic. His magical talent almost reached the limit of mortals, comparable to that of gods, and he was the well-deserved pinnacle of the magic world. Note: magic talent levels are divided into 10 levels from high to low: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. If any talent reaches S level or above, you can become a contemporary master in that field. Looking at the golden talent card floating in front of him, Eris' eyes lit up. Although he was confident in his learning ability, he knew that even with ordinary magic talent, he would definitely be able to achieve something. But now, the talent card of Merlin, the legendary super boss who holds the title of God of Magic and is widely known in the magic world, is right in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he is not excited. All magic-related talents are above S level, and the white magic and transfiguration talents have even reached the highest SSS level talent. This is the limit of mortal talent, and can even be compared to gods. Such a powerful talent, even if given to a fool, the magic power that naturally grows over time may make that fool become a terrifying human weapon. What's more, he has a learning system. In addition, Merlin's several special talents also surprised Eris. According to rumors, Merlin has the talent to transform into many animals and can communicate with all animals. He is also a great prophetic astrologer who often helps King Arthur to predict his fortune. Needless to say, these talents are extremely powerful. Among these several powerful special talents, even the most common wandless casting is extremely rare in today's magic world and can be regarded as an extremely important talent. You know, many wizards are almost the same as muggles without their wands. In Eris's impression, only a few powerful wizards standing at the top of the magical world, such as Dumbledore, have the ability to cast spells proficiently without a wand, and the power of the spells is greatly weakened. This shows how powerful this talent is. At this moment, Eris couldn't even imagine how far he could grow after possessing these incredible talents. Perhaps, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed top wizards such as Dumbledore and 2 generations of Dark Lords. Fusion Talent Card. As Eris had a thought, the golden talent card in his mind quickly turned into a golden light and merged into the depths of his soul. The wonderful feeling made his soul tremble. It's like experiencing bliss on earth. In the room, Little Luna's waist-length golden hair, which looked a little messy, fell on Eris' ears. Her silver eyes looked at the boy's face and hair curiously. The whole person looks ethereal and has a very special temperament. Until this moment, she seemed to still firmly believe that a boy with such beautiful long hair and such a good-looking face must be extraordinary, at least, he must have some unique qualities. Suddenly, a mysterious force radiated from Eris and spread to all directions. Little Luna's golden hair was blown by an invisible force, swaying like waves, and under this force, her whole body slowly left the floor of the room and floated in the air. Not only her, but all other movable objects and tables and chairs in the room also floated into the air at the same time as if they had escaped the Earth's gravity, and then slowly rotated around Eris. "This is a magic riot." A look of surprise appeared on Little Luna's face. The fusion of Eris and Merlin's talent cards caused extremely strong magical fluctuations. She didn't realize at all that she was in a very dangerous situation. The first thought that flashed through her mind was, the little brother in front of her really had magical talent like her, and was not a muggle as her father said. Little Luna was floating in the air with her arms open and a happy smile on her face. She was like an elf, enjoying the feeling of weightlessness, flying around the little boy on the bed. Until a burst of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Xenophilius Lovegood flung open the door. He looked at everything in the room with surprise, his body trembling slightly unconsciously. His wand had been drawn out and was in his hand, as if he was ready to cast a spell at any time. "Luna, what have you done?" Xianyo, short name of Luna's father, looked at little Luna anxiously, thinking that the magic riot in the room was caused by his daughter, so he did not react immediately. "Father, it's not me." Little Luna still had a happy smile on her face as she looked at Eris, who was lying on the bed. "I told you, this little brother is definitely not an ordinary person. This is his magic going wild. It's him." Xianyo turned his gaze and looked at Eris. His wrong judgment just now was obviously due to his deep love for his daughter. After regaining his composure, he also felt the source of the magical riot in the room. "This force is so strong. Who is this little guy?" Xianyo frowned, and besides shock, there was a hint of worry on his face. He began to feel that things were getting a little tricky. Everything that happened before his eyes forced him to admit that the boy picked up by little Luna also had wizard blood like them. Moreover, this bloodline seems to be very unusual. Generally speaking, the strength of a wizard's talent is directly related to his bloodline. This is a fact recognized by almost the entire wizarding world. Although this connection sometimes has exceptions for some reasons. For example, the existence of mudbloods. Eris's identity made Xianyo a little nervous about the magical riot that could cause such a big commotion. The sound hit the ground. Zeno waved his wand gently, and the floating objects in the room instantly lost their floating power and fell to the ground one after another, including little Luna, who was still a little reluctant to leave and was caught by her father and carefully placed on the ground. "Father, can we take in my little brother?" Although Eris' identity has not been confirmed, the little girl obviously feels that as long as they are the same kind of person, they don't have to worry about the provisions of the confidentiality law and can play together in the future. She didn't seem to realize, or didn't care at all, that having an unidentified little boy appear in her home would be a very troublesome thing. Zeno did not answer little Luna's question, but looked at Eris again. Then he walked to the bed. "Wake up, I know you're awake." Chapter 4 Letter from Hogwarts. Xianyo's calm voice, with a hint of seriousness, rang out in the room. As an adult wizard, he is not an ignorant little girl like Luna. Magical riots usually occur when the wizard is awake and extremely emotionally unstable. So he was sure that Eris was awake at this time. As for why he didn't open his eyes, that's also why his voice became serious. He instinctively felt that the little boy in front of him was not that simple. At this time, Eris had completely integrated the power of Merlin's talent card, and had already sensed Zeno's arrival. He knew it was impossible to continue pretending, so he could only slowly open his eyes. He glanced around the room, then looked at Zeno calmly. "Who are you anyway?" Xianyo's voice was serious, even a little sharp. To his surprise, Eris remained calm, without a trace of panic, and had a composure that was totally unlike that of a man of his age. "My name is Eris Shafik." "Excuse me, what is this place?" Facing the calm Eris, Xianyo's expression became more serious. For some reason, when facing the little boy in front of him, he felt like he was facing an adult man who had experienced the world, not a child at all. At the same time, he was still a little hesitant. Shafik? This surname made him unconsciously think of something. As he thought about it, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the boy carefully, with an expression of inexplicable surprise and confusion on his face. "Don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions." Before Xianyo could say anything, little Luna couldn't help but jog to Eris' side. With a cute smile on her face, she stretched out her tender little hand and said, "This is my home, my name is Luna Lovegood, this is my father, nice to meet you." The pleasant voice was ethereal and carried a reassuring kindness. "Nice to meet you." Eris smiled and reached out to shake hands with little Luna. He said this from the bottom of his heart. Before coming to this world, he liked Luna, the elf-like girl in the magic world. At this moment, holding the girl's hand, he could clearly feel the warmth of his palm. That feeling was very dreamy. Xianyo stared in a daze at the two children's quick friendship, but his inner surprise became more and more intense, and he was also filled with deep confusion. "Shafik? What is your relationship with the Shafik family?" In the end, he couldn't help but blurt out his inner doubts. Eris turned to look at Xianyo and was about to speak. At this moment, an owl suddenly hooted outside the window. Then, an agile figure flew in from the open window. An owl circled in the room and accurately threw a letter in front of Eris. "Is this the acceptance letter from Hogwarts?" Xianyo was stunned for a moment, then cried out in confusion. He naturally recognized the familiar logo on the envelope. And obviously, this admission letter was sent to Eris, because little Luna was not yet 11 years old. The most important magical artifact at Hogwarts, the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance, which are responsible for monitoring the admission of young wizards of school age, will never send out the wrong admission letter. "You actually received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts." Little Luna was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered. A smile reappeared on her face, with a hint of excitement in her expression. "Hurry and take a look at what's written on the letter from Hogwarts." Listening to little Luna's voice, Eris was a little confused, so much so that he forgot to continue answering Xianyo's questions. He had just crossed over, and the acceptance letter from Hogwarts had already arrived? Was it so fast? He picked up the parchment envelope in front of him belatedly. There was a dark red wax seal on the envelope, and below the wax seal was a shield-shaped emblem consisting of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a capital letter H, a very familiar pattern. Turning the envelope over, the address was written in emerald green ink and very beautiful handwriting. Eris Shafik, Lovegood House, 2nd floor, room on the left, near the hill, Autry St. Catchpole. The magical sheepskin envelope excited Eris, and he felt excited unconsciously, as if he saw a fantasy world opening its doors to him, and he could get an admission ticket as long as he opened the envelope. "Open it." Little Luna was even more anxious than Eris. Seeing that he was in a daze, she couldn't help but urge him. Eris turned his head and glanced at the little girl, nodded slightly, then took a deep breath, opened the wax seal, took out the parchment letter inside and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class Grand Mage of Merlin's Order, Chief Mage of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Shafik, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your OWL letter by August 1st. Vice Principal. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. After reading the letter, Eris looked at the thick parchment in his hand. That should be the list of books and equipment he was about to buy at Diagonal. Since it was his first time to enroll, there were quite a few categories. Then, the content of the letter reminded him of something. Reply before August 1st? He remembered that Harry Potter's letter stated that he had to reply before July 31st, which was his birthday. It seems that the admission letters sent by Hogwarts generally require a reply before the 11th birthday in order to confirm the final list of young wizards admitted. You are actually a descendant of the Shafik family among the 28 sacred families. How is this possible? Zeno looked at the letter in Eris's hand and murmured. The confusion on his face had all turned into shock. In the wizarding world, bloodline means something extraordinary. The surname Shafik represents one of the 28 sacred families. Apart from the members of this family, it is impossible for anyone else to have this surname. The admission letter from Hogwarts has proved that Eris is indeed a young wizard, so there is a 90% chance that his true identity is a member of Shafik. He lowered his head in thought, frowning slightly. What's wrong, father? Little Luna looked over. Eris was also a little confused. He didn't know why Xianyo suddenly confirmed that he was a member of the Shafik family, even though the identity assigned to him by the system did belong to this family. And he is the final heir. Xianyo looked up at Eris, his tone still clearly filled with surprise. Rumor has it that ever since the rise of, well, that mysterious man whose name no one dares to mention, the last two members of the Shafik family have mysteriously disappeared from the wizarding world, and their whereabouts have been unknown. Some even say that they were all brutally murdered for disobeying the mysterious man, and that's why they disappeared without a trace. Other holy families also kept silent about this outcome. We all thought that the Shafik family no longer existed. And as a descendant of the Shafik family, how come you are here? Eris frowned slightly and thought quickly in his mind. First of all, the identity of the time traveler must not be revealed. He now needs to reveal some information reasonably to confirm his identity as the last heir of the Shafik family without arousing Xianyo's suspicion. How to say it specifically requires some skills. The character of Xianyo in the original novel is pretty good. Before getting more familiar with this world, staying here seems to be a good choice. Chapter 5 Mission System activated. It looks like a drama is about to begin. Eris sighed inwardly. After a moment, when he looked up again, his eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. I don't know either. I don't remember anything about the past. I seem to have been wandering since I could remember, until I fainted from hunger one day ago, and appeared here after I woke up. Listening to Eris' words, Xianyo frowned slightly. You're still a child, how can you survive out there by yourself? Xianyo was obviously not satisfied with the answer, and his tone was questioning. Father, you also know that he is just a child. Little Luna looked at Xianyo with some blame, as if she was a little dissatisfied with his questioning tone. Sorry, I just wanted to know more about you earlier so that I could send you home as soon as possible. Xianyo's tone softened a little, but his attitude was still a little stiff. It's okay, I'm used to it. Eris said calmly. He looked at Xianyo and said seriously, during my years of wandering, I've even seen people with worse attitudes than you. I've lived under a bridge, seen food in a trash can, and fought with stray dogs. There were even several times when I thought I would not survive the cold and dark night and would not see the sun the next day. You saved me, and I am very grateful. With that, Eris stood up and bowed to Zeno and little Luna. Then he turned and walked towards the door. Eris wasn't making these words up, they were truly the real experiences in the little boy's memory. They were included in the information transmitted to him by the system, so it wasn't really acting. However, the person who experienced these things was not strictly speaking him. Wait, where are you going? Before Xianyo could respond, little Luna couldn't help but step forward and grabbed Eris, with a hint of anxiety in her tone. I think maybe I shouldn't stay here any longer. The confusion on Eris's face disappeared in time, replaced by a childlike stubbornness. Father. Little Luna frowned slightly. Xianyo opened his mouth, but finally sighed. Maybe you can rest here for a night. He obviously didn't expect Eris's experience to be so rough, and he seemed to feel a little uncomfortable for a while. His eyes gradually softened and his tone became much softer. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Even so, the worry in Xianyo's eyes did not disappear. He knew very well that since the Hogwarts Pen of Acceptance and Book of Admission had acknowledged Eris's surname, it could not be wrong. According to the current situation, Eris is very likely the last bloodline of the Shafik family, and naturally the last heir of this ancient wizard family. No one does not know what an ancient wizard family, especially the last heir of the 28 sacred bloodline families, represents. He will own the wealth of the entire Shafik family. You know, each of the 28 sacred families was once glorious, and the Shafik family's industries are almost spread throughout the entire wizarding world. There are even rumors that they have considerable assets in the Muggle world. At this time, Eris was just a little boy who had just turned 11 years old. As many pureblood families in the wizarding world are now on the decline, it is inevitable that some people will covet this considerable wealth and thus develop disloyal ideas. If the little boy was left behind, the Lovegood family would most likely be implicated. Father, Eris shouldn't suffer any more. Let's take him in. As a little girl, little Luna naturally couldn't think as comprehensively as Xianyo. She just felt that Eris' life experience was too pitiful and wanted to help him. Girls are more emotional, and she also had a good impression of Eris. At this moment, the little girl looked at Eris with a little heartache in her eyes. After hearing Luna's words, Zeno fell silent. Father. Little Luna's clear, bright silver eyes were firm and pleading. She didn't make a fuss like other children, but Xianyo just fell for her daughter's behavior. He sighed and said helplessly. Okay, I think you can reply to Hogwarts first. He rubbed his forehead and said to Eris, it's not impossible to leave after you go to school and find your own home. Hearing this, Eris was certain. Although I had anticipated this result, I still feel a lot more at ease at this moment. At least, he now has a temporary place to stay. Thanks. He bowed sincerely to Zeno and little Luna again. Having just traveled through time, having a place to stay was a good thing for Eris after all, and he was indeed grateful in his heart. Half an hour later, an owl flew towards Hogwarts with Eris's reply. And Eris was finally able to have a good look around the house. This cylindrical house has 3 floors and an attic, with 2 rooms on each floor. Little Luna lives opposite Eris's room, Zeno lives on the 1st floor, and the 3rd floor and the attic are used to store sundries. This 3-story building was filled with the Quibbler magazines and some small gadgets that were not often seen in ordinary households. They were all collected by little Luna, such as butterbeer bottle corks and demon-proof glasses. She loves collecting these little gadgets. Outside, a gentle breeze ruffled the vast expanse of green grass. The Lovegood family home is located on a relatively flat hill. The cylindrical house standing at an angle stands out from the green grass, like a solitary tower floating on the green ocean, mysterious and quiet. With the last rays of sunset, Eris and little Luna sat quietly on the steps at the door, looking into the distance. Next to them, there were many vine plants on the outer wall of the house, with small ornaments hanging on them that looked like Christmas gifts. It looked a bit incongruous, but Eris thought it was quite interesting. Luna, have you ever thought about the nature of magic? Feeling the breeze blowing across his face, Eris subconsciously raised his hand, and countless green grass leaves suddenly floated up, dancing and jumping around the two of them in the breeze. His instinct as a top student made him think of more profound questions whenever he thought of magic. Before Luna could answer, the system's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Ding, the task system is activated. When 3 people walk together, there must be one person who can be my teacher. As a top student, you should always be thirsty for knowledge. Daily task: ask questions to the teacher and get answers 0/3. You can get academic points by completing the task. Note: the questions raised must be knowledge that the host has not mastered. Chapter 6: Among 3 people, there must be one who can be my teacher. When the system voice sounded, Eris' heart trembled slightly, and he subconsciously looked at the system panel. Mission system. Completing the mission will earn you academic points. What's the use of academic ability? As if sensing Eris's thoughts, the system's prompt sounded again. Academic ability points can be used for redemption and lucky draws. Please check the instructions for details. Along with the system's explanation, Luna's voice came from the side. The nature of magic? I didn't expect you to be interested in this. The little girl was obviously a little surprised, but soon a smile appeared on her face, as if she had found a confidant. I once asked my father this question too. He said it was a gift, a different talent given to us by God, but I thought it might be some kind of strange energy, and we just have the ability to communicate with this energy. Luna actually has her own thoughts on this issue. Just this one point is enough to show the difference between her and other little wizards. Other little wizards who are not even 11 years old would not think about such profound questions, let alone discuss them with others with such interest. You know what? Eris waved gently. The dancing green grass leaves in front of him formed a string of symbols that little Luna couldn't understand, like some kind of equation. I once wandered in the Muggle world and learned some knowledge, such as this. The air we breathe now is made up of many elements, including nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and so on. In the Muggle world, each type of energy has a similar formula for composition. Humans can study these elements to analyze more mysterious molecules, atoms, and even the microscopic world. I'm thinking that maybe magic energy also has an elemental composition formula, but we haven't studied it in depth. Even in the entire wizarding world, no one has really studied it. Eris kept thinking in his mind, and his eyes gradually brightened. If there really is such a substantial substance as magical energy, rather than a purely idealistic force, then as long as he can analyze this energy, perhaps he can change the entire landscape of the wizarding world. No, not just the wizarding world. At that time, perhaps even ordinary people could practice magic. The whole world will undergo earth-shaking changes. Your idea is really bold. Little Luna turned around, with surprise and a glimmer in her eyes. It is also very interesting, and even, the meaning contained in it is somewhat fascinating. If you really want to study it in depth, maybe you can get help from the professor when you go to Hogwarts. I think so. Eris smiled. The task system has been activated. From now on, you can earn academic points by asking questions every day. Obviously, there will be a lot of trouble for the professors in the future. However, Eris still has some doubts about the system tasks. Does teacher mean that you can only ask questions to the teacher? As soon as this question came up, the system prompt sounded again. It's also a reminder to get rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing 1/3 of the daily task and obtaining 100 points of academic strength. Although little Luna did not give a complete answer about the nature of magic, the system actually determined that the task was completed. And the progress of the daily task became 1/3. This result is quite spiritual. Eris was lost in thought for a moment. It seems that further research is needed to determine whether the system task is completed. Then, Eris' heart moved slightly, and he turned to look at little Luna, ready to try again. Luna, do you know how to strengthen magic power? The little girl did not disappoint Eris. She tilted her head slightly, as if thinking for a moment, and then spoke. I heard from my father that the magic power of wizards can only grow naturally with age. Under normal circumstances, it will reach its peak in middle age and then begin to gradually weaken. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Besides that, it is extremely difficult to increase magic power through other means. Perhaps some magical potion or alchemical product can do it. Father doesn't seem to be very clear about these more profound questions. Eris nodded thoughtfully. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing 2/3 of the daily tasks and obtaining 200 points of academic strength. Sure enough, it was not a coincidence just now. As long as the person being asked answers the questions raised in the daily tasks and obtains valid information, the tasks are completed. As for the reason for the different rewards, perhaps it is because of the completeness of the answer. The more accurate the answer, the higher the reward? Eris smiled. 3 people go together, there must be my teacher. The ancients were never deceiving me. Well, I have to try again. But this time, we need to change our thinking. Luna. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer them all. Little Luna also seemed to enjoy the feeling of teaching others knowledge and looked eager to try. Yet, a smile appeared on Eris' face. Little girl, you are such a nice person. Then he thought about it and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Luna, what's in your father's left clothing bag? Ah! Little Luna was stunned when she heard this question. Then, she looked at Eris with a strange expression. Eris, why are you asking this? Nothing, just a little curious. Eris touched his nose. In fact, he just wanted to test whether the daily 3-question task could be triggered by asking any question. Little Luna hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Then wait a moment, I'll go ask. Having said that, the little girl stood up and went back to the house. It looked like he was about to open his father's clothes bag to verify something. Well, Luna is also very rigorous. Looking at the little girl's back as she turned and left, Eris nodded with satisfaction. No wonder he will be a Ravenclaw student in the future, his thirst for knowledge is really strong. Eris looked up and stretched his neck. At this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in the distance and was getting closer. That's an owl. Soon, the owl dropped a letter into Eris's hands. This was another letter from Hogwarts. Eris took out the letter from the sheepskin envelope and read it. Dear Mr. Shafik. Since this is your first time enrolling and your circumstances are special, Hogwarts will send a professor to you tomorrow to understand the situation and explain it to you. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Looking at the letter in his hand, Eris lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, his expression turned a little strange. It seems that Hogwarts pays a lot of attention to me. After all, ordinary students don't have the treatment of having professors come to their homes to guide them. This kind of situation usually only occurs in students with more complicated backgrounds, such as those from Muggle families and saviors. But soon, Eris changed his mind. I heard that Professor McGonagall is very knowledgeable. I must ask him questions, especially about the nature of magic. Maybe I can get some information without having to wait to go to Hogwarts. Murmuring whispers drifted in the sunset breeze. Chapter 7 Magic Potion. Inside the house, Zeno was standing at the second-floor window, looking at the boy below. He had just seen Eris casually waving the grass leaves. Even at this moment, there was still a hint of surprise on his face, his brows slightly wrinkled, and the worry in his eyes seemed to be more obvious. Such a strong magical talent. He has not even entered school yet, but he can control the grass leaves to fly and form specific shapes. This child's magical talent is amazing. He is worthy of being the bloodline of the 28 sacred families. I should have known that he would not be ordinary. It seems. I have to find out about the Shafik family as soon as possible. It would be best if he could be sent away as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know what kind of trouble it will cause. Although this is a bit cruel. Luna must not be harmed. As the gentle murmur died down, a look of determination appeared in Sienyo's eyes. To him, his daughter is the most important thing. For Luna, he would even sell his soul, let alone a little boy who was not related to him in any way. "Father, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, little Luna's voice came from behind. Xianyo quickly calmed himself down and put a smile on his face. "I was just wondering what I should make for Luna tonight. How about some bread and butter? And some of your favorite Gordigan tea, these two go perfectly together. I can already smell the aroma of Gordigan tea." Little Luna smiled and shrugged, indicating that there was no problem. "By the way, Father, what do you have in the left pocket of your clothes?" "Ah." Xianyo was stunned for a moment. "Nothing." He subconsciously touched his left pocket, his face looking a little embarrassed. Why is Luna suddenly asking such a strange question? "Oh, it's Eris," he said. He was a little curious. Luna didn't notice the hint of embarrassment on Zeno's face. She approached swiftly and reached her little hand directly into her father's pocket. Then, a pair of smelly socks with a slightly strange smell were pulled out by little Luna. Little Luna stuffed the socks back into Xianyo's pocket with some disgust, and said unhappily, "Father, your socks should be washed. They won't get clean automatically if they are in your pocket." As she said that, the little girl gave Xianyo a strange look, turned around and trotted downstairs. Xianyo still hadn't reacted until this point. "Eris? Curious what's in my pocket? What does that kid mean?" Suddenly interested in his pocket and asked Luna to come and see it. "Can you still do something useful?" His old father is completely embarrassed. As expected, boys are just not as cute as girls. "That's a stinky sock," little Luna muttered unhappily as she returned to Eris's side. Eris's expression became a little strange, and a thought unconsciously emerged in his mind. "I didn't expect Xianyo to have such a habit of putting smelly socks in his pocket. Is this something a human would do?" At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for completing 3/3 of the daily tasks and obtaining 10 points of academic strength." Eris was stunned for a moment. "That works too. But why is the reward so small?" He fell into deep thought. Perhaps, the reward for the 3 questions per day is directly linked to the quality of the questions. It seems that it won't be so easy to complete tasks quickly in the future. Fortunately, the definition of a teacher is not just a teacher. This means that Eris can ask questions to anyone, including a random passerby on the street. Eris returned his attention to the system panel. At this time, the panel showed that he already had 310 academic points, so it was time to spend some. Eris had previously figured out how to use the academic ability points through the system's instructions. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and a roulette wheel suddenly appeared again. However, unlike the previous talent wheel, this roulette wheel was obviously more fancy. On the colorful roulette wheel, each area is of a different size, representing items of different qualities. "Start the lottery." As Eris's mind moved, the system prompt sounded. "Do you want to spend 100 points to participate in the primary lottery?" "Yes." The colorful roulette wheel started spinning. Eris didn't have high hopes for the first lottery draw. He just wanted to try his hand, and also take a look at the cost of the colorful roulette draw and what rewards were included. Of course, it would be best if the lucky guy could get something good. But it is obvious that it is impossible to be European Emperor, never. When the colorful turntable stopped, the pointer stopped in the white area without surprise. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining gold galleon *10. 10 gold coins? This reward. As expected, you shouldn't have any expectations for white quality." Eris smiled bitterly and shook his head. But then, his eyes lit up. Because the system's voice suddenly sounded again. "The points mall is now open, and you can use your academic points to redeem items." Entering the mall, there was only one lonely item inside, shining with golden light. Don't get me wrong. That was not a gold quality item, but the gold galleon that Eris had just won in the lottery. After clicking, the redemption price will also appear. 10 galleons equals 100 points. It doesn't look expensive, but according to the current rate of earning points, it seems not cheap either. Eris frowned slightly. It seems that I still need to study carefully to see how to earn more points. There were still 210 points left, so Eris didn't hesitate too much and made 2 consecutive draws. There isn't anything good in the mall now, and the remaining points seem to have no other use except for the lottery. As the roulette wheel spun, a flash of white light flashed again, followed by a flash of purple. Purple quality? Eris was shocked. This time my luck seems to be good, I actually got a purple one. Congratulations to the host for winning gold galleon *10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magic potion *1. Magic potion, use it to permanently increase your magic power by 10 points. It turned out to be a potion that could permanently increase magic power. Eris was delighted. At the same time, the option to redeem magic potions also appeared in the points mall. Magic potion *1 equals 1000 points. This price may seem expensive now, but as more ways to earn points become available, it shouldn't be difficult to redeem them in the future. With this thing, wouldn't it be equivalent to being able to increase magic power infinitely in the future? You know, even for Dumbledore and a few other super wizards at the top of the pyramid. The total amount of magic power is limited, and the upper limit of human wizards is there. And he already has the possibility to break through the upper limit. Countless thoughts flashed through Eris' mind, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. You still have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Although the magic potion is very tempting, it is useless without points. The most important thing now is to get academic points as soon as possible. Chapter 8: The Disappeared Shafik Family. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. As the stone statue of the revolving staircase door slowly turned, Professor McGonagall pushed the door and walked into the principal's office. Principal Dumbledore, we haven't received a response to the letter we sent to little Harry. Should we send someone to check it out as soon as possible? I think there must be some trouble over there. Don't worry, Minerva. Behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore closed a thick book and spoke slowly. The azure eyes behind his half-moon-shaped eyes look sharp and bright, yet give people a reassuring gentle strength. His long silver hair and beard are very distinctive, and his wizard temperament is extremely prominent. On the shelf next to the desk, the Phoenix Fox raised his head, glanced at Professor McGonagall, then lowered his head and continued to tidy up his wings with his pointed beak. He didn't seem very interested in the visitor. Dumbledore stood up and sorted the books on his desk. Then he waved his hand gently, and they all floated up and automatically returned to the bookshelf. That child has been through a lot. We should have thought that it wouldn't be so easy for him to get here. So, I have arranged for Hagrid to pick him up. It may take a little while. Dumbledore blinked, naturally giving people a sense of security that everything was under control. Hagrid? Are you confident in entrusting such an important matter to him? Professor McGonagall was not optimistic and frowned slightly. She always felt that Hagrid, who had the blood of a giant, was always a little slow in handling certain things and might not be suitable for doing this. I can trust Hagrid with my life, Minerva. Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall deeply and replied seriously, believe me, in 2 months, you will definitely see that child in school. I hope everything goes well. Professor McGonagall still couldn't be completely relieved, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. That's right. She seemed to suddenly remember something, her brows furrowed again, and there was a hint of doubt in her tone. Today, a descendant of the Shafik family suddenly appeared on the list of young wizards for admission. We have sent out the owl letter and received a response. The Shafik family. Dumbledore seemed to be interested, and a barely perceptible light flashed behind his half-moon eyes. This surname hasn't appeared in a while. Are you sure? Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, then shook her head, confusion still on her face. Before that name appeared in the admission book, I always thought that the Shafik family had disappeared. After all, back then. At this point, she paused and then sighed softly. Since the bloodline of the Shafik family appears on the list, it shouldn't be wrong. Dumbledore's tone became a little more serious. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, but still asked with a hint of inquiry, at that time, the last two members of the Shafik family suddenly disappeared mysteriously from the wizarding world, and there has been no news since then. Do you know anything about this matter? After all, if anyone in this world knows, it should be only you and that mysterious man. Facing Dumbledore's gaze, Professor McGonagall paused. Of course, if you don't want to say. There's nothing to hide. The situation at that time was very strange. I couldn't see it clearly. It was a kind of ancient magic that seemed to be related to time and space. That day, we witnessed an extremely mysterious and powerful force. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence emerged on Dumbledore's face, mixed with a hint of emotion, as if he was recalling something that had shocked him as well. Professor McGonagall's brows slightly wrinkled at some point, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he couldn't imagine some mysterious power that even Dumbledore couldn't understand. She knew Dumbledore's erudition and strength very well. This was exactly what she was worried about. The child named Eris might be the last heir of the Shafik family, but she or the school knew almost nothing about the child. Well, child, are you going to meet him in person? Dumbledore had obviously guessed Professor McGonagall's thoughts and asked thoughtfully. Yes, Principal, I still think we should meet the child first. That's fine. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and then suddenly asked. By the way, what's the child's name? Eris Shafik. Well, that's a great name. The silver-haired old wizard nodded thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking about. Thank you for your hard work, Minerva. The conversation between the two ended quickly, and even when Professor McGonagall's back disappeared behind the revolving stone door, Dumbledore's expression was still somewhat meaningful. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and waved gently. The quill pen on the table seemed to come alive, quickly writing lines on the parchment. Finally, the letter paper folded automatically and put into an envelope. Fox, please. Dumbledore gently stroked the feathers of the phoenix beside him and murmured. The phoenix was extremely human-like. It chirped softly, then picked up the envelope on the table. Its flaming red wings fluttered as it flew out of Hogwarts Castle at an extremely fast speed, gradually disappearing into the distant sky. It is very late at night. Eris was lying on the bed on the second floor of the black cylindrical house. Although he had his eyes closed, he couldn't fall asleep, as if a mysterious force was exciting his nerves. Everything that happened today seemed like a dream to him. Until this moment, he was not sure that all this was true. However, the panel displayed on the system in his mind told him that this was not a dream. This night is so long. Eris sat up in bed and rubbed his head gently. He couldn't wait to see the dawn. Because after dawn, the professors of Hogwarts will arrive. Maybe it's Professor Snape, the long-haired professor who always has a stern face and is against the protagonist Harry, or Professor McGonagall, who looks serious but actually cares very much about his students. No matter who it is, Eris has some expectations. Tonight's dinner was a little new to him, but it really didn't taste that good. Having been spoiled by the delicious food of the eastern country, Xianyo found it difficult to swallow the butter bread and the strange-tasting tea. He didn't know what kind it was. He took a sip of water, but did not lie down again. Instead, he picked up a book on the bedside table and started reading. The title of the book was The Quibbler. This is the latest issue of the magazine that little Luna gave her. After just 1 minute of watching, the system voice in my mind sounded as expected. Congratulations to the host for reading a book for 1 minute and gaining 1 point of academic power. Chapter 9 Professor McGonagall comes to visit. Eris' latest discovery is that reading books can earn academic points. Originally, he wanted to borrow some teaching books from Luna, such as standard spells, to see if he could try to learn some spells in advance. After all, his talent is strong enough, and he has a special talent for casting spells without a wand. Theoretically there should be no problem. But Xianyo strongly recommended the quibbler to him. When Eris saw the expectant and sincere expression on the uncle's face, he had to accept it gladly. After all, it didn't want to hurt his feelings. Eris expected that reading books could increase points. After all, it was a system for top students. Isn't the essence of top students to practice questions and read books like crazy? What he didn't expect was that he could actually earn academic points by reading magazines. This is undoubtedly an unexpected gain. It seems that the system's judgment on the boundaries of reading is not that strict. As long as it's a book, I'm not picky. The night is getting darker. The light in the small house stayed on until the early morning. With the help of his super speed reading talent, Eris happily finished reading all the recent issues of the Quibbler, and only after earning an extra 300 points did he fall asleep contentedly. Most importantly, with his super thinking and photographic memory, Eris has a more comprehensive understanding of the world after reading these journals. Although this magazine does not have the authority of the Daily Prophet, its perspective in analyzing events is extremely unique. Combined with the memories in Eris' mind, it can discover a lot of information that was not previously thought of. For example, how the Lucius family and several other pure-blood wizard families called the shots in the Ministry of Magic and how they shamelessly plundered property. In one issue of the magazine, the Minister of Magic was even belittled to the point of being worthless. Even Dumbledore was criticized by the Quibbler just because he often secretly gave advice to Minister of Magic Fudge. This made Eris secretly amazed for a moment. A journal had the guts to openly attack the Minister of Magic, who was considered the official power in the wizarding world. After doing such a thing, the Quibbler had not been closed down yet. It is really a magical thing. Eris gradually fell asleep in a drowsy and chaotic state. But all kinds of strange images kept flashing in my mind. Sometimes there were shrill screams, sometimes spells flashing green light were flying around, and sometimes a strange face with no nose or other obvious facial features appeared, looking at him in horror. This time, I still couldn't sleep well. After a long time, the sky gradually brightened. The morning sun shines on the green grass outside, and the breeze creates green waves, making people feel particularly relaxed. It's a new day again. Bang, bang, bang. Eris was awakened by a series of rapid knocks on the door. Luna didn't even consider whether the people in the house were awake and dressed, and she just barged in naturally. Eris, get up. The boy, who was still a little groggy, opened his eyes and turned around to see the cute girl lying on the bed. Her long golden hair and fair face were particularly eye-catching. Father said that the professors from Hogwarts should be here soon, you should get up quickly. Luna pulled Eris' sleeve without any hesitation and said seriously. Isn't this the character of this girl? Eris has a headache. In my memory, little Luna was an elf-like girl, how could she be so rude? It seems that there is still a difference between movies and reality after all. However, Eris soon came to his senses. The professor is coming soon. He glanced at the sun outside, then stood up and asked, what time is it now? How come it's coming so soon? It's almost 9 o'clock. I guess you didn't sleep well last night. Luna regained her ethereal and calm appearance, and the way she spoke seemed as if she was explaining something, appearing nonchalant, giving people a very special feeling. I really didn't sleep well. Eris yawned. He didn't care about the little girl breaking into the bedroom without permission. He got up and put on his clothes. He glanced at the magazines piled on the table and rubbed his temple. It seems that staying up late is not something we should do often. It's too harmful to your health. He is still a child now. Eris quickly gathered herself together and went downstairs with Luna. Before he finished the breakfast Xianyo had specially left for him, a crackling sound was heard not far outside the house, and then Xianyo suddenly stood up. Here it comes. Eris' heart moved. That crackling sound seemed somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the same sound that was made when wizards operate in the movies. Before Eris could think about it, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, Mr. Lovegood, long time no see. As soon as Xianyo opened the door, he heard a female voice that sounded a little serious and had a natural and slightly stiff tone. Then, a witch in dark green robes walked in. Professor McGonagall, long time no see. Xianyo also smiled and said politely. I was wondering who Hogwarts would send to mentor this child. I didn't expect it would be you. Principal Dumbledore takes this child very seriously. Professor McGonagall raised her cheeks stiffly, revealing a smile that looked very forced. People who are familiar with her know that this is how she looks when she smiles. Of course, after all, this child is a little special. Zeno stepped aside and welcomed Professor McGonagall into the house. Professor McGonagall's gaze immediately turned to the boy sitting at the table, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, but more of it was seriousness and earnestness. You are Eris Shafik, I presume. It's me. Eris has stood up. Oh, kid, don't be nervous. Professor McGonagall walked up, looked at the silver-haired boy carefully, and said, I am Minerva McGonagall, and I will be your professor at Hogwarts from now on. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I'm still a little curious. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Xianyo. Why is this child here? Professor McGonagall was obviously still confused about Eris's origins and identity, and wanted to get some definite information from Xianyo. He was unconscious on the grass, so I brought him back. It was not Zeno who answered McGonagall, but Luna, who had never spoken. She spoke in that unique way, in a calm tone. It was almost dark at that time, and I thought, we can't let him spend the night alone on the grass outside, right? Of course. Professor McGonagall nodded repeatedly. Her tone softened noticeably, and a smile returned to her face. You did the right thing. You are a smart child. I think when you enter Hogwarts, you will definitely be sorted into the Ravenclaw house because it will be filled with kind and smart children like you. After saying this, Professor McGonagall turned his gaze back to Eris, and his tone became gentler. So, what about you? Do you have any questions for me? Eris thought about it and nodded. There is indeed a problem. His eyes were clear and his face had a harmless innocence. The boy's tone was full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and he was very serious. Excuse me, Professor McGonagall, can you tell me what the nature of magic is? Chapter 10. Sorry, Professor, did my question stump you? After Eris finished speaking, the room fell into an eerie silence. Little Luna's eyes were shining, and she looked at Professor McGonagall with the same curiosity and inquiry. Obviously, she was also very interested in this question and wanted to get the answer from the Hogwarts professor. Xianyo was a little stunned, as if he didn't expect Eris to ask such a question. What is the nature of magic? Is this something an 11-year-old boy should worry about, or even think about? Even many wizards who have graduated from Hogwarts school have probably never thought about this question. For example, he himself has never thought about this issue carefully. Because in his opinion, there is no point in thinking about these things. The use of magic does not necessarily involve the study of the nature of magic. He always thought that it was just a wizard's talent, an innate ability. Child, maybe I heard it wrong. Professor McGonagall seemed to not believe that Eris would ask such a question, and asked for confirmation. You just asked, the nature of magic. Yes, Professor. Eris nodded affirmatively. I just found out yesterday that I'm a wizard, so I'm a little curious about magic. His expression was very serious, and there was no trace of joking in the look he gave McGonagall. This forced Professor McGonagall to take it seriously. Listen, kid, you're still young. She frowned slightly, with a look of earnest advice. After you go to school and learn how to control your magic power and truly understand the power of magic, it won't be too late to study such profound questions as the nature of magic. There's really no need to think so much right now, don't you think? In her opinion, it was not a good thing for a little wizard who had not yet attended school to be exposed to such profound issues too early. Especially when Eris was still very ignorant about magic. In the process of studying such profound issues, it is inevitable to encounter setbacks, which will undermine the self-confidence of the young wizard. Therefore, even if she knew the answer to this question, she probably wouldn't answer it at this time. Yes, if she knew the answer to this question. However, she expressed great satisfaction with Eris's eagerness to learn. Unlike some of the daredevils in her Gryffindor house, who spent every day thinking about how to make trouble and break school rules. I feel. Hearing this, Eris lowered his head and was silent for a moment, as if thinking about what Professor McGonagall meant. When he raised his head again, he saw the witch, who usually looked serious, looking at him with relief and a hint of nervousness. Perhaps, it's time for the other little wizards to back off. But, Eris doesn't. Because the system reward has not been received yet. Professor, you don't know that, do you? Of course I. Professor McGonagall subconsciously wanted to refute, but found that he didn't know how to start. The study of the nature of magic is the lifelong pursuit of many famous wizards, but no one has ever dared to say that they truly understand it. But she was just an ordinary professor at Hogwarts. Even if she knew some information, she could only understand the basics. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she really didn't know how to explain it to the little boy in front of her. Should I just admit that I don't know the answer? Then how can she have any dignity in front of the little guy in the future? Is my question too complicated and stumped the professor? There was no other emotion on Eris' face, and anyone who saw it would only think it was a very innocent inquiry. But to Professor McGonagall, these words were so harsh and even had a hint of irony. But there was nothing he could do but keep a straight face and remain silent. Sensing Professor McGonagall's change of mood, Xianyou's expression changed slightly. He put his hand to his forehead and couldn't help but groan in his heart. Is Eris this guy just young and ignorant, or is he doing it on purpose? Questioning a professor so directly. Does he still want to go to Hogwarts in the future? You know, Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. If she is really upset, it is not impossible that Eris' admission will be cancelled. Professor McGonagall, please don't be angry. I can assure you that Eris didn't mean any offense, right? Xianyou quickly tried to smooth things over and winked at Eris. Professor McGonagall had mixed feelings, and felt a tightness in his chest. Eris seemed to understand and nodded quickly. I didn't mean to offend you, I just wanted an answer. After he finished speaking, he added in a low voice, if the professor can't answer it, I can give you some time and tell me the answer when you get to school. Eris. Xianyou felt very tired. He looked at the boy speechlessly and made a gesture to shut up. That's enough. Professor McGonagall suddenly looked serious, looked at Eris seriously and said, Kid, being studious is a good thing, this is not your fault. But you shouldn't be so rude to question a school professor. I told you that this question is too profound and not something you should be thinking about at your age. If you really want to know, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer after you enter school. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall reached out and gently patted Eris' shoulder with a serious look on his face. Really? Eris' eyes lit up. Of course, it's true. Professor McGonagall tilted her head, her eyes suddenly evasive. Looking at the curiosity and shining eyes of Eris, she suddenly felt a little guilty. She knew very well that the answer to this question would not be found in a short period of time, and she knew that she was just being perfunctory with the child in front of her. But at this time, in order to maintain his dignity as a professor, Professor McGonagall had no choice but to make the promise. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to end the current situation. Forget it. At worst, I can go back and ask Headmaster Dumbledore for advice. She thought so. Dumbledore should know more than me, right? If it really doesn't work, there are so many books in the school library. There must be a book in there that contains information about the nature of magic. Well, maybe. Professor, I have another question. Just as Professor McGonagall was lost in thought, Eris' voice rang out again. This voice made her heart tighten again. P.S. Please give me flowers and comments, all the data. The new book is about to start. I solemnly swear, I will definitely bring you wonderful plots. Chapter 11. Welcome to Diagon Alley. All right, Eris. Professor McGonagall decisively interrupted the boy and said with an embarrassed look. Today's time is limited. If you have any questions about academics, you can ask them when you come to school. She didn't give Eris a chance to ask more questions. Now let me briefly explain the admissions process to you. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall quickly drew out his wand and waved it gently. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts flew out from somewhere and landed in Professor McGonagall's hands. Eris, given your special status, if you need help buying school supplies before school starts, I'd be happy to help. Professor McGonagall, you don't need to bother with this. We can just go with Eris. Little Luna's ethereal voice suddenly sounded, her tone full of eagerness to try. Obviously, she had long wanted to go to Diagon Alley to experience the feeling of school shopping, because she still had to wait a year before she could go to Hogwarts. She also felt a little sorry that Professor McGonagall could not answer Eris's question. But she always felt that some things would be known naturally when the time came, so she was not so persistent. Yes, Professor McGonagall, leave it to us. Xianyo also echoed from the side. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. Just now, he was really afraid that Professor McGonagall would lose his temper and give Eris a good beating on the spot. If that happens, things will not end well. Fortunately, the professors at Hogwarts are as good as their reputation and are very tolerant of students. Well, then, what's next? Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, and then carefully instructed Eris on some preparations that needed to be made before school started. It was as if nothing had happened before, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became harmonious. Eris always had a smile on his face. This smile was not perfunctory, but really happy. Because, just now, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host, the question you raised successfully stumped a professor, and you have obtained 300 academic points. He had never thought before that the daily 3-question task could be played in this way. The question was not answered, but more points were given. This was definitely a bonus. Most importantly, the question he just raised did not disappear because it did not get an answer, but instead became a long-term task. In other words, once this task is completed, he can get another reward. The reward mechanism of this system is really too capricious. Eris's current mood cannot be described as good, it can only be described as very good. This operation is simply like a bug. If this is the case, you can get double the reward for the 3 questions every day as long as you operate properly. That's double the joy. This feeling is simply too happy. Outdoors. Before Professor McGonagall left, he took Zeno aside and asked him some more questions. Eris didn't go over, but he roughly knew what the two talked about. It's just some more detailed information about him. Professor McGonagall should have asked Eris these questions directly, but perhaps considering some other issues. For example, the little boy asked some difficult questions again. Eris could sense that this Hogwarts professor was somewhat, well, how should I put it? He seemed nervous. About 10 minutes later, accompanied by a slight crackling sound, Xianyo walked in from outside the house. Eris knew that Professor McGonagall should have left. So, we're going out today. Zeno looked at Eris and said with a smile, right? Our little wizard. We can't just walk to Diagon Alley. Come on. Having said that, Xianyo did not make any further preparations and walked directly towards the fireplace in the center of the living room. In the wizarding world, the most convenient way to travel is the flow network. As long as you enter the fireplace and think about where you want to go, you can reach your destination quickly. Luna explained to Eris. Eris nodded slightly to show that he understood. He naturally knew the functions of the flow network and the fireplace, otherwise all the movies and novels he watched in his previous life would have been in vain. Come on Eris, remember the key points, and be sure to clearly state the destination you want to go to. Xianyo looked at Luna and nodded in a gesture. I think Luna can show you a demonstration. Little Luna smiled faintly, then grabbed a handful of flow powder from the small bowl next to the fireplace. Diagon Alley. With a flash of green fire, Luna disappeared into the fireplace. Do you understand? Xianyo turned to look at Eris. Yeah. Eris nodded. Then give it a try. Xianyo was still a little worried, and reminded him again, don't be nervous, and be sure to clearly say the name of the place you want to go. Eris nodded again, then stepped into the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flow powder. He naturally knew the consequences of not stating the name clearly, because he clearly remembered that when watching a movie in his previous life, little Harry was nervous and did not state the name clearly, which resulted in him disappearing from the fireplace and appearing directly in Diagon Alley. There may even be more serious consequences. Eris didn't want to show up in a strange wizard's house for no apparent reason. Diagon Alley. Eris calmly uttered 3 words and sprinkled flow powder on the soles of his feet. Then, a ball of green flame rose up. Then he felt his body moving quickly through a dark and narrow passage. Glowing fireplaces kept appearing around him. They were all exits connected to the flow network. However, he had obviously not reached his destination yet, because those exits flashed and disappeared in an instant. Until a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him, and he felt his body weightless and he was back on solid ground. Come out quickly, there are people coming out from behind. The familiar voice of little Luna sounded in my ears. Then he felt a small hand grabbing him and pulling him out of the fireplace. It was only then that Eris reacted. He had arrived at his destination. It was my first time using the flow network to travel, and it felt amazing. Eris savored it for a long time. This is the magical world. To Eris, everything is so new. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Little Luna stood in front of Eris with a smile on her face. The bustling noise flooded into Eris' ears, and a street filled with magical atmosphere appeared before his eyes. Owls kept flying overhead, and wizards and witches in robes kept walking up and down the street, some with pets standing on their shoulders. Many wizards were selling all kinds of magic gadgets and magic snacks that Eris had never seen before on the streets, such as desserts that looked very much like small pumpkin lanterns. There are all kinds of magical shops on both sides of the street. Various magical products or magical creatures are displayed in the huge transparent windows. There were also some magic props placed at the door of the store for the wizards passing by to choose from. Eris heard 2 wizards discussing the maintenance and cleaning methods of the crucible in front of the magic crucible shop next door. Everything in front of me is so new. A brand new world, the world that Eris had once imagined, appeared before him. Eris smiled and spoke softly. Nice to meet you. Magic world, here I come. Chapter 12 Gringotts, it seems we have been treated as imposters. How do you feel, little guy? Xianyo's voice rang out from behind. Fortunately, you didn't run to someone else's house, otherwise it would be troublesome. It feels great. Eris smiled, a happy smile on his face. It was my first time traveling in a magical way, and this new experience was amazing. Clean it up. Zeno drew his wand and cast a cleansing spell on all 3 of them. The only downside to using a fireplace to travel is that every time you come out you'll get some ash on your body. This is when a skilled cleansing spell comes in handy. Magic is so convenient. Eris looked at the clothes that had become clean again and said sincerely, "Let's go, we have a lot to buy today." Zeno led the way, calling out to Eris and Luna. Although asking this may seem a little silly to you, but... Eris naturally held Luna's hand to prevent the crowded crowd from separating them, and said at the same time, "I don't think I have the money to buy those school supplies now." "Kid, you underestimate your family." Xianyo winked at Eris mysteriously. "As the heir of the Shafik family, you must have inherited a large amount of assets." Luna did not break free from Eris's hand and followed the boy naturally. "I know, but..." Eris frowned slightly. "How can I prove my identity?" He knew that there would be no problem with the identity assigned to him by the system. However, as far as he knew, going to Gringotts to withdraw money required providing a key or something to prove one's identity. For example, Harry Potter has a key to the vault. Even a few years later, when Hermione disguised herself as the notorious Death Eater Bella Black to sneak into Gringotts, she was asked to show her wand to verify her identity, although it was most likely a conspiracy. But according to common sense, those greedy goblins in Gringotts would never hand over the glittering gold coins to an unidentified person. "Don't worry." Xianyo patted Eris's shoulder comfortingly and said, "They will naturally find a way to prove your identity." Hearing this, Eris didn't say anything. However, a hint of curiosity arose in my heart. He searched his mind's memories of watching movies and reading novels in his previous life, and there didn't seem to be any mention of other ways to prove the customer's identity. But soon, he felt relieved. After all, this is not a movie or a novel, but a whole magical world. There are many rules that are not mentioned in the movies and books, waiting for him to explore. Soon, the three of them walked through the crowd and came to a magnificent white building with slightly crooked doorposts. The building has 3 floors in total. Above the door is a carved Gringotts sign. There are also ancient-looking texts engraved on the door. The whole building is located in the middle of a 3-way intersection in Diagon Alley. Coupled with the white architectural style, it is very eye-catching. "We're here." Zeno looked up at the building in front of him, a smile appearing on his face. "Eris, do you know what the words engraved on this door mean?" Eris focused his attention on the door and looked at it carefully. The meaning of these words naturally emerged in my mind. "Come in, stranger, but you must be aware of the consequences of your greed. You will be punished most severely if you only take what you want without earning it. So if you seek to take from our vault a portion of the wealth that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of the consequences that may come instead of treasure." Luna's light voice came from the side, reading the words on the gate. "That's right." Xianyo looked at Luna with satisfaction, then turned to look at Eris. "What do you feel after reading this?" Eris curled her lips slightly, her tone somewhat nonchalant. "It looks like these goblins have already regarded the wealth in the underground vault as their own. Speaking of greed, perhaps they are the greediest creatures in the world." "Yes, I think so too." Xianyo nodded in agreement. "Remember, never underestimate the goblins' obsession with money, otherwise they will definitely strip you of all your wealth. It looks like this trip won't be smooth." Eris muttered softly. Given the goblin's temperament, if he cannot voluntarily show his identity proof, it would be difficult for him to obtain the property left by the Shafik family in Gringotts. "Don't worry." Xianyo comforted him. Although the fairies are greedy, they dare not ignore the power of the contract. Contract. A hint of doubt rose in Eris's heart again. Xianyo didn't explain any more and took the two of them directly into the white building. "Welcome." As soon as they entered Gringotts, a thin goblin came up to them, his eyes wandering between Xianyo and the others. "Excuse me, who wants to handle the business?" Zeno pulled Eris to his side and patted his shoulder. "Mr. Shafik wants to open the vault and take some gold coins." "Shafik?" The thin goblin's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Eris with some suspicion. "Of course, you may not be able to make the decision on this matter, so please ask your goblin supervisor to come out. Xianyo talked to the skinny goblin calmly, his tone calm. Eris and Luna didn't say anything, just looked around the hall curiously. There are many goblins in Gringotts, and they are all standing behind the counters on both sides of the hall. When Zeno said Mr. Shafik, almost all the fairies who heard the voice nearby looked over with inexplicable expressions in their eyes. Of course, if you're sure. The skinny fairy looked at Eris meaningfully. Of course I can meet your requirements. Having said that, the skinny goblin turned around and walked towards the innermost part of the hall. Zeno gestured to Eris and Luna, then followed the fairy. Their eyes are weird. Luna whispered in Eris' ear. Perhaps, we are considered as liars. Eris shrugged thoughtfully. It seems that what you said before coming in was right. This trip may not be smooth. Luna's face was still calm and her emotions could not be seen. Eris shook his head and said nothing more. Both of them looked towards the innermost part of the hall. There, the skinny goblin said something in the ear of a goblin who looked very old and wore reading glasses. Then, the old fairy looked towards Eris, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. The pair of reading glasses flashed a strange light under the light. Chapter 13 Blood Contract. Are you Mr. Shafik? The old goblin looked at Eris and spoke slowly and seriously. Yes. Eris nodded and said lightly, Eris Shafik. As far as I know, members of the Shafik family have not appeared in the wizarding world for a long time. The old wizard leaned over from behind the counter and stared straight at Eris, his tone revealing a hint of sharpness. So, can you prove your identity? As far as I know, Gringotts should have a way to prove his identity, for example, a blood contract. Xianyo's voice sounded at the right time, continuing the old goblin's words. Of course, some wizard families with noble bloodlines have signed special inheritance contracts in Gringotts. I just thought that if there is a simpler method, it would be great. The old goblin turned his gaze to Xianyo and said in the same slow tone, after all, if a blood test is conducted and it is found that this child is not a descendant of the Shafik family, then the nature of the situation will be completely different. There was a hint of threat in the old goblin's words. Of course I know the consequences. Xianyo's tone became a little stiff, but I am sure that this child is the descendant of the Shafik family. Perhaps, he is the only heir of the Shafik family. If there is no doubt, I think you should arrange a blood test as soon as possible, right? Xianyo had no intention of continuing to argue with the old goblin, so he spoke directly. So, what about you, Mr. Shafik? Seeing that Zeno was firm in his attitude, the old goblin turned his gaze to Eris. Perhaps, he felt that Eris was just a child, and it would be easier to handle him at this time. However, the facts disappointed him. Eris remained calm from beginning to end, without any of the nervousness or awkwardness that an 11-year-old boy would have when he was in trouble. What Mr. Lovegood means is what I mean. He smiled, looking at the old goblin. Of course, I can meet your requirements. A hint of disappointment flashed in the old goblin's eyes, but he quickly changed his tone. However, I still need to remind you that once the results of the blood test show that Mr. Shafik's blood is not in compliance, the Ministry of Magic may send you to Azkaban. The crime of coveting the property of the Holy Wizard bloodline family is not an ordinary punishment. You'd better know this. When the old wizard said the words Mr. Shafik, he deliberately emphasized the tone. By the end, his tone had become extremely stern. That's enough, stop wasting time. Xianyo looked at the old goblin meaningfully, with a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. From the very beginning, these fairies may not have believed that Eris was really a member of the Shafik family, so they made things so difficult for him. Xianyo had already noticed this. But even a clay man can get angry, especially in front of children. Xianyo felt very embarrassed. The anger inside me began to rise unconsciously. The old goblin closed the book in front of him that looked like an account book and looked at Xianyo deeply. He turned and walked down the counter, and a faint voice came immediately. "In that case, follow me." Having said that, he walked towards the inner part of the hall. Because of his short stature, his steps seemed particularly tight. Zeno nodded towards Eris. Then, the three of them followed the old goblin. Behind them, many fairies saw the tit-for-tat scene between the few people before. After Eris and the others left, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the hall. "Did you hear that? How dare that kid say he's a descendant of the Shafik family? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Shafik family has been gone for almost half a century. How could a descendant suddenly appear? I think the magical law enforcement team will be here soon to take them away. You damn liar and thief, wanting to steal the goblin's wealth is simply wishful thinking." Waves of sound spread throughout the hall. Soon, the news that there was a little boy pretending to be a descendant of the Shafik family and trying to defraud the Shafik family's wealth in Gringotts spread like wings out of Gringotts and to the outside world. This news, which has not yet been finalized, has still attracted a lot of attention. All this is because the wealth represented by the surname Shafik is so coveted. On the second floor of Gringotts, in a small reception room, a gorgeous lamp hangs in the center of the reception room, with floating candlesticks and exquisite crystal pendants hanging down. Gringotts is indeed a bank opened by goblins. Not only is the exterior the most gorgeous building in the entire Diagon Alley, the decorations inside also live up to its name and are equally gorgeous. Perhaps this is also related to the characteristics of the fairy race. Their obsession with gorgeous jewel ornaments is no less than that of dragons. Sorry for the long wait, the test results will be out soon. Not long after, Eris and others who were waiting in the reception room saw the old goblin walk in holding a peculiarly shaped golden totem. The totem looked like an ancient book supported by stone pillars carved with blood veins, standing on a high platform. At first glance, it looks like holding a square trophy. This is the blood contract totem. It records the information of all the families that have signed a blood inheritance contract with Gringotts. As long as the boy's blood matches that of any of these families, and he is the only remaining bloodline of that family in the world, he can successfully open one of Gringotts' underground vaults and obtain the right of inheritance. The old fairy looked at Eris with deep eyes and reminded him one last time, "If in the end, you fail to arouse the reaction of the blood totem, I promise that the consequences will not be what you want to bear." As he spoke, the old goblin carefully handed the golden totem to Eris. "Come on, drop a drop of blood on it." Until this moment, the old goblin still had a look of disdain on his face, and it was obvious that he still did not believe Eris's identity. Eris glanced at Zeno. At this time, Zeno was obviously a little nervous. Although he was 90% sure that Eris must be from the Shafik family. But at this time, if something happens, the consequences will definitely be very troublesome. Even if he and Eris were not sent to Azkaban, they would probably be detained by the Ministry of Magic law enforcement team for a long time, and even tortured severely. Because the crime of coveting the wealth of the Holy Wizard family is definitely not a small one. Those members of the Holy Family who hold real power in the Ministry of Magic would definitely not mind giving them a hard time. "Go ahead." Zeno patted Eris's shoulder and let out a breath. At this point, there was no way they could retreat, otherwise they would be captured by the magical law enforcement team immediately. Compared to Zeno's nervousness, Eris remained calm from beginning to end. Because he always believes in the power of the system. As Eris dripped a drop of blood onto the golden totem, a strange scene occurred. The golden totem suddenly emitted a golden light, which gradually condensed into the pinion of a family's surname. Soon after, more and more characters appeared, and finally a contract outlined by golden light appeared. This is... The old goblin was shocked when he saw this scene, and he became dazed. Chapter 14: The Highest Level of Inheritance Authority. "I think you have nothing to say now." A smile appeared on Zeno's face, and all the previous nervousness and uneasiness disappeared at this moment. He naturally knew what was going on from the reaction of the blood totem in front of him. The bloodline contract has reappeared, which means that Eris's bloodline is the purest Shafik family bloodline. He is fully qualified to inherit the wealth of the entire Shafik family. Congratulations, Eris, you're going to be very rich soon. At the side, a smile also appeared on Luna's face. She had no specific idea of how much property the Shafik family owned, but she thought it was a considerable amount of assets. Eris was sincerely happy that she was able to pass the blood test. This is a contract reproduction of the highest standard. The old goblin was still in a daze, muttering to himself. He stepped forward cautiously and carefully examined the text of the contract outlined in golden light inside the contract totem. The purest bloodline of the Shafik family, the highest inheritance authority. There are actually direct descendants of the Shafik family in this world. How is this possible? Suddenly, the old goblin turned his head sharply and looked at Eris. Where on earth did you come from? The Shafik family has disappeared for nearly half a century. Why do you suddenly appear now? This doesn't make sense. It must be some kind of conspiracy. The old goblin was so excited that he couldn't help but step forward and wanted to grab Eris' shoulders. But Xianyo would definitely not let him do that, and he moved in front of Eris. Bob Lord, you better know what you're doing. Xianyo said in a low voice with a serious expression, Eris is now your most important customer of Gringotts. Do you still want to do something to him? No, 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 of course not. The old goblin, who was excited for a moment, quickly calmed down and slowly retreated. The information revealed by the blood contract is enough to prove Eris's identity. Moreover, just as the contract came out, the inheritance procedure was completed. Now, Eris is the only legal heir to the Shafik family wealth. As an employee of Gringotts, Bob Rhodes would never dare to offend such a big client. As for ignoring the blood contract and the spirit of the contract, Bob Rod would not dare to do that. That is the foundation of Gringotts in the wizarding world. Without the spirit of contract, Gringotts will no longer be able to gain the trust of wizards and naturally will not be able to survive. Although he is old, his mind is not muddled yet. Dear guest, please follow me. I will bring people to open the door of the vault for you. Although there was still some reluctance in the old goblin's eyes, he could only bow respectfully to Eris, and then left the reception room with a few people. Several people walked out of the reception room and returned to the hall. Then, Bob Rod waved to one side of the hall, and a goblin with a very long nose came over. Grip Hook, come with me and open the treasury of the Shafik family for this most distinguished customer. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall of Gringotts suddenly fell silent. Then, countless pairs of eyes turned to Eris. Eris glanced calmly around the hall, smiled and nodded. He is really the heir of the Shafik family. The blood test passed. How is this possible? What is Bob Lord doing? Has he also been deceived by the nasty liar? The descendants of the Shafik family reappeared in the world. This is too bizarre. There must be something wrong. Noisy discussions soon arose. The fairies sitting behind the counters on both sides of the hall usually looked arrogant and cold, but at this moment, they were all in an uproar. Only they know the extent of the wealth stored by the Shafik family in Gringotts. That is definitely a huge asset that a family can't squander in an entire century. Not only that, even now, the Shafik family's industries are still creating wealth, a huge number every year. If it weren't for the extremely strict contractual restrictions, this huge fortune would have been divided up by countless covetous people many years ago. And now, the heir of the Shafik family has reappeared in the world, which is bound to attract the attention of the entire wizarding world. This is indeed the case. At this time, everything that happened in Gringotts, the news that a member of the Shafik family had reappeared in the world and inherited the entire Shafik family property, had spread like wildfire and spread outside. And it has attracted the attention of many people. Eris didn't care about the discussion of the fairies. He just looked at the goblin named Grip Hook, He was deeply impressed by this goblin because this goblin would have many contacts with Harry and the main characters in the future. "We are happy to serve you, distinguished guest." The goblin named Griphook bowed to Eris, then looked at Bobrod and walked straight towards a passage on the left side of the hall. There was the entrance to the underground vault of Gringotts Goblin Bank. After walking through the passage and entering the narrow stone corridor, Eris saw a small railway. He pulled the ring onto a cart parked nearby and then motioned for others to follow. "Let's go." Zeno held Eris' shoulders, then took Luna's hand and got on the cart together. As the cart started, a harsh creaking sound suddenly rang out. After the cart had traveled for some distance in the narrow stone corridor, it suddenly dived, and then the scenery in front suddenly changed. An underground lake with dark waves appeared in front of Eris and others. Unknown light sources flicker in this underground world. Above the head are numerous and huge stalactites and stalagmites. Drops of water continuously drip into the underground lake below. The whole space is filled with a wonderful sense of mystery. Dear guest, our journey may take some time, because the more important the vault is, the more stringent our defenses and the farther it is from the ground. Bobrod was explaining to Eris, and the whistling wind kept blowing past their ears, making it very difficult for them to hear the old goblin's words clearly. Eris kept complaining in his mind. "The riding experience of this cart is really terrible. Not only does it look shaky and unsafe, the whole process is like riding a roller coaster, which is so exciting that it is a bit unbearable." Little Luna held Eris's hands tightly, her face was a little pale, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Yes, although her personality is very ethereal and indifferent, but at this moment, anyone would inevitably have an instinctive fear. "It's okay, we'll be there soon," Eris said loudly in the little girl's ear. "There's no way. If I don't speak louder, I can't hear it clearly." Griphook stood at the front of the cart, holding a kerosene lamp. After passing a group of stalactites, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Everyone hold on tight, we'll be there soon after we pass the small waterfall ahead." Chapter 15, Merlin's Notes. As soon as Griphook finished speaking, everyone heard the sound of running water above their heads, followed by a bone-chilling chill. Everyone on the cart was drenched by the water from the waterfall. This is a cursed anti-thief waterfall that can wash away all disguises. It is one of the defense methods for important areas in the underground vault. Griphook then introduced himself. Zeno cursed under his breath, then quickly pulled out his wand and whispered a spell. The next second, Eris felt a warm current surging around his body. His body became warm again, and the clothes that were wet by the waterfall water were quickly drying. "Thank you, Uncle." Eris breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. He vowed secretly that he must learn the spell as soon as possible. Otherwise, next time he encounters this situation, he might freeze to death. This is a combination of a cleaning spell and a fire spell. The weather was too humid for a while, and Luna and I couldn't get our clothes dry, so I tried and figured out this spell. Although it's not very powerful, it's quite practical. Xianyo explained when he saw that Eris was very interested in the spell. "It's really practical," Eris praised sincerely. While the two were chatting, the cart quickly turned several corners and finally arrived in front of an underground vault that looked much more luxurious than an ordinary vault. "We're here. Underground Vault number 719, a luxurious vault belonging exclusively to the Shafik family." The cart slowly stopped, and Griphook was the first to get off the cart, holding a kerosene lamp and coming to the huge round security door of the vault. The huge arch, made of unknown material, looked extremely thick, with a dull matte surface, as if it was made of cast steel. But obviously, this is definitely not as simple as simply making steel. Because Eris could clearly feel that there was an extremely strong magical aura on this door, and it must have been blessed with various protective and safety spells. "Mr. Eris, I would like to trouble you to provide a drop of blood," Bobrod said respectfully to Eris. "Because the key to the vault has been lost, we can only use a special method to open this door, which involves unlocking the spell of blood magic, so we need your help. No problem. Eris nodded slightly. Seeing this, Griphook stepped forward and took a drop of blood from Eris' finger. Afterwards, the two fairies stood in front of the door of the vault, and their slender fingertips slowly moved across the mysterious patterns on the door, while they whispered unknown spells. At the same time, Eris's drop of blood was dripped onto the gate and was absorbed into the gate bit by bit. Soon, Eris heard a sound like a mechanism turning from inside the door. At the same time, a strange light emanated from the surface of the door. About half a minute later, the noise inside the door gradually stopped. Then, the ground shook slightly. The entire gate began to open slowly to both sides. Xianyo and Eris all widened their eyes and looked into the door curiously. Golden light shines from inside the gate. Eris saw the most spectacular scene since he was born. So many galleons. Luna couldn't help but blurt out. Xianyo looked at the vault filled with gold coins that almost took up the entire vault space, and couldn't help but gasp. The Shafik family's treasury is not small. It should be said that it is much larger than the treasuries of other wizard families. After all, this is the highest level underground vault in Gringotts, which not only represents the highest level of security, but also the highest level of area and value of the vault. The size of the vault is almost 10 times larger than an ordinary vault. But even such a large vault was filled with gold galleons. The visual impact was shocking. I'm afraid I've never seen so many gold coins in my life. Xianyo took a deep breath and said this, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Although he is the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler magazine, his savings may not even be a fraction of the number of gold coins in this vault, which is really embarrassing. This amazing wealth actually belongs to a child. It is really touching and unbelievable. Mr. Eris, you may go in and get the galleons you need. Bob Rod bowed respectfully to Eris again and gave him a reminder. Yet. Eris nodded and walked into the vault. To be honest, Eris was also extremely uneasy at this moment. The glittering golden vault before him had a powerful impact on him. At this moment, he felt like he was dreaming, as if pie had fallen from the sky and he suddenly possessed such terrifying wealth and assets. If it were someone else, they would probably faint from excitement. But Eris had been mentally prepared, so he remained calm and did not make a fool of himself. He did not go to get the gold coins immediately. After entering the vault, he looked around first. Gold galleons are just the most common items in this vault. There are also many luxury goods and magical products that look extremely precious. These include gorgeous crowns, luxurious necklaces made of priceless jewels, and some magical props exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Eris simply couldn't understand the function and value of these things. After a moment, his eyes rested on a wooden box. In this magnificent vault, the wooden box is very inconspicuous and it is not worthy of being in this vault. But it was precisely because of this that Eris became interested. He walked to the wooden box and hesitated. The sudden appearance of such an ordinary wooden box in this extremely tightly guarded vault is not an ordinary thing at all. He was worried that the wooden box might have been cast with some spell that he couldn't understand. If the spell is triggered, what will happen? He probably doesn't even have a place to reason. However, on second thought, since this wooden box can be placed in the vault, it should be safe. After all, only the descendants of the Shafik family can enter here. The elders of the family shouldn't be so bad as to harm even their own descendants, right? Eris gritted his teeth, no longer hesitated, reached out to take the wooden box, and slowly opened it. Sure enough, after the wooden box was opened, no evil curse was triggered. A very old thread-bound ancient book was lying quietly inside. Compared with the gold galleons filling the vault, this ancient book was still inconspicuous, but it aroused Eris' great interest. A book? Eris murmured curiously, and couldn't help but take the thread-bound ancient book in his hands. Merlin's Notes. After seeing the words on the cover of the ancient book clearly, the boy's heart was shocked. This seemingly inconspicuous book is actually the handwritten notes of Merlin, the ancient god of magic? This is too exaggerated. Could it be fake? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Eris's mind. But in the end, he still solemnly and carefully placed the ancient book in his arms. Regardless of whether this note is true or not, he needs to take a good look at it. The value of this ancient book can be imagined as it can be placed in the Shafik family vault with such a high security level. Maybe the content of this book is really related to Merlin. First, I merged Merlin's talent card from the system, and now I got an ancient book similar to Merlin's notes. This is all just too much of a coincidence. Thinking of this, Eris' heart couldn't help but become hot. Chapter 16: Luna's unique taste in clothing. Soon, Eris took out some more gold galleons and walked out of the vault. Those gold galleons were put in a cloth bag, and it was estimated that there were probably thousands of them. However, compared with the vault filled with gold galleons, these are probably not even a drop in the bucket. Eris now truly understands what it means that money is just a number. With so many gold galleons, even if he did nothing in his life and lived a luxurious life every day, he would never be able to squander them all. The amount of money has no meaning to him. How does it feel to be a rich man? As soon as Luna walked out of the vault door, she winked at Eris and asked in the same casual and ethereal tone. To be honest, I don't feel anything. Eris smiled and added, but I don't have to worry about money anymore. Come to think of it, it's a good thing. The two smiled at each other and did not continue the topic. On the side, Xianyo saw Eris's expression and nodded slightly. He had previously worried that Eris might lose himself because of this sudden wealth. Now it seems that he was thinking too much. The boy in front of me cannot be viewed with common sense. In fact, he is much calmer and more outstanding than many adult wizards. Now that we have the money, let's not waste time and go buy the things we need for school. Xianyo said, we have already wasted too much time. As he said this, he glanced at the two goblins inconspicuously. Seeing Xianyo's meaningful eyes, Griphook was fine, but Bobrod lowered his head silently. Obviously, he still felt a little bit scared about the previous incident that had made things difficult for Eris. The group got back on the cart and returned to the main hall of Gringotts along the same route. After going through the normal procedures, Eris got a vault key from the fairy again. Next time he comes to the vault, he won't have to bleed to open it. Walking out of Gringotts, Eris felt as if he was in another world. In a short period of time, he went from having nothing to becoming one of the richest men in the wizarding world. This feeling was truly amazing. It's very unreal and feels like a dream. Let's go. I'll buy you some teaching supplies you'll need for school, like a crucible, a quill, etc. Xianyo skillfully arranged the next plan. As for the two of you, you can go to Madame Malkin's robe shop and pick out some clothes suitable for wearing to school. Then, we will meet at Ollivander's wand shop to choose a wand for Eris. This is the most important thing. You two little ones, any other suggestions? Eris and Luna looked at each other and shook their heads. In that case, let's take action. As he spoke, Zeno pushed his way through the crowd and headed towards a shop selling cauldrons and potion ingredients. Let's go too. Eris naturally took Luna's hand. While the other party was still a little confused, he had already pulled the girl into Madame Malkin's robe store nearby. In the next half hour, Luna carefully selected several sets of clothes for Eris, including the Hogwarts standard robes and matching lingerie. It has to be said that little Luna's taste in choosing clothes is extremely unique, which left Eris a little dumbfounded. Luna, I think this black robe with the floral lining looks pretty good, what do you think, Eris? Eris, yeah, it's nice, but I'd probably go with this black and white blouse. Luna. This bright red robe is also nice, it sets off your long silver hair perfectly. Eris, Luna, I think dark red would be better. Luna, what about this? Blue pants with a purple top. You can wear it on ordinary days. Eris, isn't that a bit too fancy? Although she was rejected by Eris many times, Luna was still very interested and carefully selected the boys around her with a nonchalant tone and actions. If we ignore the girl's aesthetic taste, Eris should be very touched by this patience. On the side, Madame Moken, who had been watching the two of them choosing, was very diligent. She would only cover her mouth and chuckle when she really couldn't help it. Nor did he disturb the happy time that the two golden boy and girl were spending together. However, after a long time, Eris finally couldn't help it. After hurriedly putting together a few sets of clothes, she pulled the still excited Luna out of Madame Malkin's store. The figure, viewed from behind, looked somewhat disheveled. When the two walked out of the store, Eris was sure that he heard Madame Malkin's cheerful laughter. This also gave him a new understanding of Luna's fashion sense. "Let's go, it's time to go to Ollivander's wand shop." Luna was obviously in a good mood, and she walked with a brisk and cheerful pace. "Well, let's go. Uncle Zeno should be waiting for us." Eris raised his head and looked forward. The wand shop was not far from Madame Malkin's robe shop. The shop sign was very old and had a strong sense of age, making it very easy to recognize. "Wait, I think I saw my father." At this time, Luna turned her head and looked in another direction. Hearing this, Eris turned around and saw a lot of people gathered in front of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. There were also faint cheers coming through the street to their ears. "It seems like there's an event going on there." Eris also became interested. He saw Xianyo standing in the crowd outside Flourish and Blott's bookstore, watching the excitement with interest. "Father is so unreliable. We agreed to meet at Ollivander's." Luna seemed a little dissatisfied and curled her lips slightly. The girl rarely shows such an expression. Most of the time, she looks calm and composed. She only behaves like this occasionally in front of her family. Eris smiled, took the girl's hand and walked towards Flourish and Blott's bookstore. "Don't worry, let's go and see the excitement." The two of them quickly came to the outside of the crowd, and shouts from inside were heard immediately. Flourish and Blott's bookstore is holding a back-to-school promotion. As long as you have the ability, you can get free teaching materials from the bookstore, and you can also get more surprise rewards. "Little wizards, come and show your skills." A staff member of the bookstore stood on a makeshift small stage, shouting hard at the wizards passing by. In the activity area next to the stage, some little wizards were already taking on challenges. There were many onlookers around, and cheers could be heard from time to time. Eris stood on tiptoe and looked into the crowd, and unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. It was a girl with long, wavy brown hair in a fluffy style. Her clothes were different from the common clothes in the wizarding world and more like those in the Muggle world. When he saw the girl, a name naturally appeared in Eris's mind. Hermione Granger. Chapter 17 Shorthand Challenge, Miss Know-It-All. As expected, Eris really didn't expect that he would meet one of the future protagonists of this world today. The legendary Miss Know-It-All. At this time, Hermione Granger was challenging the event project of Flourish and Blott's. Recite an article of more than 1,000 words in 10 minutes. As long as you succeed, you can get a set of free teaching materials provided by Flourish and Blott's bookstore. This challenge is very difficult. To recite 1,000 words in 10 minutes without making any mistakes, perhaps only a gifted student can do it. It is estimated that Flourish and Blott's bookstore originally just used this as a gimmick to increase its own popularity. I guess even they didn't expect that the event would be so successful that someone would actually come to challenge it. Hermione Granger was known as Miss Know-It-All at Hogwarts. She was a top student at school, and at the entrance ceremony, she was selected into Gryffindor House, which was enough to prove that she was very keen on challenging things. So it's not surprising that she appears here at this time. "This event seems interesting, Eris, why don't you join us?" Luna's voice came to my ear. Eris glanced at Miss Know-It-All surrounded by the crowd and smiled thoughtfully. "It's really interesting, and if you pass the challenge, you can get the whole set of teaching materials. It sounds like a great deal. Do you really want to try it? Xianyo had already come to the two of them at this time with a smile on his face. In his opinion, this challenge was obviously too difficult for an 11-year-old child. But if Eris is really willing to take the challenge, he will definitely agree with it. It doesn't matter if you fail the challenge. I won't laugh at you. Luna winked at Eris. Who said I would fail? Eris smiled and said confidently, I just think that this difficulty is still too low. Luna, do you want to have some fun with them? The girl's eyes lit up. Do you want to increase the difficulty? Smart Luna guessed Eris's thoughts instantly. Why not? Eris also winked at the girl. Then, he walked towards the activity area. At this moment, a louder cheer suddenly came from the front. Oh my god, such an amazing memory, I can't believe a little girl can achieve this level. Without any spells, relying only on my memory, in just 10 minutes, it's simply genius. Today we will all remember a name, that is Hermione Granger. She successfully completed the challenge event of Flourish and Blot's bookstore and will receive a generous reward. Amazing ability, even more magical than magic. In just 10 minutes, I memorized an article of more than 1,300 characters. It's amazing. Eris looked ahead and saw Hermione standing up from the crowd with a bright yet somewhat shy smile on her face. Apparently, she had just completed the challenge at Flourish and Blot's. Among ordinary people, this is already very impressive, and she is worthy of being called Miss Know-It-All. The reputation of being a top student is well deserved. Soon, a clerk from Flourish and Blot's bookstore came up to the girl and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Miss Hermione Granger. You will receive a complete set of Hogwarts textbooks from Flourish and Blot's bookstore. If you have already purchased the textbooks in advance, we can also exchange them for other books of equal value." Thank you. Miss Know-It-All was obviously a little excited, with a lovely blush on her face. Just as Eris was standing aside and watching the show with great interest, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Sir, do you also want to participate in the challenge?" Eris turned around and saw another clerk from Flourish and Blot's standing behind him. Of course, if possible. Eris nodded politely. In fact, he had not originally thought about taking the limelight, but since Luna wanted him to participate, it would be okay to just play around. With the photographic memory and super speed reading talents rewarded by the system, it would be no problem to memorize 1,000 words in 10 minutes, let alone an entire book. As long as the book can be read in 10 minutes. Of course, I'm sure you already know the rules. Very clear. Then I'll arrange it for you right away. Wait. Eris stopped the clerk who was about to prepare, and said with a smile, "Actually, I think your difficulty is a bit low." What? The clerk looked a little confused, not knowing whether he didn't hear clearly or was not sure. What I mean is, if I take the initiative to increase the difficulty, can I increase the reward appropriately as well? Eris still had a smile on his face. This time, the clerk finally reacted. How difficult would you like to raise the difficulty? How about 10 minutes to memorize a book? Eris casually picked up a book from the table beside him. It was not too thin, but not too thick either, and could be read within 10 minutes at least. He waved it at the clerk. In 10 minutes, you have to memorize a book. The clerk was obviously shocked, or perhaps he didn't expect Eris to do such a thing, and his face was very interesting. At the same time, the onlookers around also noticed the movement here. Even Hermione Granger, who was about to collect her reward, stopped and looked towards Eris. "Sir, you are joking." The clerk looked at Eris with some embarrassment and kindly reminded him, "If you are really that confident, I suggest you follow our rules. This way you have a better chance of getting a reward." Many people around laughed, thinking that Eris had been stimulated by something or was just a child playing around, and they didn't take it seriously at all. Memorizing a book in 10 minutes, considering the thickness of the book, it must contain at least 10,000 words. This is an absolutely impossible challenge. Perhaps, this little guy is expecting a miracle to happen. Little guy, I admire your courage, but it's a pity that this kind of thing can't be accomplished just by courage. Go home quickly. Ha ha ha. Doubts and even friendly teasing were heard from all around. No one believed that Eris could complete the challenge of memorizing a book in 10 minutes. He looked at the crowd around him who were watching the show, then looked at Luna in the crowd, and the smile on his face became even more intense. When he turned around and looked at the clerk again, his expression had become firm, and he said in a tone that could not be refused, "I want to give it a try, maybe, I can do it." "Of course, if you insist, but the reward..." The clerk was about to say that the reward would not change, but was interrupted by a voice before he could say it. "If you can complete this impossible challenge, you can choose any book from Flourish and Blots today, with no limit." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a goatee and a bowler hat, smiling at Eris. "Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to carry the books back yourself," the middle-aged man added. Seeing the man appear, the two clerks of Flourish and Blots bookstore saluted and called him manager. "This is the manager of Flourish and Blots bookstore." Eris silently looked at the middle-aged man with a goatee, curious in his heart. It seemed that in the Harry Potter series he had read in his previous life, whether it was the movies or the novels, there was no detailed introduction to the mysterious manager of Flourish and Blots bookstore. So, this is what he looks like. Please give me votes for the flowers, please. Chapter 18, The Mysterious Shafik Family. Thank you for your generosity, dear store manager. Eris nodded slightly to the middle-aged man, then continued with a smile, "Now that we have reached an agreement, I think the challenge can begin." "Of course, we can start anytime." The middle-aged store manager nodded to the two clerks from Flourish and Blots. Hearing that Eris was really going to challenge himself to recite a whole book within 10 minutes, the wizards watching around became interested and started discussing it in low voices with looks of watching a good show. Further away, more wizards heard the noise from here and were gathering here. The entrance of Blooms and Blots bookstore was already packed with people. "You have more courage than I do, good luck to you." Just as Eris sat down on the stool reserved for challengers, Hermione Granger, who had not left yet, spoke in a low voice with a look of wishing for the best on her face. Apparently, Miss Know-It-All didn't believe Eris could complete the challenge either. In fact, no one present thought Eris could do it. Otherwise, the manager of Bloomingdale's would never offer such a generous reward. He simply wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make the event better, get more people involved, and thereby increase the influence of the bookstore. In everyone's opinion, this is just a good show for fun. Even Zeno did not expect Eris to perform a miracle. Having this courage is already commendable. The result is not important. Zeno said this while holding Luna's shoulders to prevent the girl from being squeezed away by the crowd. Maybe he can do it. If there was anyone on the field who still believed in Eris, Luna might be the only one. She herself didn't know why she had such an idea. But her intuition told her that Eris would not make such a big fuss for no reason, and in her opinion, this boy was not the kind of person who liked to attract attention. In short, she has a blind confidence in boys. Up ahead, the voice of the manager of Flourish and Blots bookstore sounded again. "If you are ready, I will declare the timer begin." He will personally take part in this challenge and be responsible for supervising and hosting the entire process. Also, as a friendly reminder, our rule is that no magic or potions may be used during the event, including but not limited to memory enhancement spells, sobering potions, and felicity potions, etc. If you break the rules, we will cancel your qualification to participate in the challenge and all the results you have obtained. The middle-aged store manager solemnly reiterated the challenge rules to Eris. "Understood." Eris nodded. The store manager looked at him meaningfully, then took out a somewhat old book. This book was not the one Eris had picked up earlier, but a relatively obscure book that perhaps most people present had not read. The title of the book was The Mysterious Shafik Family. This is a family history book, which is rarely popular in the market. It is very likely that it is just the store manager's personal collection. Of course, the thickness of this book is about the same as the book Eris picked up earlier. In other words, the total number of words in the two books was similar, and he didn't mean to do anything tricky. His purpose might be to be on the safe side, fearing that Eris had memorized the previous book in advance. When Eris saw the book in the store manager's hand, his eyes moved slightly. Coincidence? Or intentional? The store manager actually picked out a book about the Shafik family for him to recite. "Are you ready?" Before Eris could think about it, the manager's voice sounded again. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart and nodded gently, "We can start anytime." "Then I declare." The middle-aged store manager placed The Mysterious Shafik Family in front of Eris, dragged out the words for a while, and then continued. "The ultimate challenge of the special promotion event of the back-to-school season at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Start now." As the store manager's voice fell, a beam of magical light shot out from his wand. A green light formed a 10-minute countdown above the challenge area. This also means that the challenge has officially begun. Eris glanced at the countdown above his head and nodded in admiration. Another interesting magic. This world is so interesting. The next second, he looked at the book in front of him and opened the first page. The glory of the past is engraved in the noble blood, and the name of Shafik will never fall. This book tells the long-standing heritage of the Shafik family, as well as many wonderful or shocking achievements. After reading just the beginning, Eris' attention was completely immersed in the book. He only had a vague understanding of the Shafik family, but he knew without thinking that to be one of the 28 sacred families, this family must have had its peak and glory in the past. This is the best opportunity for Eris to understand this family. Time passes by little by little. Eris turned the pages faster and faster. The talents of super speed reading and photographic memory were brought to their full potential at this moment. With Eris's full devotion, every word in the book seemed to come alive, jumping out of the book and being deeply engraved in his mind. The originally noisy crowd had become quiet without anyone noticing. Everyone subconsciously held their breath and did not disturb the boy who was concentrating on memorizing the book. The same is true for the middle-aged manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. The difference was that his eyes now flashed with a thoughtful look. Seems to be thinking about something. 5 minutes passed. Eris flipped through the book faster and faster. At this time, he was turning the pages of the book almost without any pause. He glanced at it and then turned to the next page. This scene left the surrounding wizards puzzled. Whispered discussions began to arise again. "What on earth is this kid doing? He's flipping through the pages so fast that I can't even see the words on the pages clearly. Is he really memorizing the contents? Perhaps, he just wants to end this challenge as soon as possible. As for the contents of the book, even if he reads it carefully, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to finish reading it all in just 10 minutes, let alone remember it. Just as expected, this challenge is a farce. The time is almost up. I hope the little guy can be strong enough to face his failure." As the surrounding wizards discussed, the countdown lit by magical light was drawing to a close. Hermione Granger glanced at Eris flipping through the book and shook her head slightly. She was sure that at the speed the boy was flipping through the book, he couldn't even see the words clearly, let alone remember them. The result was obvious and there was no suspense. Time's up. As the magic countdown light dissipated into the air, the middle-aged store manager's voice sounded again. At this moment, Eris just turned to the last page of the book. He raised his head, smiled and closed the book. Chapter 19. Another remarkable figure is about to emerge in the wizarding world. "Little guy, are you ready?" The middle-aged store manager looked at Eris and spoke with a smile. "Yeah." Eris rubbed his temple and nodded slightly. Well then, we are about to start the second part of the challenge. The store manager picked up the book The Mysterious Shafik Family on the table and opened the first page. Please start reciting. At this moment, the field became quiet again. The entire street seemed to have been paused, and everyone's eyes were focused on Eris. Except for the occasional faint noise coming from the end of the street farther away, there was no other sound. Eris closed his eyes slightly, and words kept emerging in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, a confident smile appeared on his face again. This book is about the history of the Shafik family, one of the 28 holy families. From dozens of centuries ago to the present, all the glory and achievements of the family are recorded in this book. Next, here is the main text: the glory of the past is engraved in the noble blood, and the name of Shafik will never fall. As Eris began to recite, the middle-aged store manager's expression became serious. He opened the book, his eyes wandering among the pages, comparing them carefully. The ancestors of the Shafik family came to Egypt in the 7th century with the Arab occupation of Egypt, and gradually developed and prospered here until the Ottoman Empire attacked Egypt in the 16th century. During the protracted war, a branch of the family went north to Britain, far away from the Ottoman Empire, and took root there. They began to take root in this land and multiply, another glorious chapter for the family. In the 1930s, Cantankerous Knot added it to the list when he compiled the Pure Blood list, and from then on, the family gradually reached another peak. As Eris recited, the entire street fell silent. The expressions of the surrounding wizards gradually became surprised, and the tense atmosphere even caused the surrounding space to begin to continuously generate waves of abnormal magical fluctuations, and the scene suddenly became extremely weird. 10 minutes later, the manager of Flourish and Blots, the middle-aged man with a goatee and a bowler hat, had already turned his eyes away from the books and instead stared blankly at the boy who was still reciting incessantly. They are the creators and maintainers of the Flow network. They are the recorders of wizarding history. They stand on the long river of time, traveling through time and space. Hermione Granger's mouth opened wide, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. In the crowd, Sienyo's expression had also become dull. Only Luna, still with a nonchalant smile, quietly looked at the boy in the middle of the crowd, who was surrounded by countless people but remained calm and composed, as if he was glowing. The seeds of worship quietly take root and sprout in my heart. They created the time magic that is called taboo by the wizarding world, and hit at the keynotes of every major historical event, observing the direction of history and maintaining the balance of the wizarding world. 15 minutes later, Eris' tone suddenly paused. Just when everyone thought that the recitation would end here and that this was the limit of the boy's memory, Eris slowly picked up the tea prepared for him by the bookstore clerk from the table next to him and took a sip. Then, he spoke again. The recitation continues. In the following time, the street in front of Flourish and Blot's bookstore has become Eris's personal show stage. He recited fluently and naturally without any pause. At this moment, no one questioned his ability to remember. Even if he stopped here, it would be enough to gain everyone's respect and admiration. From the beginning till now, Eris has memorized more than 5,000 words, far exceeding the challenge number set by Flourish and Blots at the beginning, and all of this was completed under the supervision of countless wizards throughout the street. There is absolutely no possibility of cheating. When Eris recited more than 10,000 words, the middle-aged store manager took a deep breath. That's all. The middle-aged store manager spoke with a complicated expression and called out to the boy who was still walking without any pause and with a confident look on his face. There was no need to continue. No matter what, Eris has created a record that no one can surpass. It can even be said that he made history by becoming the first person to propose the ultimate challenge and successfully complete it since Flourish and Blot's bookstore founded this event. The most important thing is that he is just a little wizard who has just turned 11 and has not yet entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The talent and ability he has demonstrated at this time are enough to make all the adult wizards present feel ashamed. Good job, little guy. Following an exclamation, warm applause broke out at the scene. Eris was among the crowd, neither arrogant nor impatient, with a calm and composed smile still on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant. I'm afraid the wizarding world is about to produce another extraordinary figure. I have reason to believe that this little guy's future achievements will definitely be comparable to the top wizard scholars of this era. Even the greatest white wizard at Hogwarts probably couldn't have done better than this boy when he was a child. I should apologize to you for my earlier stupidity, kid. I shouldn't have doubted your talent and ability. Flourish and Blott's bookstore has done a good thing this time. We have witnessed the birth of a miracle. What I want to know more is, which family does this little guy come from? To have such outstanding talents and abilities, I think he must have been born extraordinary. One after another, voices tinged with excitement and a hint of inquiry were heard. Eris glanced at the crowd and didn't say much. He just smiled and then turned his gaze to the middle-aged manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Well, Mr. Manager, I think I have completed the challenge, right? Of course. The middle-aged store manager nodded repeatedly with a wry smile on his face. When Eris proposed the ultimate challenge, he never thought the final result would be like this. Excuse me, child, but could you tell me your name? The middle-aged store manager's tone was inquiring, and at the same time he had some doubts in his heart, as if he was trying to verify something. Of course. Eris nodded. My name is Eris Shafik. As soon as the boy said this, the noise at the scene suddenly stopped again. Then everyone's eyes were focused on Eris again. And many people's expressions became extremely interesting. Surprise, confusion, and very strange astonishment and indignation. Chapter 20 The Strange Reaction of the Manager of Lihen. Everyone looked at Eris and the middle-aged man, the manager of Flourish and Blott's, with suspicion. Shafik. Eris Shafik. Could this boy be a descendant of the Shafik family? Merlin's beard, the rumors are true, Shafik's descendants have really appeared again. No wonder he knows the contents of the book by heart. What a genius! I'm afraid all this is a planned show. He may have memorized the contents of the book by heart. I have reason to suspect that this guy must have colluded with Flourish and Blott's bookstore to stage such a ridiculous farce. The atmosphere on the scene changed again and again. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Eris and the middle-aged store manager, waiting for an explanation from the two. The crowd, which had originally quieted down, became noisy again. What happened? Why did these people suddenly become so strange? Hermione Granger obviously hadn't realized what was happening yet. But when she thought about it carefully, her expression changed and surprise appeared on her face. Shafik. This boy's last name is Shafik. That seems to be the family mentioned in the book just now. He is the descendant of that mysterious family. Miss Know-It-All, who had come to her senses, looked at Eris, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. It felt like suddenly seeing the characters in the novel in real life, which was very magical. At this time, the manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore quickly came to Eris and grabbed his hand. He looked very strange, with a hint of disbelief in his excitement. Let him go. At this time, Xianyo finally couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over with Luna. He pulled Eris over and blocked him behind him. I can guarantee that he definitely didn't cheat. I will give you an explanation for this matter. He thought that the store manager wanted to cause trouble because of Eris's identity. No, I think you misunderstood. Little guy, no, Mr. Shafik, can we talk for a minute? It's best to find a quiet place. The store manager took a step back, somewhat at a loss, and looked at the boy who was blocked behind Xianyo with a sincere look. The noise around was getting louder and louder. The wizards who were watching were obviously not satisfied with the middle-aged store manager's behavior. They began to question him, and many even started to curse him. They accused Flourish and Blots and Eris of being scammers and felt that this was an elaborate farce. It was a serious waste of their time and emotions. Eris didn't care about what the wizards around him said. He felt at ease anyway. The worst that could happen was that he would just change a book and recite it again, and the result would be the same. But he also felt a little strange at this time. The store manager's reaction at this time was obviously wrong, and there seemed to be some hidden story. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem, we can talk." "Thank you." The middle-aged store manager bowed to Eris gratefully, and then spoke again, "Please wait a moment, sir, I will take care of things here first." After he finished speaking, he stood up and turned to the surrounding wizards, pointed his wand at his throat and cast an amplification spell, and then a huge sound suddenly spread throughout the street. "Quiet!" This huge sound caused the surrounding voices to suddenly stagnate, and everyone looked at the middle-aged store manager. "I'm sorry, today's event at Flourish and Blots bookstore has come to an end. Next, our staff will give a discount card to everyone who has participated in this event. With this discount card, you can get a 20% discount on your next purchase at the bookstore. Thank you all for your support, may Merlin's light shine upon you." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged store manager winked at the shop assistants behind him. The two shop assistants reacted immediately, quickly took out a large stack of discount cards from their pockets, and walked towards the crowd of onlookers. At this point, the angry crowd calmed down a little and turned their attention to the two store clerks. Taking this opportunity, the store manager immediately separated the crowd and made a gesture of invitation to Eris and the others. "Please follow me, there is a quiet storage room inside the bookstore." Xianyo looked at Eris for a moment, and when he saw the boy nod, he relaxed and led the two of them into the bookstore. "Also, Miss Granger, please come along as well. I will give you your reward." The store manager suddenly turned around and looked at Miss Know-It-All, who was still a little confused. "Oh well." Hermione nodded quickly and quickly followed the others. She had always been very curious about Eris, and now she had the chance to follow him in and see what was going on, which was exactly what she wanted. Inside Flourish and Blots, the shelves are filled with new and old books of all kinds. These books don't seem to be deliberately classified, but some of the more popular books, such as the textbooks that Hogwarts students need to purchase this year, are placed in the most conspicuous places. The entire bookstore, even the aisles, are filled with books, making it look a bit messy. "Eris, something seems strange to me." Luna came from behind Zeno to Eris' side at some point and spoke in a low voice. "You noticed it too?" Eris was not surprised at all that this clever little girl could see some abnormalities in the store manager. Although she was young, intelligence was not limited by age. "He seemed really excited when he heard your name." Little Luna spoke of her discovery in that unique way, seemingly nonchalantly. "Maybe it's because of the last name Shafik." Although Eris hadn't figured out the reason yet, apart from the system, this last name was the only thing on him that could arouse other people's interest. Just now, he quickly scanned the books in Flourish and Blots, but found that the book The Mysterious Shafik Family was not sold in the store, which meant that book might really be the store manager's collection. The person who collects this book might have some connection with the Shafik family. At least that's what he thought. As for the specific situation, I will have to talk to the store manager to find out. "What are you two little guys whispering about?" Xianyo's voice suddenly came from behind. At this time, they just walked up the stairs leading to the second floor in the bookstore. Behind Xianyo is dear Miss Know-It-All. "Nothing," Eris and Luna said in unison. Obviously, they didn't want to make Xianyo too worried before talking to the store manager. As for her safety issues, this is Diagon Alley. If the store manager really wants to do something bad to them, or has other intentions, the Aurors and Strikers from the Ministry of Magic will be able to get here within 2 minutes. Except for the darkest period when you know who was rampant, no one dared to cause trouble in Diagon Alley. If we really want to do something shameful, it will definitely be in Diagon Alley. That is where all kinds of people of unknown identities gather. Besides, Uncle Xianyo is here. Although his strength may not be comparable to that of an Auror, he is still an adult wizard and has some fighting ability. He is not completely defenseless in front of the store manager. Chapter 21 Servants of the Shafik Family. Hey, your name is Eris, right? After they went up to the second floor, the space finally became more spacious. Hermione Granger finally caught up with them and came to Eris and asked with great interest. Yeah, that's right, Eris Shafik. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. I know. Eris shrugged and said teasingly, by the time you complete the bookstore challenge, everyone on the street should know your name. I was just lucky. The little girl blushed in embarrassment. Hello, I'm Luna Lovegood. Seeing Hermione looking at her, little Luna nodded slightly, introduced herself seriously, and pointed at Zeno. This is my father. Hello, smart girl. Zeno smiled in a self-proclaimed gentlemanly manner and nodded to Hermione. Hello, Mr. Lovegood. After the few people finished introducing themselves, the voice of the manager of Blooming Bookstore came again. Please come in, this is the bookstore's storage room. Although it's a bit crowded, it's still quiet. Eris looked into the storage room. Except for a space in the middle where a few chairs and a table were placed, the rest of the room was filled with books. The store manager went into the storeroom first, and Eris just heard the sound of things being moved inside. Obviously, this piece of open space had just been cleared. Several people entered the storage room, but when Hermione Granger wanted to follow in, she was stopped by the store manager. My dear little girl, your rewards are all here. Please take them and leave first. The store manager pointed to a pile of books in the storage room. Can't I listen to what you guys talk about? Hermione was extremely curious at the moment and naturally didn't want to leave. Indeed. The store manager wanted to continue to drive people away. However, Eris' voice came from the storage room. Mr. Manager, there's no need to be so troublesome. If you have anything to say, just say it. Eris is now becoming more and more curious about the store manager. His sudden change of attitude and the politeness he showed at this time were completely out of character. Now they want to drive Miss Know-It-All away. What on earth do they want to do? He's not trying to cheat and doesn't want me to empty out his bookstore, right? Eris suddenly had a strange thought. If he was really allowed to move the books in the bookstore, he would have many ways to make Flourish and Blots go bankrupt. Of course, this is just a joke. Of course Eris couldn't really do that. Sir, my name is Henry Barton. The middle-aged store manager thought about it and gave up his previous idea and no longer blocked Hermione from entering the storage room. After he invited several people to sit down, he suddenly bowed to Eris and said, Members of the Barton family have been servants of the Shafik family for generations. Sir. No, I should change my name. Master, we have waited for nearly half a century, and finally we see the descendants of the Shafik family again. When the news came out from Gringotts that a little boy had inherited the Shafik family's fortune, I wondered when I could see the master again. I didn't expect that day to come so soon. We were originally planning to come find you sometime. As he spoke, Henry suddenly stretched out his hand and wiped his already red eyes. I'm sorry, Master. I'm just too excited. The scene before him made Eris a little confused. Henry Barton? The whole family are Shafik's servants? I'm only 11 years old. How come he suddenly became the master? At the side, Luna and the others were also surprised, especially Hermione, whose expression was even more interesting. This person is actually Eris's servant. They never imagined that things would turn out so suddenly. Eris hurried forward and helped Henry, who was still bowing and hadn't stood up. while quickly sorting out his thoughts. "Mr. Barton, right. Master, you can just call me Henry." "Wait, don't call me Master." Eris didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This makes me feel like I've aged dozens of years in an instant. This feeling is so weird." "This." Henry hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "How about I call you Master?" Eris originally wanted to refuse. He was really not used to this wealthy family-style address. But when he saw the persistence in Henry's eyes, he finally nodded. "Whatever you want." "Master, it's great that you can come back. You don't know that after the masters left, the whole family seemed to have lost its backbone. More and more people began to set their sights on the family's various businesses. If you don't come back..." "Wait." Eris frowned, sounding somewhat puzzled. "You mean, to this day, the Shafik family still has a lot of businesses outside?" "Of course." Henry nodded affirmatively. "Although the previous generation of masters have disappeared for nearly half a century, all members of the Barton family have kept their mission in mind and have been protecting the Shafik family's property. Just like this Flourish and Blots bookstore, it can still bring a lot of wealth to the family every month." At this point, Henry's face showed a hint of pride, and the two goatees at the corners of his mouth curled up. Eris found that look unexpectedly cute. "I certainly didn't expect." Eris murmured softly, feeling that everything happened too suddenly. "Just come to the bookstore to buy a few books, and suddenly find that the bookstore belongs to you? And suddenly I found that I still had many servants. The most bizarre thing is that even though the other members of the family have disappeared for nearly half a century, there are still such loyal servants guarding the property belonging to the Shafik family." Eris felt that he might need some time to digest all this. All this is so unexpected. Not only Eris was confused, Xianyo and the others also had faces full of surprise and shock. When Eris showed his extraordinary memory before, Xianyo was already very surprised. At this moment, Henry's identity was beyond his expectation. He had a feeling that there might be more surprising things happening to Eris. What kind of person is he? Hermione Granger stared blankly at the boy sitting on the other side of the table, feeling that the development of things was as magical as magic. The boy was obviously about the same age as her, but he surprised her time and time again. "First, recite an entire book in 10 minutes. After seeing what happened just now, she naturally no longer thought that Eris's participation in the Ultimate Challenge event was a collusion with the bookstore, and she would not even have that thought again. "I just listened to the conversation between Henry and Eris. They really didn't know each other at the beginning, so there was no possibility of collusion. The result, then, is obvious. He really has a memory ability that feels like a cheat." Especially since she had participated in the challenge of Flourish and Blots, she could feel the horror of Eris' memory more clearly. To her, that was simply incredible. Then there is the identity of this boy. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Hermione could probably guess that Eris's identity was not simple. Whether it is from what is written in the book The Mysterious Shafik Family or from the few words heard from the crowd, it can be inferred that the surname Shafik represents extremely huge wealth. She was even more surprised after Henry revealed his identity. What kind of power can make an entire family willingly and selflessly contribute to another family? In particular, members of the Shafik family have disappeared for half a century and have not appeared since. Such loyalty can probably only be found in legendary stories. Miss Granger felt that the boy was a mystery. There seems to be a kind of magic that makes people constantly want to explore the secrets of him. Chapter 22, Miss Granger, you don't want to be forgotten. Young man, when are you going to return to the Shafik mansion? At that time, I will summon all members of the Barton family to come and meet you. After Eris had a bit of time to digest the information he had given, Henry spoke again, his tone respectful. Old house. Eris was a little confused. Of course, you don't think that the Shafik family doesn't even have a decent house. We have carefully maintained the old house over the years, and the facilities inside have always been complete, just waiting for you to come back." At this point, a smile appeared on Henry's face, as if he had seen Eris returning to the old house to meet other members of the Barton family, and everyone's delighted expressions. "There's no rush for this. I need to think about it." Eris frowned slightly. He glanced at Xenophilius, then back at Luna. He had just settled in with the Lovegood family and was getting along well with the two of them. At this moment, he didn't want to go back to Shafik's old house alone, that would be too boring. Moreover, Eris still has some concerns in his heart. Now, he hasn't really started learning magic. If he returned to the old house to meet the members of the Barton family at this time, there would be no problem if all those people were as loyal as Henry. But what if some of them had ulterior motives and saw that he was just a child and had other ideas? Then he might as well stay at Luna's house, it would be safer. If you really want to go back to the old house, you need to at least wait until you have a certain level of self-protection ability. With his talent, this day won't last long. He has full confidence in himself. "Master, do you have any concerns?" Henry was a little surprised. He originally thought that Eris would be willing to officially return to the Shafik family as soon as possible so as to inherit everything from the family. But listening to Eris's answer at this time, it was obviously not the case. Seeing Henry's confusion, Eris thought for a moment and spoke again, "Maybe now is not the best time. You also said that there are still many people out there who are coveting the Shafik family's assets. Returning to the family with my current abilities will not help in this situation. On the contrary, it may encourage some people's covetousness. So, I need to make some preparations." Eris said it in a more tactful way and did not directly point out her concerns, but the effect was the same. Naturally, some people would be jealous when a child of his suddenly inherited such a huge fortune. Those families and people outside who are not friendly to the Shafik family will definitely come to test their strength and even do things that are detrimental to them. This is also a reasonable inference. Henry thought about it and frowned slightly. Apparently, he had thought of some of the tougher issues, and shared Eris's concerns. "In that case, everything is up to you, young master. As long as you decide to officially return to the family, I will do everything in my power to protect you from any harm." Henry looked at Eris seriously, his tone firm and without any hesitation. "Even if they are powerful pure-blood families, I will not let them take any advantage of you, young master." Listening to Henry's decisive words, Eris nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work over the years." Eris's comforting words made Henry's eyes redden again. It can be seen that they really haven't had a good life in recent years. In fact, it is understandable that as the managers of the Shafik family's property, when all the direct members of the Shafik family have disappeared, they still have to maintain the huge wealth that makes everyone jealous, and they will definitely encounter many difficulties. It may be a common occurrence that people are coerced or bribed by families or individuals who attempt to seize the Shafik family's wealth. This is also the reason why Eris is worried. He must understand everything in advance and must not fight an unprepared battle. "Okay, that's all for today. I'll contact you later." Eris stood up and said calmly, "I still need to continue preparing things for after school, especially. I still need a wand." Although Eris has the talent for wandless casting, before he masters this talent, owning a magic wand will undoubtedly allow him to adapt to casting more quickly. Moreover, he also wanted to study the principles of wand making, and if there was a chance, he would even like to make a wand that best suits himself. "Master, I can prepare these for you," Henry said quickly. "No, this is my first time in Diagon Alley, and I want to walk around it by myself." Eris refused decisively. "Just kidding, he doesn't want to be deprived of the shopping experience before freshmen enter school for no reason. Even his own loyal servants are not allowed to do so. Everything is up to you, young master, but I remember." Henry looked up and thought for a moment, as if recalling something, and then continued. We have also had a lot of cooperation with Ollivander's wand shop, and the Shafik family's collection seems to have a lot of precious wand materials. If you want, you can tailor a most suitable wand for yourself. That's possible. Eris' eyes lit up slightly. Anyone who has played the game knows the benefits of customizing a wand. Who doesn't want to have a powerful, cool-looking wand that suits them? Eris couldn't refuse this proposal. In that case, I'll arrange it right away. Henry's eyes lit up. It seemed that being able to serve Eris made him very happy. Then I'll go to Ollivander's wand shop first. I'll tell you what materials I need later. Eris walked downstairs to the bookstore. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, pack all the books in Flourish and Blott's bookstore and bring them to me later. All of them? Henry was stunned. Yes, all of them. Eris nodded affirmatively. This is a prop for him to gain points, so naturally the more the better. Of course, he also wanted to learn more knowledge from books so as to deal with more complicated situations in the future. Yes, I understand. Henry nodded respectfully. Well, then, let's go. Eris waved to Xianyo and the others. Master, please wait a moment. Henry showed a hint of hesitation on his face, but he gritted his teeth and called out to Eris. Forget about these two. Henry glanced at Xenophilius and Luna. They already knew your identity long ago, and they have a close relationship with you. But this little girl and the young master should not be familiar with each other, right? Henry's gaze finally fell on Hermione Granger. Since the young master does not want to reveal his identity too early, do you need to cast a forgetfulness spell on her? What? Hermione was confused and took a step back in panic. Having read many books on magic, she obviously knew what the spell of forgetfulness meant. Even though the spell might not cause her any substantial harm, she didn't want to be hit by a spell for no reason. Hearing Henry's words, Eris was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his temples, and under Miss Know-it-all's somewhat horrified gaze, he said helplessly, "There's no need for this. Master, this is also for your safety." Henry still insisted. Eris had no choice but to look at Miss Know-it-all again and said with a smile, "Miss Granger, you don't want to be cast into a forgetfulness spell, right?" Chapter 23 Ollivander's Wand Shop. Of course, who wants to be cast under that inexplicable spell? Facing Eris's question, Hermione Granger still looked a little nervous, and she spoke without hesitation. So? Eris still kept smiling. Can you please forget everything that happened today? No problem, I promise. Hermione nodded repeatedly, her tone firm. Eris turned around, looked at Henry again, and said, "Look, Miss Granger has made a promise. Besides, she will be my classmate at Hogwarts in the future. I believe in her character, so don't mention the Oblivion spell anymore." That's it. Eris knew very well that ever since he left Gringotts, his identity could no longer be kept secret. Therefore, there was really no need to cast the Oblivion charm on Hermione now. The reason why he didn't want to return to Shafik's old house so early was not because he wanted to hide his identity, but because he still needed to make some preparations. By the way, remember to distribute the reward for Miss Granger completing the challenge. When walking out of the storage room, Eris suddenly turned around and reminded Henry. At this moment, several people's eyes involuntarily turned to the boy in front of them. For some reason, at this moment, a strange feeling suddenly arose in their hearts. This boy seems to handle things much more maturely than many adults. Every word and action of his makes people feel a little unpredictable. Hermione couldn't help but wonder, is this the power of the ancient wizard family bloodline? Besides, I didn't seem to have mentioned that I was going to Hogwarts to study, right? So how did Eris know? There is always a mysterious feeling. After today's events, Miss Granger came to a conclusion. From now on, you must not provoke this mysterious guy. Otherwise, there is a high possibility that a forgetfulness spell will be suddenly cast on you, and you will even forget who you are. Before they knew it, they had walked out of Bloomsbury bookstore. Miss Granger said goodbye to the others as she left the bookstore because she had other things to do. Crossing the street, Ollivander's wand shop appeared in Eris's sight ahead. The shop was small and shabby. A wand sat alone on the faded purple cushion in the window. The faded gold sign on the door read, Ollivander's, making fine wands since 382 BC. Perhaps, you will always remember this day, Eris. Xenophilius said with some emotion, because today, you will have your first magic wand. If it's custom-made, you may not be able to get it today. Luna's voice suddenly came from the side. Eris smiled and nodded. I agree with what Luna said. How about we make a bet, Uncle Sienio? Sienio's face froze and he shook his head speechlessly. Forget it. He smiled bitterly and said, ordinary people don't have the opportunity to customize a magic wand. That would be a huge expense. When Luna goes to school, I will also customize a wand that is most suitable for her. Eris touched the girl's golden hair and said seriously. Luna turned her head, smiled, and suddenly felt warm in her heart. It's been too long. Ever since her mother passed away, it seemed that only her father cared about her. And now, it seems like there is one more person. Luna likes this feeling very much. It is a kind of happiness that spreads from the bottom of her heart. Come on, let's go in. Zeno was the first to walk into Ollivander's wand shop. Eris and the other two followed immediately. At this time, there was no one in the wand shop, and the huge shelves filled the entire store. On the shelves were long and thin boxes, which obviously contained ready-made wands covered with layers of dust, waiting for their owners to arrive. Is anyone there? Is Mr. Ollivander here? Sienio shouted inside, and then the sound of a slide moving was heard, followed by a slow and slightly mysterious voice coming from inside. Oh, who's coming? Hornbeam, unicorn hair, 14.5 inches, very talented and unique, and able to quickly adapt to the master's magic. Long time no see, Xenophilius. Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander. You're here today. Ollivander seemed a little puzzled. I remember you have a daughter, but she doesn't seem to be old enough to go to school yet. He looked back and saw Eris standing next to Luna. Oh, so you brought a little one with you. This is... Ollivander looked at Zeno with a probing look. My name is Eris Shafik. The boy took the initiative to speak and said his name. Shafik. After hearing the boy's words, Ollivander's expression changed obviously, and a look of surprise appeared. Could it be that family? He muttered to himself and quickly walked down the slide. Yes, I heard some rumors before that the heir of that family appeared, and he was a little boy of only 11 years old. I should have thought of it earlier. Ollivander muttered to himself as he walked towards the huge shelf on the left. On the way, he took the time to ask, Child, are you more left-handed or right-handed? Right hand. Eris answered subconsciously. Of course, most people are like this. Ollivander was already standing in front of the shelf, running his fingers over each slender box. During this time, a tape measure on the table in the store automatically moved and began to measure Eris' size. Although Eris couldn't tell what role measuring his height and hand length played in choosing a wand. A moment later, Ollivander came to Eris with a box. Kid, I think you could try this wand. He opened the box, took out a wand and handed it to Eris. Ebony, the core is a few remaining White River monster spines, 14.2 inches, unique, firm in belief, using it to cast spells is powerful and elegant. Eris looked at the uniquely shaped black wand in front of him and was eager to try it out. Although he had already decided to customize his wand, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give it a try first. He took a breath and reached out to grip the handle of his wand. A strange feeling came from the wand, and Eris seemed to feel some kind of excitement. Then, he waved his hand gently, and a surge of magical power flowed towards the wand. In an instant, the entire wand shop was suddenly filled with a vibrant green color, and then all the wands in the shop began to tremble slightly. This scene stunned everyone present, including Ollivander. "Miracle, this is simply a miracle!" An excited voice came out of Ollivander's mouth. He looked at the trembling wands in the shop and the shelves that had begun to grow grass and branches due to the green, with undisguised shock in his eyes. This magical power is filled with immense vitality, and it actually caused many magic wands to resonate. Such powerful magic power cannot possibly appear in a little boy. Chapter 24 Control the Power of Life and Death. Ollivander looked at Eris sharply, then snatched the wand from his hand. "No, although this wand is suitable for you, it obviously limits the use of your abilities. Let me think, what else can be worthy of your amazingly powerful talent?" "That's right." He moved quickly to a small shelf under the stairs, and then carefully took out a box from it. "Maybe this one will suit you. Willow wood, phoenix feather core, 13.7 inches. The powerful vitality can maximize your potential. The phoenix feather is an extremely rare staff core and is very picky about its master, but I think you can definitely tame it." Eris once again grasped the wand that Ollivander handed over. Soon, that strange feeling appeared again. But it was obvious that something was different this time, very different. A feeling of loneliness and desolation suddenly surged into Eris' heart, and then magic power surged, and the whole store was once again plunged into a strange scene. However, this time, it is no longer full of vitality, but as lonely as death. The grey aura swept across all the shelves like a wave. The grass and branches that had grown due to Eris's release of vitality were quickly annihilated and turned into charred ashes in just a moment. This scene once again shocked several people in the store. How is this possible? Ollivander seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. He hugged his head and paced back and forth quickly on the spot. This power is like the power of death. Xianyo also opened his mouth in surprise. How could the power of life and death exist in one person? And Willow clearly represents vitality, why would it be? Ollivander's mumbling continued, and he seemed to be becoming more and more immersed. "Eris, put down your wand." Luna's ethereal voice came from my ear. The voice made Eris' heart tremble slightly, and then he quickly put down the wand in his hand. He just realized that the power of death he released seemed to be about to run out of the store. This power of death seems to be much stronger than the previous power of vitality. At least, that's the effect after Eris released his magic this time. I see. Suddenly, Ollivander stopped abruptly, turned around and shouted, "It's a phoenix feather." It's true that phoenix feather is unruly and has extremely strong magical power, but its most important characteristic is the power of nirvana. The end of death is rebirth, and after rebirth, all things will wither again. This is the true meaning of the phoenix nirvana. Ordinary people simply cannot fully display this characteristic. And you, actually, were able to bring out the ultimate power of this magic wand so easily. It's incredible. Ollivander looked at Eris as if he were a monster. His brows were furrowed, and he seemed to be having an extremely intense ideological struggle in his mind. "So now, what is the situation?" It was Xianyo who felt something was wrong and asked. After a long moment, Ollivander sighed helplessly. "I'm sorry, this gentleman's talent is too strong. Although I don't want to admit it, I think." He looked around, and it seemed that at that moment, he went through all the wands in the store in his mind. "There may not be a wand here that is worthy of you." "You are kidding." Zeno looked at Ollivander in a daze. "There are so many wands here, but there is not one suitable for Eris." "Alas." Ollivander sighed and nodded silently. "It's not just here. Even if it's specially customized, the required materials may be extremely difficult to find. This child controls the power of life and death at the same time. This talent is so rare." The requirements for the magic wand must be extremely strict. He needs a wand wood that is full of vitality, and also a wand core with the power of death. More importantly, these two materials need to be strong and rare enough to support his terrifying magical talent without limiting his performance. And materials like this are usually extremely rare and extremely expensive. Hearing this, Eris frowned. He never thought that his powerful magical talent after merging with Merlin would actually be a hindrance sometimes. Just like now, it is not easy for him to find a wand that suits him. Who can I go to for justice on this matter? Mr. Ollivander, it seems that you have already met our young master. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door of the store. Eris turned around and saw Henry walking in from outside with elegant steps. Behind him, 3 porters were carrying a huge box, trying to squeeze into the wand shop. Master, I have accomplished my mission. After entering the store, Henry first bowed respectfully to Eris, then pointed to the huge box behind him and said, I hope these wand materials can help you customize a wand for you. Henry, you brought the wand materials. Ollivander's eyes lit up when he saw Henry coming over carrying a large box. Yes. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This guy is the young master of the Shafik family. There's no way he couldn't get any wand material he wanted. I have to say, Henry, your young master has given me so many surprises. You should have thought of it earlier. Henry showed pride on his face, and then looked at Eris with satisfaction. How could the descendants of Shafik be ordinary? Okay, let me see the materials you brought. After some business exaggeration, Ollivander walked towards the huge box impatiently. Eris also walked over with interest. Of course, there are Zeno and Luna. Phoenix feathers, nice and rare, but unfortunately I can't use them. Cherry, holly, and even elder. These are all very rare and very powerful, making them great materials for making wands. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Ollivander opened box after box, and shook his head after looking through them, seeming a little disappointed. Don't worry, there are still these. Henry pointed to the corner of the box, where there were several boxes that were obviously blessed with protective spells and contained materials that looked very precious. He reached out and took out 2 of the boxes, and continued, just now I happened to hear that the young master seemed to control the power of life and death at the same time, so he needed a wand material that matched it, right? Yes. Ollivander nodded. Then I think these 2 materials will be very suitable. Henry drew his wand and cast a spell. Then, he quietly opened the 2 boxes he had taken out, revealing the wand materials inside. This is. The moment he saw the 2 materials, a light appeared in Ollivander's eyes. Chapter 25 Immortal Tree, Nighttail Hair. What is this? Why does it look so weird? Luna asked as she curiously examined the materials in one of the boxes. This is a very special core, the thestral tail hair. Ollivander was obviously trying his best to suppress his excitement. He slowly introduced, it is a very strange magical creature. Only those who have witnessed death can see the full appearance of that creature. A magic wand made of the thestral tail hair possesses an extremely powerful force of death. Only a wizard who can control death can control a magic wand made of this core. As far as I know, there is only one wand whose core is made of the thestral tail hair, and the owner of that wand is named Albus Dumbledore. That's the headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest white wizard in the contemporary wizarding world. Luna murmured thoughtfully. That's right. Only a truly powerful wizard can control a wand made of the thestral's tail hair, and he must be powerful enough to control death. Ollivander's eyes turned to the other box, and his voice became slightly trembling. And this is the wood for wands that only exists in legends, undead wood. Legend has it that this wood is taken from the trunk of the immortal tree in mythology. It has extremely strong vitality. Legend has it that if people eat it, they can live forever. You can imagine how precious it is. Eris was a little stunned and couldn't help but interjected, this should only be a myth, right? Of course. Ollivander nodded, then shook his head, but that's not entirely correct. This wood is indeed extremely rare and rarely appears in the world. It has magical power that ordinary people cannot imagine, and the vitality in it has reached a terrifying level. I can't think of any other material that is more suitable for your wand than undead wood. With the undead wood and the thestral tail hair, the power of life and death will be perfectly combined. Only a wizard who controls the power of life and death at the same time can perfectly control this magic wand. Master Shafik, your encounter with them must be destined, just like the cycle of fate. Hearing this, Eris glanced at Henry and a smile appeared on his face. This is not destiny. I think Henry must have spent a lot of effort to collect these materials. As long as I can help the young master, I am willing to do anything and will be happy to do it. Henry bowed to Eris, and the two goatees at the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Congratulations, Eris. Zeno turned his gaze away from the precious wand materials and said sincerely. Eris, you can finally have a tailor-made wand. Luna also smiled, and was obviously very happy for Eris. Okay, I have the materials. I will start making Master Shafik's wand right away. It will take about 3 days. Ollivander couldn't wait any longer, but he couldn't help but mutter, this must be a big project. But if it succeeds, the reputation of Ollivander's wand shop will surely resound throughout the wizarding world once again. Merlin's beard. This is the second wand in the world made from the Thestral's tail hair. Even the legendary immortal wood was used. Ollivander quickly picked up the materials on the ground, then walked towards the workroom at the back of the shop muttering to himself. He didn't care that there was a group of people in the shop. He was truly a very ingenious wand maker. Okay, let's not disturb Mr. Ollivander anymore. Zeno looked at Eris and asked, where are we going next? Home. It seems that the supplies you will need for school have been purchased almost completely. Eris looked at Henry and raised an eyebrow. Henry responded immediately and handed over a bag the size of a backpack. Master, there are a total of 1,258 books in here, which is the number of all the books I can find now. After all, Flourish and Blott's bookstore sells popular books, and there aren't that many types. I've also added some of my family's collections, so it should be enough for you to read for a while. If you still need me, I can find more. It just takes a little more time. Eris took the bag and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks a lot. In such a short time, he found more than 1,000 books of different kinds and he was very satisfied. These books are enough for him to read for a while. Eris glanced at Ollivander's studio behind him, then said to Zeno, it will take another 3 days to make the wand. I want to find a place to stay in Diagon Alley during these 3 days. Do you have any other plans? I'm afraid I have to go back to deal with the magazine's matters, so I can't accompany you. Xianyo said with some regret. Then I'll stay. Little Luna suddenly spoke up. She held Eris' hand and said, Eris is not very familiar with the magic world. During this time, I can tell him what I know. This. Xianyo was obviously hesitant. It was obvious that she was not at ease letting him leave 2 children in Diagon Alley and go back alone. At this time, several people had already walked out of Ollivander's wand shop. Henry was thoughtful enough to hang up a sign saying the store was temporarily closed and closed the door. Please rest assured, Mr. Lovegood. I will take good care of the young master and Miss Luna here. Sensing Xianyo's hesitation, Henry spoke at the right time. He wished Eris could stay here so he could fulfill his duties as a servant. Especially after knowing that Eris possessed a rare and terrifying magical talent, he treated his young master like a treasure in his heart. In that case, I naturally have nothing to worry about. Xianyo breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little more at ease. In that case, I'll leave first. Zeno glanced at Eris and Luna, and finally reminded them, be sure to pay attention to safety. If anything happens, let the owl tell me immediately. Got it, Uncle Sienio, Eris said with a smile. Luna also nodded slightly. After the three of them said goodbye, Zeno turned around and disappeared into the street with a disapparition. Now, Master, please follow me. Henry extended his hand and performed an elegant noble salute. I will definitely arrange a satisfactory place for you and Miss Luna to live. Excuse me, Uncle Henry. Master, you should just call me Henry. I think Uncle Henry is pretty good. This old servant can't bear it. I say yes. All right. The three of them walked further and further away on the streets of Diagon Alley. The atmosphere was relaxed. What Eris didn't know was, just after they left, two figures appeared outside Ollivander's wand shop. Eris Shafik. A voice with a hint of arrogance and gloom sounded. The man was wearing a dark green robe, had long, smooth golden hair, and held a cane in his hand. Draco, remember this name, and make friends with him when you get to school. Chapter 26, The Leaky Cauldron Suite. Father, I don't understand, just because he is the heir of the Shafik family. The boy called Draco looked very handsome, but his face was a little sickly pale, and his expression was always arrogant, just like his father's. Draco Malfoy couldn't understand. They were also one of the 28 sacred families, so why did his father go out of his way to please the orphan? That's right, he thought Eris was an orphan. Because all the members of the Shafik family, except Eris, have disappeared. Come to think of it, Draco felt that the guy was quite pitiful. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You will understand one day. Lucius Malfoy raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a slightly weird smile. That boy is a moving treasure. The family's wealth will eventually be squandered, and we need to constantly draw on it from elsewhere, don't we? Draco frowned, obviously not understanding the deeper meaning of his father's words. But he also remembered one thing. Be friends with Eris after going to school. Well, if that guy knows what's good for him. He, Draco, was merciful enough to take the orphan to play with him. The Leaky Cauldron, the top-floor luxury suite. Eris has always been curious. Is the Leaky Cauldron the only place to stay in Diagon Alley? As it turns out, this is true. When Henry brought him and Luna to this shabby-looking bar, he had specifically asked about it, and got Henry's affirmative answer without a doubt. However, the environment here was somewhat beyond Eris's expectations. The bar's ordinary guest rooms are indeed not luxurious, and even look a bit old. After all, the history of this bar can be traced back to the early 16th century. Having existed for centuries, this building has withstood the erosion of wind and rain, and it is a miracle that it has survived to this day. Without magic, it would probably be impossible to do this. However, the suite on the top floor is extremely luxurious. The walls and furniture are almost as good as brand new. The overall style is heavy and mysterious, very much in the style of wizarding architecture. This was something Eris had not thought of before. Of course, the rent here is also expensive. But for Eris, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Young master, you will live here for the time being. Henry brought Eris into the suite and introduced him carefully. This suite has 3 rooms in total. You can choose any room you like with Miss Luna. The bartenders will serve you 24 hours a day. After all, the people who stay here are usually their most distinguished guests. Of course, if you have anything else, you can always call me. During this period, I will live next door and serve you at any time. After introducing the basic situation of the room, Henry tactfully stepped aside and waited for Eris' instructions with a smile on his face. This place is really nice. Luna's voice sounded from behind Eris. I never thought there was such a luxurious room in the Leaky Cauldron. Just now, the girl had toured the entire suite and had even decided which room she wanted to stay in. Pick the room you like, Eris said to the girl with a smile. Then I won't be polite. A smile appeared on the girl's face. After watching the girl happily enter one of the rooms, Eris looked back at Henry. "Do what I told you to do as soon as possible. I hope to get the answer I want before leaving here." His expression suddenly became serious. "Yes, sir." The smile on Henry's face disappeared, and his expression became more serious than Eris. After saying this, he turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. "So, what do we do next?" After Henry left, Luna reappeared in the living room with a look of anticipation on her face. "Next, of course, reading." Eris smiled and took out piles of books from the bag Henry handed him. Soon, the books filled the desk in the living room. "Yeah, that's a good idea." In addition to collecting some weird little toys, reading is also one of Luna's hobbies. The two quickly found their own comfortable seats in the living room and each picked up a book to read. The sunlight shines through the window into the living room and also onto Luna's golden hair. The girl's crystal clear face is slightly flushed in the sunlight, which is very cute. At this moment, there was no other noise in the room except the sound of turning pages. Both of them were very focused, and it looked like a colorful painting of a peaceful and tranquil time. Eris gently flipped through the ancient thread-bound book in his hand, which was the Merlin's handbook that he had taken out from the underground vault in Gringotts. The content of the book did not disappoint him. The characters outlined in blue ink are very beautiful, revealing a strange magical power. When Eris looked at the characters carefully, a feeling of blessing suddenly came over him. In fact, Eris couldn't understand most of the profound and obscure contents. But for some reason, with the help of that strange power, he seemed to see the person who wrote the book standing in front of him, carefully explaining the profound contents to him. The basics of wandless spell casting. The correct use of the power of prophecy. How to communicate closely with magical creatures. And the most basic system architecture and principles of ancient magic. These are all contents recorded in ancient books. Combined with the in-depth and easy-to-understand explanation given by the figure who was like an online teacher, everything becomes simple and easy to understand. Even Eris, who had never learned any magic knowledge, could easily understand it at this time. Could this divine power be generated by the traces left by Merlin in this ancient book? Eris secretly marveled inwardly. If that's the case, it's incredible. You know, it has been more than a dozen centuries since Merlin's time, which is more than 1,000 years. This magical power is still preserved so well. This kind of ability makes him worthy of being called the god of magic. As Eris continued to learn, the feeling of blessing became clearer and clearer. He began to unconsciously try some wandless casting techniques. Luna, who was sitting on the other side, seemed to notice something and looked over here unconsciously. Then she saw a scene that amazed her. It was like suddenly walking into a magic paradise. Everything came alive. Chapter 27 Merlin's Manual and the State of Enlightenment. Eris was bathing in the sun, his eyes still looking at the ancient book in his hands with great seriousness. However, at this moment he seemed to be immersed in an extremely wonderful state. As he waved his hand gently, the books around him began to float up automatically under the interference of his magic. Then, the pages of the books began to turn naturally. Not only that, many objects in the entire room seemed to have become self-aware and came alive. The trash can on the corner of the table grew legs and started walking around the room. When it came across things like paper balls, it would even pick them up and throw them into the trash can. The teacup on the table was shaking gently, as if an invisible big hand was brewing tea automatically. The pillows on the sofa were playing and fighting with each other, but they seemed to be afraid of disturbing Eris, so they would turn around from time to time and look in the direction of the boy. There were also all kinds of strange scenes that made the usually calm Luna stare in amazement. This is incredible. The girl did not disturb Eris, but tried her best to suppress her surprise. She stood up, gently walked around the fighting pillows, grabbed an alarm clock that was about to jump off the table, and put it back where it was. Then, he came to the desk in front of Eris and quietly looked at the cup and kettle that he was shaking to make tea. After a moment, the girl seemed to lose interest in the teacup and her eyes unconsciously looked at the boy behind the table. The boy in front of me was bathing in the sun, his silver hair clearly shining with golden light, gently swaying with the fluctuations of magic power, looking solemn and sacred. Before she knew it, the girl was a little dazed. She would never show such an expression normally, but the Eris in front of her was so fascinating to her. It's like a top student encountering an extremely challenging math problem, or like a writer seeing a beautiful long poem, and unknowingly becoming deeply immersed in it. Luna just stared at Eris quietly for nearly half an hour without moving. Until the boy's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if he woke up from that strange state, his right hand, which had been waving like a conductor, slowly lowered, and everything in the room returned to normal. Only then did she come back to her senses from that wonderful state of mind. "Luna, why are you looking at me like that?" Eris felt a little strange. The look in the girl's eyes made him feel a little puzzled. Could it be that when I was eating earlier, some crumbs stuck to my face and I didn't wipe them clean? "Don't you know what you just did?" Luna quickly returned to her usual ethereal and indifferent state and asked with some curiosity. "I just..." Eris frowned slightly, as if recalling something. The contents of this notebook are so fascinating. After a moment, he smiled and shook his head helplessly. He also didn't expect that he would fall into a state of enlightenment the first time he read Merlin's manual. In that state, it seemed as if the whole world was revolving around him, and he could do everything he wanted with a wave of his hand. At that moment, all his talents were activated, just like the furniture and objects that came to life, which were actually the embodiment of the talents of the all-around shapeshifter and the language of nature. It feels like the creator is shaping the world of his own imagination. Very mysterious and very dangerous. Because he just realized that if some violent thoughts had appeared in his mind just now, the entire suite would probably be turned into powder under his powerful magic violence. And the girl in front of him will naturally be hurt. However, the benefits of entering a state of enlightenment are also enormous. At this moment, Eris could clearly feel that his control over magic power had become more handy. If his control over his own magic power was 10% when he first merged with Merlin's talent, then now it has at least increased to 50%. Don't underestimate this 40% improvement. Even for an adult wizard who graduated from Hogwarts, his control over his own magic power would probably not exceed 60%. If a wizard can control more than 80% of his own magical power, he has surpassed 90% of the wizards in the entire wizarding world and can do things that most ordinary wizards cannot do. As for reaching more than 90% of magic power, that will be a whole new realm. For example, creating a new spell is a breeze. For example, mastering powerful and extremely difficult magic. The famous skill of the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, Fiend Fire, is a typical example. This advanced flame manipulation technique not only has extremely high requirements for magic strength, but also has extremely strict requirements for the degree of magic control. Otherwise, in the entire Fantastic Beasts film series in the previous life, Grindelwald would not be the only one who could skillfully use Fiend Fire. Merlin's Handbook. Luna also looked curiously at the ancient book in Eris's hand. At this time, the ancient book was still open. Luna just took a glance, and probably just saw a certain character in the book clearly, when she felt dizzy and quickly glanced away. "This book is so weird, I can't even read it." The girl spoke with lingering fear, looking at Eris with a little worry. "Don't you have any other feelings when you read this book?" "No." Eris was stunned. "I feel that the contents of this book are explained in great detail." Eris was a little surprised. He naturally didn't think Luna would lie. There must be some hidden story behind this. Is there something wrong with this book? But I didn't feel uncomfortable watching it. Or maybe it is some kind of ancient forbidden magic, and only those who are approved by ancient books can view the contents? Eris thought about it carefully for a while before finally deciding. Perhaps, this is the only possibility. This is Merlin's manual after all, and certainly not everyone can read it. Otherwise, this ancient book would not have stayed in the Shafik family's vault all this time. Eris already had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps, it is because he has integrated Merlin's talents. Merlin's manual would naturally not set up defenses against himself who had integrated Merlin's talents. This is the most reasonable explanation. Forget it, this is your secret, no need to explain too much to me. Seeing Eris in deep thought, Luna suddenly spoke, a smile reappearing on her face. However, you should be more careful next time you read this book. I always feel that this book may contain some dangerous power. Maybe it's not something an 11-year-old wizard can handle. Okay, I understand. Eris felt warm in his heart. Although they had not been together for a long time, he could still clearly feel Luna's concern for him. This kind of care made him feel very warm. Eris, from now on, can I call you brother? Hey! Luna's words made Eris stunned. I have always thought that it would be a very happy thing to have a brother. There was a clear hint of nervousness in Luna's eyes, but her tone was still that familiar nonchalant. It's like narrating something very normally. Eris raised a smile, reached out and gently touched the girl's long golden hair, and said seriously. Sure. Chapter 28, 10 Consecutive Draws, Another Golden Legend. Name, Eris Shafik. Identity title, heir of the Shafik family, prospective first-year student at Hogwarts. Magic strength, sea level, 39/50. Comprehensive talent, SSS level. Special talents, universal shapeshifter, prophetic astrologer, wandless casting, language of nature. Academic ability points, 1000. Late at night, Eris, who had been reading for a long time, lay on the bed, looking at the system panel displayed in his mind. After the sudden realization in the afternoon, his magic power increased from D level to C level, which was a significant increase. The specific value of the magic power is displayed behind the magic power strength on the system panel. Increasing the magic power value can increase the magic power strength accordingly. Normally, new students who have just entered Hogwarts are usually between G and E levels, depending on their talents, while adult wizards can reach B level in magical strength. For example, most of the elite aurors in the Ministry of Magic are of A level. As for the stronger Dark Lord or Super Masters like Dumbledore, they may be able to reach S level or above. After Eris had just integrated his talent, his magic power was at D level, which could be said to be far beyond that of his peers. Moreover, the magic power strength is still in a rapid growth period at this time. Coupled with the ability to use magic potions to increase magic power, the growth rate is even faster. After a sudden realization in the afternoon, Eris didn't find it strange that he was able to reach level C. At this moment, he could also clearly feel that his own magic power was extremely active. Moreover, with his current control over magic power, as long as he learns, he can use ordinary spells almost at will. Even more advanced spells can be quickly adapted and cast. This is the power after integrating Merlin's talents. I have accumulated 900 points. It's time to draw a prize. Eris closed the attribute panel and clicked on the lottery wheel. Do you want to use 100 points to participate in the lucky draw? When he clicked on the lottery, a prompt box popped up. Just draw 10 times in a row. Eris didn't waste any time and put all his 1000 points into it. To redeem magic potion, one bottle costs 1000 points. At this stage, it is still more cost-effective to draw a lottery. There must be many rewards in the system waiting for him to draw and redeem. As points are consumed, the roulette wheel begins to spin. The colorful roulette wheel suddenly turned into a cool colorful vortex. Soon, dazzling light shot out from the roulette wheel. 5 white, 2 green, 1 blue, 1 purple, 1 gold. Eris' eyes lit up slightly. Is there a guaranteed prize for 10 consecutive draws? I actually got a golden legendary item. He quickly checked the reward items. Gold galleons *5. What a pity, the thing he has the most right now is gold coins. 2 low-level spell learning experience packs. Experience pack? What the hell is this? Eris casually used 2 low-level spell learning experience packs. Then, a ray of light emerged. His system panel suddenly changed. Below the special talent panel, a subject panel appeared. Charms, beginner's level, 99/100. 2 experience packs directly upgraded the magic learning to the entry level, close to the maximum level of experience. But that's not right, why isn't it at the maximum level? Eris was a little confused, so he checked the details. The host has not mastered any spells, and spell learning cannot be advanced. So that's how it is. Eris was speechless. I didn't read any other books in the afternoon because I was studying the Merlin manual. So far, he really hasn't mastered any spells from the standard magic spells. Thinking of this, Eris casually picked up a book of standard spells, elementary, from the table beside the bed. This was the book he brought into the room before entering, intending to read it before bed. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. I casually opened the standard spellbook and took a quick look at it. A simple spell was soon found. Wingardium Leviosa. Wandless casting. After just a quick look, Eris cast the first spell he had ever learned. In the corner of the room, a coat flew up lightly as he waved his right hand, circling under the ceiling. The next second, light surged in my mind. The system prompt sounded immediately. Congratulations to the host, your spell learning level has been upgraded to elementary. Eris glanced at the system panel. Charms, elementary, 1/500. Sure enough, it was upgraded directly. When the upgraded light merged into his mind, Eris could clearly feel a certain enlightenment spreading in his mind. The knowledge about spells was quickly imprinted in his mind. The spell casting techniques and insights of elementary magic learning were constantly poured into his mind. Although this knowledge is not profound, it is only elementary after all. However, it greatly increased Eris' experience in using spells. Just like the levitation spell just now, although it was the first time to use it, there was no sense of obstruction, and it felt like it was done in one go. This is actually the effect of combining talent and magic control. If he cast the levitation spell again now, Eris was sure he could do better, and could even precisely control the trajectory of the floating object to reach the state of moving at will. And this is the effect that is manifested after the magic science has just been upgraded, integrating the spell-casting experience and skills. After studying the function of the experience pack, Eris turned his attention to the remaining 2 lottery rewards. This time the purple quality item was not a magic potion, but a book. A skill book. Meditation method, you can learn to meditate after using it. Effect, slowly increase magic value, strengthen magic control, and sort out magic properties. Magic attribute? Eris's mind moved. He had seen this word in Merlin's handbook. As time goes by, everyone's magic will slowly evolve into special properties, or characteristics. For example, if a wizard uses black magic frequently for a long time, his soul will inevitably be eroded, the properties of his magic will be affected, and even his own personality will change. For example, some people are born with a talent for explosion magic, or freezing or healing magic. These are all differences caused by different magic attributes. Eris was very interested in these, so he carefully studied the contents of this knowledge recorded in Merlin's manual. Meditation can not only increase magic power and strengthen magic control, but also has the effect of sorting out magic properties. This effect is so precious. For example, if Eris wants to learn black magic, he can use meditation to constantly sort out his own magic power, thereby eliminating the influence of black magic on his soul. This is simply a magical skill. It's just purple quality, it's an insult to this magical skill. Eris felt a little emotional. But soon, he was attracted by the last gold quality reward. Purple quality is already so powerful. What about gold? His eyes were cast on the object emitting golden light. From the outside, it seems. Is it an unhatched egg? Could it be that I am going to have a pet? Chapter 29, Dragon Daddy? A man with a dragon. Name, Mysterious Dragon Egg. Grade, SSS. Hatching conditions, blood-packed. Introduction, based on the magical girl dragon in a certain TV series, she can master most of the powerful magic in her childhood, has strong physical strength, and has the power to destroy the world after adulthood. Eris stared blankly at the introduction of the dragon egg in front of him, and suddenly had an extremely strange feeling. A certain drama? Dragon girl? Why did the style of this system's rewards suddenly change? Besides, it would take hundreds of years for a dragon to grow into adulthood. Would I still be alive by then? I'm afraid I would have turned into a handful of dirt. How can I describe this reward? Eris was really confused. But no matter what, let's hatch it first. Having a dragon as a pet is definitely a cool thing. From now on, I will also be a man with a dragon. So he should be called Dragon Dad? After learning the detailed instructions for hatching dragon eggs, Eris squeezed a drop of blood from between his fingers and dripped it on the dragon egg. Oh my god, it's blood again. It hurts to squeeze blood from your fingertips. After silently complaining, Eris looked at the dragon egg that was already glowing slightly with some anticipation. When Eris' blood merged into the dragon egg, a magical light enveloped the entire dragon egg. With a click, a bright light suddenly burst out from the dragon egg, and then the light converged, forming a strange contract rune on Eris's arm. The rune glowed red, and its shape resembled a hexagram carved by an ancient brush, but there were subtle differences, and dragon scale-like traces could be seen at the corners. Eris had never seen this kind of rune before. Its function is somewhat similar to the Blood Alliance in this world, but there are very obvious differences. After a blood pact is signed, the dragon egg will become Eris' most loyal partner after hatching, connected in life and death, and with a mutual understanding. Snap! Snap! As time went by, more and more cracks appeared on the dragon egg. Soon, a little head broke through the eggshell and stretched out. The little guy is very cute, with a dark red body and two slightly raised bumps on the top of his head, like ungrown dragon horns. The little face was round, the eyes were big, and when the mouth opened, magical light emerged and shattered like sparks. Wow! The first time the little red dragon saw Eris, it let out a coquettish whimper. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining dragon eggshell into his stomach in 2 or 3 gulps. When all the eggshells were eaten, the little red dragon's strength was obviously much stronger. He jumped up from the table and grabbed Eris's clothes. You guy, are you thinking of running away as soon as you come out? Eris really likes the appearance of the little red dragon, which is so cute that it can even be compared to Luna. He gently stroked the little red dragon's head and murmured softly, I'll call you Iris from now on. Eris didn't know why, but a Japanese anime she had watched in her previous life suddenly flashed through her mind. In the anime, there was a dark dragon that could transform into a girl, and it was so cute. He felt that the name was very suitable for the appearance of the red dragon. Wow! The little red dragon seemed to like the name very much. He squinted his eyes and rubbed Eris's palm, then made another intimate little baby sound. Just as Eris was thinking about where to keep Iris, the system's voice sounded at the right time. The pet system has been turned on, and the pet space will be turned on simultaneously. This reminder directly solved Eris' worries. He was originally worried whether it would be too ostentatious to keep a dragon by his side. It still has to be the system. It's a direct one-stop service. Little guy, go back and rest first. Eris summoned the little red dragon back to the pet space, and then opened the pet panel. Pet name, Elise. Grade, SSS. Growth level, infant, newborn. Magic strength, sea level. Skills mastered, breath, not complete, dragon language magic, not unlocked. Looking at the attributes of the little red dragon, Eris couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. It's just been born. The magic power is actually sea level. This magical talent is really too terrifying. Even more powerful than Merlin's magical talent. It's really true that people are more infuriating than dragons. Fortunately, this is my pet. If this was the enemy's helper, I'm afraid even with Merlin's talents, I might not be able to defeat him. Eris took a deep breath and closed the pet panel. The shock that Iris brought to him made him unable to sleep for a long time. He simply sat up again and picked up the standard spell next to him and started reading it. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. The next day, early morning. Eris walked out of the room in a daze, with a pair of panda eyes. Although he only slept for 2 hours, he did not forget that he had something important to do today. Of course, it's not about the wand. It's only been a day, so it's definitely not possible for all Olivanders to finish the production that quickly. It's about the Patton family. Eris just washed his face and woke up a little. There was a knock on the door of the suite at the right time. "Master, are you awake?" Then, Henry's voice came from outside. "Come in." Eris looked serious and spoke in a deep voice. Soon, the door opened. Henry was dressed in formal attire, still in that familiar attire, with a goatee, a bowler hat, and a respectful look on his face. "Good morning, Uncle Henry, is everything done?" "Good morning, Master Eris." Henry bowed slightly to Eris, then handed over a document wrapped in a sheepskin bag. "According to your instructions, this is the information of all members of our Barton family, as well as the list of people who have plotted against the Shafik family's property in recent years and their general information. Because time is tight, it may take some time to collect more detailed information. Please forgive me, young master." Henry seemed a little nervous at this time. "It's okay." Eris nodded in understanding. He had previously asked Henry to collect some necessary information so that he could understand the current situation of the Shafik family. It was quite thoughtful of Henry to be able to sort out the information within one day. As for more detailed information, he was willing to wait a little longer. "Uncle Henry, I asked you to collect information about the members of the Patton family. Do you have any other ideas?" Eris looked at Henry and asked. "Of course not." Henry replied without thinking, "The loyalty of the Barton family will not change because of anything. As long as the young master wants to know, there will be no hiding anything." Henry's expression became more serious, as if he wanted to dig out his heart and show it to Eris. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Eris nodded with a smile. At this moment, the door of the room where Luna lived suddenly opened. The girl was obviously not fully awake yet. She walked out in her pajamas, rubbing her still sleepy eyes. "Brother, good morning." "Morning, Luna." A smile appeared on Eris's face. Seeing the two of them greeting each other naturally, Henry tactfully left the room. The moment the door closed, his heart was filled with emotion and relief. Well, the young master is still awesome. With such charm at such a young age, the Shafik family will surely grow stronger again in this young master's generation. Chapter 30 The First Meeting with the Savior Harry. "Am I up late, brother?" Looking at the closed door, Luna tilted her head and asked Eris. "No, the timing is just right." Eris looked at the little girl with a smile and explained, "Henry had something to tell me, but it's over now." "That's great." Little Luna laughed and walked towards the bathroom. "Maybe we can have breakfast together." "Of course, I just happen to be hungry too." Eris glanced at the girl's back, then turned around and put the information Henry brought into the drawer of the table. 10 minutes later, the girl changed into a white lapel long-sleeved dress and a blue knitted jacket and walked out. "You look much more energetic." Eris couldn't help but touch the girl's golden hair and said with a smile, let's go downstairs for breakfast. Okay, brother. Luna nodded, seeming to be used to Eris' touch and not minding it. Soon, the two of them went down the stairs to the first floor of the bar. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise from the front. There were faint exclamations in the voice. Harry Potter! It's really Harry Potter! He's back! I knew he would come back! Mr. Potter, welcome back! Harry Potter, nice to meet you! When Eris arrived at the bar hall, he saw a group of people gathered around the bar counter. In the middle of the crowd was a boy about the same age as Eris. The boy looked a little thin, his hair was a little messy, and his clothes were inconspicuous, but no one present paid attention to him. Their eyes were now focused on the boy's forehead. There is a scar shaped like lightning. And he is the protagonist of the wizarding world of this period, the great savior, Harry Potter. It seems we have run into Harry Potter. Luna's voice came from Eris' ear, still with that familiar tone, and it didn't sound like there was too much curiosity or surprise. According to the time, he should be going to Hogwarts. You know him too? Eris couldn't help but ask. It seems that this boy, the only one who survived the mysterious man Voldemort, is really famous in the wizarding world. Well, he made the front page of the Daily Prophet on the day he was born, and he was often mentioned in the wizarding world in the following years. Luna nodded and explained, Father also mentioned him to me. But I think that becoming famous so early may not be a good thing for him. Besides, he became famous because of a sad past. Eris nodded and said with a smile, it seems that Luna knows this boy better than these people in the tavern. It's just a reasonable guess. Luna shrugged lightly. At the counter, Harry Potter was surrounded by a crowd. He looked a little nervous, with an unnatural look on his face. It seemed that he had never experienced such a scene before. At this time, a burly figure beside the counter waved to the crowd and said, Okay, our little Harry still has to go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies, so let's stop here today. The figure was very tall, looking at least 3 meters tall, and his voice seemed a bit rough. The moment Eris saw the man, he was sure of his identity. Rubeus Hagrid, keykeeper and gamekeeper at Hogwarts. A human with the blood of giants. Come on, let's go order some food. Eris took Luna's hand and walked towards the counter. At this time, Harry Potter, introduced by Hagrid, was talking to a male wizard who was wearing a turban and spoke with a stutter. Eris secretly paid attention to the wizard. If he remembered correctly, that wizard should be Harry Potter's biggest rival in his first year at Hogwarts. Professor Quirrell, possessed by the lingering spirit of Voldemort. Little Harry would never have imagined that Professor Quirrell, who seemed to stutter and even had some respect for him, would almost cost him his life. Of course, Harry Potter, who has the aura of the protagonist, would definitely not die so easily, and it is impossible for him to really fall into the hands of Professor Quirrell. Perhaps everything is just as Dumbledore said, fate. Hello Mr. Tom, please give me 2 breakfasts. Eris didn't want to have any contact with Harry Potter or Quirrell right now, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal his identity without being sure. Harry Potter has the aura of the protagonist, so he can escape from desperate situations again and again, but he doesn't. In fact, because he inherited the Shafik family's wealth, he now has a lot of troubles and has no intention of interfering with the Savior's work of fighting monsters and leveling up. Okay, Master Shafik. Old Tom obviously knew Eris. He spoke respectfully and immediately turned around to prepare food in the back. Hello, Harry Potter. While Eris was ordering, Luna happened to pass by Harry and greeted him politely. Hello. Harry Potter still seemed a little anxious. I guess they thought Luna was one of those wizards who admired the title of savior. At this time, Hagrid looked at Eris. Hello little guy, are you the descendant of the Shafik family who suddenly appeared in this world? There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. When Hagrid saw Eris's puzzled look, he quickly explained, "Sorry, that was a bit presumptuous. I'm Hagrid, the keykeeper and gamekeeper of Hogwarts. It's Dumbledore. He mentioned your name to me by chance, so I remembered it. Most first-year students at Hogwarts will have our teachers provide orientation. I think you have met Professor McGonagall." After hearing Hagrid's explanation, Eris finally understood why this big guy knew him. "Yes, I had a great chat with Professor McGonagall." Eris nodded politely to Hagrid. "Well, if you ignore the slightly resentful look Professor McGonagall gave me when he left, I guess we had a very pleasant chat." Descendants of the Shafik family. Professor Quirrell also looked at Eris, with a somewhat inexplicable look in his eyes. At the same time, the crowd that had dispersed around once again turned their eyes over here. A burst of quiet discussions then arose. Descendants of the Shafik family? Could the rumors be true? Someone from that family has appeared again. My God, a little boy inherited a fortune that he couldn't spend in his lifetime. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. I heard that many wizard families are ready to make a move, and they seem to be coveting the unimaginable wealth. Keep your voice down, those wizard families will definitely not want this news to leak out. This little guy, I really don't know what bad things will happen to him in the future. Chapter 31 Luna's Fragile Thoughts. As the discussion in the bar began, more people looked at Eris. And their expressions changed from curiosity at the beginning to sympathy. Perhaps, in their opinion, it was impossible for a little boy like Eris to keep those properties, and his final outcome would definitely not be good. That's enough. Hagrid's eyes swept across the audience, and his loud voice immediately suppressed all discussions. As long as Mr. Shafik is in Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore will ensure his safety. This is not something you should worry about. With Hagrid's appearance, the other wizards in the bar finally shut up and turned around to continue drinking. After doing all this, Hagrid looked at Harry Potter, who had remained silent. "Harry, this Mr. Shafik is also going to study at Hogwarts School just like you. I thought you could get to know each other in advance." Harry was originally looking at the wizards in the bar discussing Eris, but when his name was suddenly called, he quickly turned around. "Oh, hello, I'm Harry, Harry Potter." The little boy reached out his hand to Eris, and before that, he subconsciously wiped it on his body. Eris also extended his hand to the boy. "Hello, I'm Eris, Eris Shafik." The two shook hands gently, then politely separated. "I'm sorry, although it may be a bit presumptuous, I still want to say that I can probably understand your feelings. I hope you don't take what they say too seriously," Harry said to Eris very seriously, his tone sincere. He was just an ordinary boy in London, and his life was not so smooth. Now, he suddenly came to the magical world, and it seemed that his identity and birth were related to an unusual past. This made him the focus of the entire wizarding world. This has caused him to feel confused and eager to prove himself, which makes him feel very conflicted. He thought that Eris might be facing the same problem, which was why he said those words when they first met. "Thank you, I didn't take their words to heart." Eris was a little surprised. He really didn't expect Harry Potter to say this to him. However, for him, there is a solution to everything. Hagrid was right about one thing: as long as he was in Hogwarts, his safety would probably be guaranteed. As for how to deal with the coveted family property, as long as you have enough strength, any conspiracy is a joke. And he just happened to have the opportunity to possess strong enough strength. Therefore, he never worried about those people with ulterior motives plotting against the Shafik family's property. Afterwards, Eris introduced Luna to Harry and Hagrid. "Nice to meet you." At this moment, Harry finally smiled from the bottom of his heart for the first time. "Maybe it was because I met people of the same age who would become my classmates, so I felt happy." Eris actually hadn't thought of it before. The first time he meets the protagonist of this world will be in this shabby bar. After a few brief conversations, Hagrid took Harry Potter to the wall leading to Diagon Alley. Eris, on the other hand, looked again towards the place where Quirrell was previously. I don't know when he left. That guy, does he seem to have any other ideas about me? He keenly caught the inexplicable look Quirrell gave Eris earlier. After all, he is a guy possessed by the residual soul of the Dark Lord, so Eris has been observing him secretly. However, he still couldn't guess what Quirrell's look meant. I hope he won't mess with me. Eris shook his head. If the remaining soul of the Dark Lord really had any thoughts about him, then he would have no other choice. We can only fight the enemy with our soldiers and block the water with earth. But before that, his most important thing is to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Harry, you'd better remember how to get to Diagon Alley from here. It will come in handy later. Like this, count 3 bricks up from the trash can, count 2 bricks sideways, and knock 3 times. Because Eris was sitting at a dining table not far from the wall leading to Diagon Alley, he vaguely heard the conversation between Hagrid and Harry Potter. However, he didn't take it seriously and started to eat breakfast seriously with Luna. He knew that today might also be a day that Harry Potter would remember deeply. Just like yesterday, when he first entered Diagon Alley. The door to the fantasy magic world was finally opened in front of the boy who survived the disaster at this moment. Brother, are you okay? Hey? Why do you ask? Eris looked up at Luna with some confusion. Luna's expression was serious, but her tone was still ethereal and nonchalant, as if she was always in a trance. I understand how you feel right now. Mom said that what belongs to you will come back to you. It's not your fault. You don't have to be confused or afraid. No matter what happens in the future, my father and I will stand by you and face it together with you. I promise. Only then did Eris react. Little Luna seemed a little worried because of the discussion among the wizards in the bar just now. That's why I comfort myself in this way. I have to say that she is really a very precocious and kind girl. Eris felt a warmth flowing in his heart. He smiled and said softly, Luna, don't worry. I'm not confused, nor am I afraid. I know exactly where I am now, and I know how to solve those problems. I'm very happy that you can stand by my side without hesitation. I'm very happy now and in the future. But Luna, I'm your brother. So, no matter what time it is, you just need to stand behind me. How can a sister protect her brother, right? Listening to Eris' words, the girl put down the bread in her hand, and her eyes had turned red since she didn't know when. Brother. She called softly, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. A lot of people say I'm a crazy girl. They don't seem to want to interact with me too much, but I don't care. But now, I suddenly care a little. Brother, we will always be together from now on, right? Hearing this, Eris' eyes unconsciously showed a hint of pampering. He gently touched the girl's hair and said seriously. Certainly. You're not going to leave suddenly like your mother, are you? Won't. Although I know that my mother and I will meet again one day, but brother. I don't really want to wait, and I don't want you to leave suddenly. Seeing the girl about to cry, Eris felt for the first time that maybe she was not as strong as he thought. After all, she is just a 10-year-old girl. It is normal for her to have some fragile thoughts. However, she had no one to confide in regarding these little thoughts before. And now, she has. At this moment, Eris took a deep breath and made a solemn promise. No, I promise. Chapter 32 The magic wand is in hand, and life and death are realized. Luna, are you watching Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Yes, what's wrong, brother? Then do you know where to find a Thunderbird? Well, I don't think I've seen any specific records in the book. The little girl flipped through the book quickly. It's okay, just tell me when you find it. Eris' voice came slowly. Congratulations to the host, the question raised successfully stumped the questioner, and 200 points of academic strength were obtained. For the next 2 days, Eris and Luna basically stayed in the suite and did not go out. Even the food was brought by Tom. Eris has been reading books all the time, and of course, he must not miss the task of asking 3 questions every day. So, in order to answer Eris's question, Luna has been very busy these past 2 days, reading books and looking up information. For example, just now, Eris knew that Luna had just picked up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, but she still asked a not-so-simple question. In order to find the answer to this question, Luna would probably have to spend the whole day today reading the thick book on magical creatures written by Newt Scamander. Of course, there was a reason why Eris was squeezing cute little Luna like this. Since you want to stand with your brother, you must be prepared to face danger at any time. Eris said this to Luna, in a very serious tone. He did this not because he really wanted Luna to help him deal with those who coveted the Shafik family's property. To be honest, Eris didn't take those people seriously. But he knew very well that as long as Voldemort, the Faceless Man, was still alive, the entire wizarding world would not be safe. Eris didn't want to make any arrangements in advance, because the inertial correction to change the course of history was very troublesome, even more troublesome than facing Voldemort directly. Now he has the advantage of being familiar with the plot, and the final ending, although it has many regrets, is still pretty good after all. If he starts interfering with the development of the plot now, once the butterfly's wings flap, things are likely to get out of control. Fight head-on and give Eris some time. He is not afraid of Voldemort. What he was afraid of was that the old guy would realize that he was no match for him and would hide in the dark to make his plans. In that case, even Eris cannot guarantee that he can control everything. Perhaps, something will happen that he will regret. So, he wanted to teach Luna some skills in advance. At least, it will allow her to master some self-protection skills as soon as possible. Even if you don't have a magic wand, it's good to memorize some spells and learn more knowledge. Iris, you are a dragon, don't always think about eating bread. Eris looked at the little guy rubbing against his feet with some helplessness. The little red dragon Iris doesn't seem to like staying in the pet space. There was no other way, Eris could only let it out to play occasionally. Iris's appearance surprised Luna, but also made her extremely happy. One man and one dragon quickly established a deep friendship. Luna often asked Tom to bring some food, but most of the food ended up in the little red dragon's stomach. Although Eris has repeatedly emphasized not to feed Iris too much bread or she will get too full, the little girl still enjoys doing it. The strange thing is that Iris's stomach seems to be like a bottomless pit and she can eat any amount of food. Brother, it's okay, Iris, come here. Hearing the noise, Luna took her eyes off the book, picked up a piece of bread from the table and put it on the sofa next to her. The little red dragon flapped its wings excitedly, then jumped onto the sofa and started eating the bread happily. At the same time, he rubbed Luna's palm affectionately. There was another thing that made Eris very happy. Normally, Luna still maintains her unique ethereal state, as if she is in a trance every day. But sometimes, perhaps because their relationship has become close, she would subconsciously show her intimacy and dependence on Eris, and even act coquettishly occasionally. This made Eris feel for a moment that she might have unlocked a whole new version of Luna Lovegood. This experience can only be described as very good. In the living room, Eris looked at the interaction between little Luna and Elise and shook his head helplessly. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Master, are you available?" Henry's voice came in, as if he was afraid of disturbing Eris. "Convenient, come in." Eris called the little red dragon back to the pet space. He doesn't want too many people to know about the existence of the little red dragon yet, as this may become a key and powerful trump card for him. Then, he waved gently at the door, and the door of the room opened quietly. This is the result of his magic training over the past 2 days. It's just a simple application of magical powers. It can't really be considered a real spell, but it is very convenient. This is an ability that can only be exerted after the control of magic power reaches a certain level. Master, there's news from Ollivander that the wand has been made. However, he wants you to go there in person, saying that he wants to test the performance of the magic wand. As the door opened, Henry directly stated his purpose. No problem, let's go there now. Eris' eyes lit up and he stood up immediately. It's really something to be happy about, brother. You can finally have your own magic wand. Although little Luna has seen Eris's terrifying talent for wandless casting many times in the past 2 days. But the significance of a magic wand to a young wizard is not just a tool for casting spells, but also a spiritual support and a symbol of the identity of a true wizard. Soon, the three of them left the leaky cauldron. Once again entering Diagon Alley, we arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. As soon as I walked to the door, the shop door opened naturally. Apparently, Ollivander had been waiting for Eris. I finally waited for you. Behind the counter of the shop, Ollivander looked up at the boy, then quickly walked to a small shelf behind him and took out a slender silver box. The box has a beautiful yet solemn pattern drawn in golden lines. It looks like an angel. Eris didn't pay too much attention to the specific details of the pattern. He was more concerned about what was inside the box. Ollivander carefully opened the box, took out a wand from it, and spoke slowly in a slightly excited voice. Undead wood, the tail of the thestral, 14.5 inches long, moderately hard, and very powerful. The wand was dark silver in color and had a frosted texture. The handle had circles of texture that looked like tree rings, which increased the friction of the palm and made it less likely to slip out of the hand. The moment Eris got the wand, a very wonderful feeling emerged in his heart. It was like a connection between minds, and then, grey and white suddenly fell on Eris, like the chaotic breath between life and death. That is the embodiment of life and death, an extremely rare phenomenon. It's amazing. I've made so many magic wands, but I've never seen such a shocking scene. This wand seems to be made for you. I'm afraid there is no one else in the world who is worthy of it. Ollivander's mysterious murmurs sounded, as if he saw the most spectacular scenery in the world. Chapter 33 Wand Test, SSS Level. Mr. Ollivander, thank you. Eris felt the joy and surging power coming from the wand and spoke sincerely. With his perception of magic, he could clearly feel that after using this magic wand, his casting speed and power would be greatly improved. The extent of the increase is probably at least 30%. This is what I should do, Master Shafik. Ollivander bowed to Eris, his tone still a little excited. Perhaps, I should thank you. It was you who allowed me to create this one-of-a-kind wand. I believe its power is comparable to that of the legendary old wand. In terms of its compatibility with you, it is even better than that wand. I've always thought that this wand might make you famous in the wizarding world in the future. By then, my wand shop will naturally benefit from it. Maybe. Eris smiled. Well, Master Shafik. Ollivander suddenly waved his hand, and several humanoid puppets appeared directly in the store. This is the puppet I used to test the performance of the magic wand. It has a very strong magic resistance ability and can also accurately test the various performance of the magic wand. If you are willing. Of course, I'm a little curious too. Eris quickly guessed what Ollivander meant. Testing a wand involves more than just touching the wood, feeling the magic fluctuations in the core and measuring the size of the wand. More precise tests naturally also include the power of the wand and its magic conduction properties. The puppets prepared by Ollivander are the most professional testing tools. Eris didn't hesitate too much and cast a spell directly. Fainted. A silvery white light suddenly shot out from the magic wand held by Eris and accurately hit one of the puppets. Then, a violent and dull sound exploded. Everyone present stared in amazement at the puppet that was knocked several meters away. There were still obvious traces of powerful magic on the puppet's chest. Attack power, S level. Ollivander decisively wrote down a data in the record book. I didn't expect that Master Shafik, in addition to his amazing magical talent, also has such a strong learning ability. This stunning spell is absolutely perfect. Thank you for the compliment, Eris said with a smile. At this moment, he was also a little surprised. After using the spell, Eris could clearly feel that this wand increased his magic power by at least 50%. This is scary. If he uses this magic wand at full power, even if he only has C-level magic power, he can probably compete head-on with B-level magic power. Before Ollivander could remind him, Eris decisively cast another spell. Healed like new. The puppet that just flew backwards was cursed again. This time, the explosion mark on the puppet's chest was healing quickly. Soon, there was no trace of the previous knockout spell. Healing power, S level. Ollivander excitedly recorded another data. Henry and Luna watched Eris' performance with surprise and happy smiles on their faces. Although we all guessed that Eris might have good talent, we didn't expect it to be this good. In their hearts, the more powerful Eris is, the more proud they are. Everyone is petrified. The puppet that had just healed was hit by Eris' spell again. The next second, a distinct grayish-white color began to appear on the puppet's torso, which then instantly spread to the entire body. Ollivander walked quickly to the puppet, poked the petrified material gently with his wand, and a look of surprise appeared on his face again. Control power, S level. This is incredible. He looked at Eris, his face flushed with excitement. Next, it's the last item. Ollivander walked towards Eris seriously and said, "This time, please use all your strength. You don't need to use any spells. Just swing your wand the moment the first thought comes into your mind." Eris thought about it and nodded slightly. He didn't know what Ollivander was testing this time, but he was curious. What would happen if you just waved your magic wand according to your thoughts? Eris gently closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down, thinking nothing and doing nothing. Just like that, he stood there quietly for a minute, then suddenly opened his eyes and raised the wand in his right hand. At that moment, the lights in the entire wand shop dimmed. Then, a grayish-white aura suddenly spread over the puppet's body. In just 3 seconds, the test puppet made of powerful magical materials turned into ashes bit by bit, as if it had experienced thousands of years of wind and rain erosion. When Eris came to his senses, there was only a pool of dust on the ground. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Especially Ollivander, he has done the most wand tests and naturally seen the most situations. But the scene in front of him, he really couldn't understand it. Like a variant of the power of death. It seems like some kind of ancient magical trace remains. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Ollivander frowned and looked at Eris again. You really didn't use any spells? No. Eris nodded. In fact, he was also a little surprised at this moment. Because he seemed to have seen a scene like that in Merlin's notes. Grey magic characteristics, the power of death controlled by time and space. It looks like the traces of thousands of years of wind and sand annihilation, or it is the endless space that was folded and torn into the smallest particles. That kind of power is simply beyond human capability to contend with. Time? Space? Why do I have this magical property? Eris was puzzled, as Merlin didn't seem to have any special magical talents. In other words, this power was not given to him by Merlin's talent card, but due to other reasons. In the end, Ollivander still failed to write down the accurate result on the last item of the test form. He could only make an estimate and gave it an S grade in the magic conduction property column. After all, that was a magical property that even he had never seen before, so it was difficult to assess the specific extent to which the magic wand would enhance this property. All in all, it looks pretty awesome. So, I gave it an S grade. Finally, Ollivander wrote down the results of the comprehensive test evaluation of the wand. Comprehensive grade, SSS. In fact, every wand sold in Ollivanders is more or less biased. For example, some magic wands are very powerful, so their healing effects and control abilities will naturally be weaker. The healing effect is good, but the control effect and power are poor. There are also cases where two abilities are relatively balanced and one is relatively weak. However, without exception, there will be a focus. The same is true for wizards, which is why wands choose wizards, and wizards are often incompatible with wands that are not their own. It was the first time that Ollivander had seen a wand with such balanced abilities and such a high increase in each ability. This is simply impossible. But it happened now. Therefore, Ollivander gave this wand the highest SSS grade in its overall assessment. Chapter 34 on the feasibility of automatic casting wands. Mr. Ollivander, I want to ask you a question. After the wand test was over, Eris looked at Ollivander and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Please speak, Master Shafik. Ollivander was obviously very patient with Eris's words. Perhaps it was because of the boy's identity, or perhaps it was because he had never seen a young wizard with such powerful talents. That's right. Eris thought about it. I've read some books about wand making and theory these days, and I have some ideas in mind. You have made many magic wands, so you should know that each magic wand has its own unique features and even some autonomy. So, you've always said that the wand chooses the wizard, right? That's right. Ollivander nodded affirmatively. To have such profound thoughts, it seems that Master Shafik has read more than just 2 books. So, what else do you want to know? He looked at Eris with a hint of admiration in his eyes. What I want to know is... Eris paused and asked inquiringly, is it possible to create a magic wand with independent consciousness? A wand like that can help the owner of the wand to correct the spell when casting magic, thereby increasing the success rate of the spell. Even, with the master's authorization, it can cast spells automatically. Hearing Eris' question, Ollivander's eyes showed a hint of surprise. You actually thought of this question, Master Shafik? You really surprise me. He hesitated for a moment, then said, in fact, our family has been making magic wands for generations, and we have also tried to research a smarter magic wand, that is, a wand with independent consciousness as you said. But obviously, that is not an easy task, because it involves the study of the soul. The study of the soul is a taboo even in the wizarding world. What's more, if a magic wand with completely autonomous consciousness is really developed, there will be even more problems to consider. A wand like that would have a high chance of turning against its owner, or it might leave its owner's side in the middle of the night and disappear outside. So, our attempts were forced to be discontinued, and no one ever mentioned this idea again. On the side, Henry looked at Eris helplessly, and said carefully, actually, Master, I think you may be thinking too much. Even if such a wand is really developed, the Ministry of Magic will probably do everything it can to suppress it, and it will never be released. Because a wand like that is likely to challenge the authority of the entire Ministry of Magic. That's right. Ollivander nodded in agreement. This is also the reason why we gave up the research. I see. Eris nodded in understanding. What about a wand that can cast spells automatically? It's, well, similar to the automatic firearms in the Muggle world. With just a switch, it can quickly release a preset spell. Is it possible to create a wand like this? Hearing this, Ollivander smiled, with an extremely determined look on his face. That's even more impossible. The casting of a spell requires the wizard's magic power, and more importantly, the combination of the casting action and the spell, and the corresponding strong emotions to support it. If we really create an automatic spell, I think it can only barely produce a few sparks, or shoot out a bunch of fireworks without any power. Among these, the most crucial thing is the immediacy of casting the spell. As far as I know, apart from certain curses and functional spells, there are very few offensive and defensive spells that can be stored for a long time. As for storing several spells on one object at the same time, and being able to release and interrupt the casting of spells at any time, or even replenish spells, that is even more impossible. Eris frowned slightly after hearing this. However, at this time Luna on the side spoke. Perhaps, we can try to find a material that can store spells and reuse them. Little girl, of course we have thought of this. Ollivander looked at Luna approvingly, but immediately shook his head. As far as I know, the entire wizarding world has not discovered that kind of material so far. Material like that is so rare and so hard to find. As Ollivander finished his words, the store fell into a brief silence. Even the smart Luna didn't know what to say at this moment. Perhaps, there are some things that they really don't need to consider right now. She looked towards Eris, only to see that the boy was still frowning slightly. After a long time, just when Henry wanted to remind his young master that it was time to leave, Eris suddenly spoke. Mr. Ollivander, what if we add some kind of magical circle? I learned from books that some wizards in ancient times could use magic circles to store magic in certain weapons or objects, and then activate it when needed to form a powerful spell. Weapons and tools like these are called magic tools, or spiritual tools, by ancient wizards and magical creatures. Legend has it that King Arthur once owned such a weapon. It was made for him by Merlin, the legendary god of magic. It was extremely powerful. Where did you read these stories? Ollivander shook his head with amusement. King Arthur's sword, Merlin, the god of magic, those are just myths and legends. Even if there really is such a magical array that can store magic, it has long been lost. Even the ancient magic has only been passed down in very small quantities. Moreover, most of that information is in the hands of some ancient wizard families, and very few people can actually see it. At this point, Ollivander was stunned for a moment, then looked at Eris seriously. It suddenly occurred to him that the Shafik family seemed to be an ancient wizard family with a long history. Could it be that the boy in front of him had really seen that kind of magical circle in some ancient book? Actually, everything is possible, isn't it? Eris smiled. In fact, he had seen that kind of magic circle before. It is recorded in Merlin's handbook. The sword of King Arthur is also introduced in detail above. Perhaps, he could replicate or improve it based on what was recorded in his notes. Develop a magic wand that can truly cast spells automatically like a gun. If such a wand were actually made, what would it be called? Gatling gun wand? Ollivander suddenly became a little excited. Master Shafik, if you really know that kind of magical circle, please let me join this great research. I promise I can give you some help. Well, I'll contact you if there's a chance. Eris did not make a clear statement. He then took Luna's hand and waved to Ollivander. Well, thank you Mr. Ollivander for your advice, and that's all for today. Listening to the prompt sound from the system beside his ear, Eris smiled and turned away. Chapter 35, Give them a surprise on Christmas. There is still 1 month left until school starts on September 1st. Originally Eris was going to go back to Luna's house after getting the wand from Ollivander, but then he changed his mind. In the next month, he planned to read all the books collected by Henry and absorb all kinds of magical knowledge. Especially potions, alchemy, and the magical circles mentioned in Merlin's manual. There are 3 miraculous talents rewarded by the system: photographic memory, super thinking, and super speed reading. Eris will have no problem learning the contents of those books by himself. The only thing he lacks is some things that require practical operation. So, he had other plans. Brother, you're almost turning this place into a laboratory. Since Eris was still staying in the bar, Luna naturally wouldn't want to go home. Xenophilius was too busy. If she goes home, she will probably need to be alone for a long time. Therefore, the girl decisively chose to stay in the bar with Eris. It's okay. If you want to verify the authenticity of some knowledge, you must do some verification. Eris carefully dropped a piece of wormwood infusion into the potion cauldron, and clear bubbles immediately appeared from the potion in the pot. This means that the water of life and death he prepared has been successfully completed. In terms of convenience, the leaky cauldron is indeed a good place. Because any magic materials and props Eris wants to buy can be found in Diagon Alley. Even if some sensitive dark magic materials cannot be found, he can try his luck in Nocturne Alley. At this moment, the entire living room was almost completely transformed into Eris' laboratory, just as Luna said. Crucibles, alchemical equipment, and even wand-making equipment can all be seen here. Most of these things were new, but Eris thought he would be able to use them in the next month. In the center of the living room, he deliberately moved the original sofa to the corner and instead created a small empty platform. On that small platform, a magic circle had been drawn that looked gorgeous, but upon closer inspection, was profound and unfathomable. That was the magic circle for storing spells that Eris had seen in Merlin's manual. This is just the prototype of a magic circle. It will not have any effect if it is directly engraved on an object. The carving of a real magic circle requires the guidance of magic power. However, the Merlin manual does not mention the specific method in detail. This is why Eris needs to spend time to research. He had a hunch that if he studied this magic circle thoroughly, and added a material that could support the magic circle, it might be possible to create a magic wand that could cast spells automatically. Brother, I found the answer to your question. Just as Eris was putting the water of life and death in the crucible into the bottle, Luna, who was reading a book nearby, suddenly spoke. The head of a thunderbird is similar to that of a hawk, and it has many powerful wings. The flapping of its wings can cause lightning and heavy rain. Thunderbirds also have the ability to predict danger in advance. They originate from the arid areas of Arizona. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task and obtaining 300 points of academic strength. Listening to the prompt sounded by the system beside his ear, Eris pretended to be enlightened. So that's how it is. It seems that our Luna's knowledge is becoming more and more profound. Eris was in a very good mood after receiving 2 rewards and gaining 500 points from this task. He opened the system panel and took a look. In just 3 days, he had accumulated nearly 2,000 points. Apart from some contributions made by Ollivander before, all the others were obtained from Luna, and of course from the accumulation of daily reading. In Eris' eyes, Luna is simply a little angel. Time passed by as the two of them studied and experimented day after day. A month is not a long time, but it is not a short time either. During this time, Eris would occasionally visit Ollivander's wand shop to discuss some ideas about automatic casting wands with him. Apart from that, various magic material shops are the places he visits most. He purchased a large amount of materials and stored them in bags cast with a traceless extension spell. Perhaps they would be useful when he was at Hogwarts. In her spare time, Luna would occasionally tell Eris about the situation in the wizarding world, with a focus on the Ministry of Magic. Brother, the current Minister of Magic is actually very timid. He wants to do something big to establish his own prestige, but he is always hesitant. Otherwise, he would not be mentioned and ridiculed so often in the Quibbler. Because her father was the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, Luna had read many magazines and heard a lot of gossip within the Ministry of Magic. With her clever mind, her perspective on issues was sometimes even more profound than Xenophilius. Therefore, in this short period of time, Eris' understanding of the wizarding world has become more profound. Finally, a month later, the day Eris had been waiting for arrived. September 1st. King's Cross Station. Henry has packed all of Eris's gifts, including the various experimental supplies and equipment in the hotel. When Eris was about to go to Hogwarts, he rebuilt a laboratory with better facilities in the Room of Requirement. Luna, cheer up, I'm going to school, not to Azkaban. Eris felt helpless as he looked at Luna, who was obviously feeling a little sullen. Since 3 days ago, the little girl has been smiling less and less. He naturally knew why. But there was no way, Luna was not yet old enough to go to school. There is no way he could take the girl to school without permission. It's only a year, and we can go to Hogwarts together next year. Eris promised again. I will definitely write to you often. I'll let Elise deliver it to you. You can play with it for a while longer, okay? Hearing this, Luna's face was filled with smile again. Mom said that we should all be honest people. She spoke in a low voice, and her expression returned to that trance-like look. Of course. Eris touched the little girl's hair lovingly. On the side, Henry watched Eris about to pass through the wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10. He hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and asked. Master, can you tell me now when you plan to return to the old house? Many people are waiting for you. Eris paused and turned to look at Henry. After a little thought, he smiled and said, let's wait until Christmas. At that time, give them a surprise. Hearing this, Henry's eyes lit up slightly. Then, his eyes turned red instantly. He nodded with satisfaction, and said with tears and snot, okay. Then it's Christmas. When the time comes, I will prepare a grand return ceremony for the young master. Chapter 36 Life Coach Eris. Excuse me, Mr. Shafik. Just as Eris and his companions were about to enter Platform 9 3/4, a voice suddenly came from behind. Eris turned around and saw a familiar thin figure. Harry Potter. He sighed inwardly. Is this fate? I unexpectedly met Mr. Savior who couldn't find the platform here. Excuse me, sir, I'm looking for Platform 9 3/4, and I thought maybe you know how to find that place. Of course. Eris nodded and pointed to the wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10. All you have to do is face that wall and crash into it. Hey! Harry looked at Eris in confusion. He thought Eris was joking with him. Master is right. As long as we pass through that wall, we can reach Platform 9 3/4. Henry explained. Just when Harry was still hesitant, another voice came from behind him. Everyone, follow me quickly. There are too many people at the station. Don't get separated and don't miss the time to enter the September 3/4 platform. Eris didn't even need to look back to guess that the voice must be from the Weasley family. Sure enough, soon, several wizards with red hair and pushing carts came from behind. Hello, are you also going to? Harry asked subconsciously. Platform 9 3/4. Mrs. Weasley glanced at Harry, then smiled kindly and said, of course, it seems that you are also a little wizard who is about to enter school. Yes, I am Harry Potter. Oh, this is true. A slightly surprised voice sounded from behind. You are really Harry Potter. Ronald, don't be so surprised. Mrs. Weasley glanced disapprovingly at a red-haired boy who looked about the same height as Eris. He's not a monkey in the zoo, what's the fuss about? That's right. My brother is surprised by everything he sees. You don't have to take it seriously. One of the twins, who also had red hair, gave Ronald a teasing look. Sorry, I just, you're very famous. Ronald lowered his head a little embarrassedly, his face flushed. It's okay. Harry smiled. He could sense that this family was very funny and they were not trying to make fun of him on purpose. Okay, the platform is about to close, hurry up. Mrs. Weasley urged the children along, then glanced curiously at Eris. This handsome silver-haired boy should also be a little wizard, right? Yes, ma'am. Eris nodded with a smile. Then let's go quickly, time is running out. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley took the lead and led a little blonde girl through the wall leading to the platform. That little girl was, of course, Weasley's youngest child, Ginny. Let's go, kids. Arthur Weasley, who had been silent before and just smiled at the children, urged. As the Weasley twins passed through the wall, he glanced at Eris. There seems to be some speculation about his identity. But in the end, he didn't dare to say hello, but just followed the twins through the wall. Soon after, other members of the Weasley family entered the platform one after another. In the end, only Harry, Ronald, and Eris were left. "Let's go too." Ronald greeted Harry, and then the two of them entered the platform together. Eris glanced at Luna, who was clearly a little envious, and took his hand, smiling as he also walked onto the platform. "Henry, you will take Luna home yourself later. Be careful." Eris gave Henry a final word, then looked at Luna. "Remember. Owl me when you get home to let me know you're safe." "I understand." Luna nodded. Seeing this, Eris felt relieved. Then, under Luna's reluctant but pretended indifferent gaze, he walked towards the Hogwarts train with a scarlet front. "Brother, remember to write to me." Luna gave a special reminder. "Don't worry, I won't leave Iris idle. I'll write to you when I have time." Eris waved at the two of them. Until his figure completely disappeared in the train slowly started. Luna couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes and rub some of the moisture into her palms. "Let's go, Miss Luna." Although Henry felt a little uncomfortable, he still said in a gentle and calm voice. "The young master will be back soon. Parting is just for a better reunion, isn't it?" The girl looked at the direction where the train was going away and made up her mind secretly. "I must read harder and learn more knowledge so that I can better answer my brother's questions in the future." What a nice child. Inside the train, Eris didn't pay special attention to where Harry and the others were going, but just found a carriage and walked in. However, after waiting for a few minutes, he saw a little head peeking out at the door of the carriage. "Harry." Eris was a little surprised. He just randomly found a carriage, but he actually met this savior? Is this the legendary fate? "Excuse me, Mr. Shafik, I found your box specially." Harry said a little embarrassedly, "If it's convenient, can I sit here? There are things I want to talk to you about." "Of course, but you should still call me Eris. After all, we will be classmates from now on." Eris was a little curious, what did Harry want to do with him now? "Thank you." Harry smiled and sat down opposite Eris. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Eris asked directly. Harry thought for a moment before speaking. "Hagrid told me that your current situation might be even worse than mine. So, I want to ask you how you managed to be so calm, as if those things didn't affect you at all." Hearing this, Eris laughed inwardly. It turns out this guy considers himself a life mentor. How can we face external pressure calmly? For matters like this, shouldn't he ask the strongest backer of the young wizards at Hogwarts, Principal Dumbledore? Why did you think of asking yourself? Eris thought about it and a smile appeared on his face. It's actually very simple. When you have absolute strength, you can handle everything more easily. I know this may be difficult for you, but there is another way. You can try to exercise your skin. After all, in this kind of situation, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. So Eris, I want to know, how exactly do you exercise your facial skin? Harry didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in Eris' tone, and asked seriously. Eris. Looking at the savior with an innocent look on his face, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 37, Proud Miss Granger. Hey, the surrounding boxes are full, can I sit here? Just when Eris was still thinking about how to tell Harry that he was just joking. Suddenly, another voice came from the door. Ronald Weasley stood somewhat awkwardly at the door of the box, looking at the two people inside. Of course. Harry quickly sat inside, then seemed to have thought of something, looked at Eris and confirmed, right, Eris. Well, please sit down. Eris nodded to Ronald. After Ronald sat down, the box suddenly fell into a brief silence. What Eris and Harry just discussed was, after all, a bit private. Perhaps Harry also felt that asking for advice on such matters was rather embarrassing, so he did not continue to ask. So, you do have that, right? After a moment, Ronald broke the silence in the box. Just like the plot in the original movie, Harry readily showed Ronald the lightning-shaped scar. As the topic started, the atmosphere in the box suddenly became harmonious. The three of them also introduced themselves. Perhaps, children's friendship comes so quickly. As for Eris, his attention was already on the mouse that Ronald was holding in his arms. If he remembered correctly, the identity of that mouse was not simple. That was an animagus, and was the one who actually betrayed Harry Potter's parents, causing them to be killed by Voldemort. This is Scabrous. So pitiful, isn't it? Ronald seemed to notice Eris looking at his mouse and spoke. Not bad, I think he's eating happily. The snack saleswoman on the train just came by and Harry bought a lot of food. At this time, the mouse was eating snacks comfortably in Ronald's hand. Oh right. Ronald seemed to suddenly remember something. Fred taught me a spell that can turn it yellow. Do you want to see it? Okay. Harry was obviously interested because he hadn't learned any spells yet. Eris showed little interest. It wasn't that he looked down on Ronald, but the spell Fred taught him might not even be called a spell. It's obvious that he just made it up to fool his own brother. Eris remembered that the phrase seemed to have appeared in a mobile game developed in the previous life that was set in a magical world. It sounded quite familiar. Just as Ronald raised his wand and prepared to cast a spell, another voice suddenly rang out from the door of the box. Have you ever seen a toad? Neville lost him. The girl's voice had just fallen, and then she saw Eris. Eris, you are here. The person who came was Hermione Granger, and she was obviously very happy to see Eris here. I just looked for you all over the train, but couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to be here. Hello, Miss Granger. Eris nodded slightly. Do you know each other? Harry looked at the two of them, somewhat curious. Oh, that was a legendary experience. Hermione said sincerely as she recalled what happened after she met Eris at Flourish and Blots. By the way, are you preparing to cast a spell? The girl's sudden change of words caught everyone off guard. Yes. Ronald was a little embarrassed. Great, let's see your performance. Miss Granger raised her head with a somewhat arrogant look. Perhaps it was her genes as a top student that made her unwilling to admit that she was any worse than anyone else, even after entering this magical world that she had never known before. Ahem. Ronald cleared his throat, raised his wand again and chanted a spell. Sunshine, daisies, buttery goodness, turn this stupid fat mouse yellow. As the magic wand was waved, a faint yellow light suddenly flashed and knocked the box next to the mouth of Banban, who was eating snacks, away. However, the mouse's hair did not change at all. Ronald pouted awkwardly, shrugged, and looked at Harry. Harry also had no idea what was going on and could only smile helplessly in response. Are you sure that's a spell? It doesn't look like much, does it? Miss Granger smiled, and her habit of preaching seemed to be activated. She decided to teach Ronald what it meant to cast a spell. Coincidentally, I also know some spells, such as... Miss Know-It-All suddenly pulled out her wand, came to Harry, and sat down next to Eris. Restored to new. Hermione Granger pointed her wand at Harry Potter's glasses. After a wave of magical power, the place where Harry's nose pad was taped suddenly flickered. The tape disappeared in an instant, and in its place was a brand new nose pad replacing the broken part. Wow, that's amazing! Ronald watched from the side and exclaimed subconsciously. Harry was obviously surprised as well. He took off his glasses and looked at her carefully, then looked at Hermione with admiration. Actually, this is nothing. Eris is much more talented than me. He can definitely do better than me. Hermione suddenly turned the topic back to Eris. By the way, why did you just say that the process of getting to know him was like a legend? Harry, who had put his glasses back on, was obviously curious and couldn't help but ask. Ronald on the side also looked very interested, his eyes moving back and forth between Eris and Hermione. "Well, you may not believe it." Hermione shrugged and said mysteriously, "What Eris did is definitely beyond your imagination." The girl's slightly exaggerated expression made 3 black lines slide down Eris' forehead. He didn't know yet that Miss Know-It-All could be so gossipy and like to keep people in suspense. "Hurry up and tell me." Harry and Ronald couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the expressions of the two, Hermione nodded in satisfaction and continued, 10 minutes, reciting randomly, he completed the ultimate challenge of flourish and blots. He only spent 10 minutes reading a book and recited a whole book, which is at least more than 10,000 words. Hiss. Harry and Ronald couldn't help but gasp when they heard Eris's impressive results. "Even if you give me 1 day, I may not be able to recite a 2,000 word fairy tale." Ronald muttered softly. "This is incredible." Harry was obviously even more surprised, because he had studied in a Muggle school, so he knew more clearly the difficulty of this ultimate challenge. "Unbelievable, isn't it?" Hermione looked at Eris deeply, seeming a little unconvinced. "Eris, your memory is so good, your magic talent should be pretty good too." At this time, the little tricks that Miss Know-It-All had been preparing for finally came out. "How about you perform a spell for us?" After all, her pride as a top student made her refuse to admit defeat. He wanted to make up for his indirect defeat to Eris by improving his spell-casting ability. Of course Eris could see her little thoughts. However, he knew very well that the little girl had no ill intentions and was just being tsundere. "So, I just smiled softly." Then he pulled out the silver-grey wand from his robe and pointed it at Ronald, the rat in his hand. Chapter 38 Sunshine, Daisy, turn this stupid mouse into a goblet. "What are you going to do?" Ronald subconsciously wanted to pick up Banban to avoid Eris's wand. However, his movements were obviously not as fast as Eris's. "Don't you want to see me cast a spell? Watch carefully." The silver-grey magic wand lightly tapped, and a beam of light hit the spots in Ronald's hand without any surprise. Eris could clearly see that the mouse's eyes showed a look of fear, just like a human's, although it was only fleeting. The next second, Banban's body twisted rapidly and quickly transformed into a goblet. This is a very advanced transfiguration technique. Hermione stared at the goblet in Ronald's hand with wide eyes and disbelief. She couldn't help but stand up, took the goblet in her hand and looked at it carefully. "I have read some explanations about transfiguration in books. A successful transfiguration is to completely transform one object into another. Look at this goblet. It has clear textures and is made of high-quality material. There is not a single sign of a rat left. Such spell-casting ability is simply impossible for a young wizard who has just entered school to possess, right?" She looked at Harry and Ronald in confusion, as if trying to find some evidence to prove that the transfiguration was not performed by Eris at all. "But you saw it too. It was Eris who turned Banban into a goblet just now." Ronald couldn't help swallowing, and suddenly he felt that the snacks in his mouth didn't taste good anymore. "He's a genius." Harry looked at Eris in a daze. Even though Hermione had just fixed the nose pads of his glasses, he wasn't that surprised. The scene where Eris waved his magic wand and turned a fat rat into a goblet was so amazing. The 3 young wizards present were all shocked by Eris's casual display of skills. Even without thinking, you know that such a transformation requires extremely powerful and stable magic power to perform, which can only be achieved after passing the Owl's exam. The ordinary wizarding level certification exam was something that students in their 5th year at Hogwarts had to take, so these newly enrolled young wizards didn't need to consider it at all. "Don't be discouraged, you are already very capable among the new wizards." Eris looked at Hermione Granger, who seemed to have fallen into autism, and comforted her in a gentle voice. "This is indeed the case. In fact, just look at Ronald's spell-casting ability and you will know that he grew up in a wizard family. Even so, Ronald at this moment still had almost no ability to cast spells. It was really amazing that Hermione could easily perform the repair spell at this time. Of course, it can't be compared with Eris. After all, his starting point was too high. You don't have to comfort me. Hermione took a deep breath, looked at Eris seriously and said, I will catch up with you one day, I swear. Actually, there's really no need. Eris said helplessly. However, looking at the little girl's high morale, he really couldn't bear to discourage her. Okay, then I'm waiting for your challenge anytime. At this point, Eris and Miss Know-It-All made an agreement to encourage each other to make progress. Eris, although I am still surprised and shocked, but, are you sure that Scabbers will be okay? Ronald asked with some concern after carefully observing the goblet he had taken back from Hermione. Of course, he will be fine. Eris nodded affirmatively. However, he knew very well that at this moment, Scabbers, or the guy who turned into Scabbers, Wormtail, must have been cursing Eris in his heart. Can't you restore him to the way he was before? Ronald felt like he was about to cry. Who would have thought that it was fine at the beginning, and I don't know what happened. For some unknown reason, his mouse turned into a goblet. I'm sorry, but I can only turn a mouse into a goblet right now. I haven't learned the spell to turn it back yet. Eris sighed apologetically. At this time, Hermione looked a little strange. Perhaps, she was the only one at the scene who was not sure that if someone could cast such a profound transfiguration spell, there would definitely be a corresponding antidote. Eris, this is obviously a lie. But why would he lie? The little girl was a little confused. But after thinking about it carefully, she decided to pretend she didn't know about it. After all, she thought, Eris always had a reason for doing that. Did you feel it? Banban seems to be struggling. Ronald looked at Eris with a look as if he was about to cry. You must be feeling it wrong. He is just a goblet now. He should not have any perception. Eris consoled earnestly. Are you sure? Of course, I think he should be back to normal in a few hours. Are you sure he won't always be a goblet? It's not easy to perform eternal transfiguration. I always feel that Banban is a bit pitiful. Harmonious conversations continued to come out from the box. After a moment, Hermione suddenly stood up. Oh, by the way, Neville's toad, I almost forgot. As she said this, she was about to walk out of the box and continue looking for the missing toad. Just as she was about to walk out of the box, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Eris again. Eris, do you know of a spell that can help Neville find the toad quickly? Eris nodded without even thinking. Of course, that's a very practical spell. Great, please help Neville. Miss Know-It-All smiled with surprise. At this time, Ronald's attention finally shifted from the mouse to Eris again. Going to cast another spell. Harry was visibly more excited. Since entering the magical world, he has never seen people cast so many spells at once. In fact, as long as you find the trick, you can do it too. Eris reminded Hermione and then recited a spell. The true form is revealed. A faint magical fluctuation emanated from the tip of the silver-grey wand. Then, a beam of magic light formed a directional sign, and Eris pointed in the direction of the magic flow. Over there, follow my magical instructions and you'll find the toad in no time. Thank you. Before Eris could react, Hermione had already walked out of the box in a quick step. When can we reach your level? Harry spoke in amazement. Don't worry, this is actually not difficult. It's just a variation of the apparition spell. As long as you study hard, read more books and practice spell casting more in school, you should be able to fully master this spell by the time you are in the 3rd grade. Eris spoke encouragingly and gave the two of them a look of encouragement. However, after hearing this, Ronald and Harry seemed to become even more depressed. I don't know if it was Eris' illusion. Chapter 39 Eris, Master Draco, come with me. Look, who is this? The famous Potter, A&D. Fanfic. Shortly after Hermione left, the door to the box was pushed open again, and 3 figures appeared outside. Draco Malfoy squeezed into the box with his 2 followers, Black and Goyle, and then his eyes moved on Harry and Eris. I just heard someone outside say that Harry Potter is also on this train. It seems to be true. Malfoy finally set his sights on Harry, who was obviously slightly more famous than Eris. That toad-finding magic is pretty good, but I guess it wasn't you who cast it, right? Hearing this, Eris reacted immediately. It seems that Malfoy must have seen or heard from somewhere else that Hermione found the toad by following the sign of apparition magic. So, after a little inquiry, I found out that Harry Potter and Eris were both in this box. What's it got to do with you? Ronald was worthy of being Harry's future good friend. When he saw someone provoking him, he stood up immediately. You want to be the first to come forward. Malfoy glared at Ronald. Black and Gore, who were beside him, immediately squeezed over and pushed Ronald into his seat, making him unable to move. Let him go. Harry couldn't sit still anymore after seeing this scene. You will find out that in the wizarding world, true friendship only exists between pure-blood wizards. Malfoy stepped forward, glared at Harry Potter and said fiercely, So, famous Mr. Potter, do you want to hang out with those poor bastards of the Weasley family, or with me, the noble and holy pure-blood family Malfoy? I know exactly what kind of friends I should make. I don't need you to remind me. Harry Potter also stared at Malfoy stubbornly. Although he had no idea why the man in front of him looked so arrogant, he was almost as annoying as his cousin Dudley. But he felt that Ronald must not be left to fight alone at this time. At the very least, it is necessary to take a stand. In fact, this is of no use. Black and Goyle were obviously much bigger than Ronald and Harry at this time. Considering that the little wizards on the field now have almost no spell-casting ability. Therefore, being tall still plays a very important role in such conflicts and confrontations. At least that was the case until Eris took action. Draco Malfoy, right? Eris, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in the box. Only then did Malfoy turn his attention away from Harry. It's me, what's wrong? He snorted coldly and stared at Eris. Looking at the slightly pale Master Malfoy in front of him, whose behavior and tone were somewhat arrogant, Eris smiled and said, Actually, if you want to make friends with us, you can use a softer and more normal approach. Who said I wanted to make friends with you? Malfoy's face flashed an unnatural blush, and then he stared at Eris fiercely and said, Don't be so self-righteous. Noble Malfoy, I am the only one who has no shortage of friends. Perhaps, before you say this, you can let Harry and poor Ronald go first. I promise they won't do anything to you again. As he spoke, Eris gently waved his wand. An invisible force gently separated the people in the box, and then, under the horrified gazes of Black, Goyle, and Malfoy, Eris waved his wand again. The legs are frozen and dead. The power of the leg-locking spell instantly froze the 3 troublemakers in place, unable to move at all. They waved their hands but could no longer keep their balance and finally fell to the ground in a heap. How dare you cast a spell on me? Malfoy cried out in horror, and Black and Goyle also screamed in fear. I told you that if you want to make friends, you can use a slightly gentler approach. Eris leaned over with a smile and looked at Malfoy. So, do you like this approach? On the side, Ronald and Harry opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. However, an inexplicable feeling of satisfaction made them unable to help but smile happily. However, after the joy, when they saw the faint smile on Eris' face, they once again felt how powerful and untouchable this boy was. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would never make Eris angry in the future, otherwise it would be unpredictable what would happen. I will tell the professors at school and my father about this, and they will definitely cause trouble for you, I promise. Malfoy's face turned red with anger, and he growled in a low voice. Oh? Didn't your father ask you to be friends with me? Eris still smiled and spoke. How do you know? Malfoy suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly closed his mouth halfway through his words. How is that possible? My father will definitely punish you. Just wait. In fact, when Malfoy subconsciously said how do you know, Eris already knew what was going on. The Malfoy family has a good plan. The information Henry gave Eris included information that the Malfoy family had evil intentions towards certain assets of the Shafik family. They even secretly united with several wizard families to target the Shafik family's assets. Eris has a record of these things in his mind. And now, the old guy Lucius Malfoy actually took the initiative to let his son approach him. It was obvious that there must be some purpose behind it. However, Eris was not in a hurry at this time. Although Draco is a little arrogant, he always thinks of himself as the school bully of Hogwarts. But his nature is not so bad that he can still be saved. If we can tame this little guy, maybe there will be unexpected results when we deal with the Malfoy family in the future. Thinking of this, Eris's eyes became softer and the smile on his face became more intense. What on earth do you want to do? Malfoy's body trembled at the smile on the boy's face. He dared to guarantee that the guy in front of him was definitely the biggest bully he had ever seen. It's horrible that he can torture people with a smile. Don't worry, I really don't mean to do anything. Eris lifted the spell on the three people, patted Malfoy's shoulder gently and said. How about this, you can just hang out with me from now on. You should also know my identity and know that if I want something, I will definitely get it. If you don't want to, then the consequences. At this point, Eris paused and gave Malfoy a meaningful look. No, I do. Looking at the boy's eyes that seemed to be able to captivate people, Malfoy had almost no hesitation and surrendered directly without any ambition. Whether it was sincere or fake, he didn't want to anger Eris at this moment. He had a premonition that if he continued to commit suicide, the consequences would probably be very tragic. Very good, you made the right choice. You know, when it comes to friends, I always advocate helping each other. A gentle smile appeared on Eris' face again. Chapter 40, Black Lake Castle, Bright Moon. The Scarlet Locomotive travels between the vast plains and lakes. The scenery along the way to Hogwarts was particularly beautiful, which made Eris in a particularly good mood. Otherwise, he really couldn't stand the turtle-like speed of the train. You'd better all put your robes on, I think we're almost at the Hogwarts terminal. After several hours of long journey, at Hermione's reminder, the train finally began to slow down. Eris looked out the window and found a small train platform in front of him, which was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun and had an otherworldly tranquility. Da-da, da-da. The train was going slower and slower. When the train came to a complete stop, Eris heard a familiar, rough voice. First years, come this way. I'll take you to Hogwarts Castle. That was Hagrid's voice. Eris quickly packed up his belongings and summoned Iris after Harry and Ronald left. Little guy, give this letter to Luna, can you do it? He placed a letter next to the little red dragon's mouth, reached out and stroked Iris's head, and asked. Wow! The little red dragon nodded affirmatively, and then rubbed Eris's palm affectionately. Remember, try not to be discovered. Eris warned. After a month of growth, the little red dragon has grown a lot bigger, and the growth of its attribute panel also made Eris astonished. Its current strength is probably not weaker than Eris at all, and in some aspects, it is even much stronger. The little red dragon nodded again in a very human way, then jumped lightly in the car, and with a leap, he got out of the window. At that moment, Eris clearly saw a layer of magical light appearing on Iris' body, and then the whole body of the little red dragon disappeared into the void, which could not be captured by the naked eye. The little guy is becoming more and more proficient in performing magic. Eris nodded approvingly. This magic, which was similar to the disillusionment charm, was actually quite different from the disillusionment charm cast by wizards. At least, he would be less likely to be discovered. And you can always maintain the stealth effect while moving quickly. After doing all this, Eris quickly got off the train. As for the gift, Hogwarts will naturally send someone to deliver the gift to the castle. When Eris completed the sorting ceremony, he could see that the gifts were quietly placed in the dormitory. "Eris, why are you here just now?" As soon as they walked into the place where the little wizards gathered, Ronald and Harry noticed Eris and asked quietly. "Nothing, I just sent a letter." "Sending a letter?" Harry was curious. "Does he also use an owl?" At this moment, he seemed to think of the white owl that Hagrid bought for him, Hedwig. "Well, that's about right," Eris replied vaguely. At this time, the little wizards had almost gathered. Hagrid's voice came again from the front, "Little ones, follow me, remember to follow closely." "Where are we going?" Harry asked Hagrid curiously. "You'll know soon." Hagrid winked at him. At the side, Ronald's voice suddenly sounded a little frightened. "I heard from Fred and the others that all young wizards must undergo a special test before entering school. Only those who have completed the test can truly join Hogwarts." "Test?" Harry frowned slightly. Eris smiled. It seemed that the heritage left over from Hogwarts thousands of years ago was playing a role again. These little wizards probably don't know that as long as they go through the sorting hat ceremony, they can enter one of the 4 major colleges in Hogwarts. There is no pre-admission test at all. Fred and the others were obviously just teasing Ronald, and this guy really cooperated. "Come on, be careful and follow me on board. Remember, keep order and don't crowd." After passing a slippery path, the little wizards arrived at a small pier. A hazy fog covered the surface of the black lake in front of them, and in the distance, the lights of Hogwarts Castle were faintly visible. A wonderful sense of mystery shrouded the hearts of all the little wizards. "It's like I'm about to embark on a magical adventure. I read in Hogwarts, a history that this is a tradition that has been passed down in the school for thousands of years." Hermione Granger's voice came from the side, and at some point, he also came to Eris' side. "All first-year students need to cross the Black Lake to reach Hogwarts Castle. It seems that they want to retrace the path that the 4 founders of the school took. Legend has it that they crossed the Black Lake before finally arriving at Hogwarts Castle." "You know so much," Eris praised generously. "I'm sure she was reading all the time before she entered school." Ronald couldn't help but mutter. Eris glanced at him, feeling a little strange. "Isn't there anyone who isn't like this?" Ronald and Harry looked at each other, then lowered their heads silently. "Apart from academic masters like you, who else, a normal little wizard, would start preparing for lessons so long in advance?" However, Harry did read books for a while, but the content was too difficult for him to understand now. So, he gave up quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to cast any spell until now. The small boats floated on the huge black lake like leaves. Surrounded by cold lake water, the little wizards at this time obviously no longer had the curiosity they had at the beginning. They all began to huddle in the boat, freezing. The torches on the boats were obviously of limited use and did not provide them with much visibility. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly rose from one of the boats in the center of the lake. Lumos. The light was like a bright moon, slowly wandering around the boat and finally hanging in the front of the entire team. In this way, the little wizard's horizons were immediately broadened a lot. The surrounding lake water didn't seem so cold anymore. "Eris, great job!" Ronald and Harry stood up from the boat excitedly. They looked at the moon-like light not far away with some fascination, and their hearts were extremely excited. The scene before my eyes. Black Lake, Castle, bright moon. Everything seemed like a legendary myth, and they seemed to have come to a mysterious country. A country that belongs only to Hogwarts. Not far away, Hagrid and Draco Malfoy saw this scene and felt different emotions in their hearts. Hagrid naturally knew that casting such a fluorescent spell was not an easy task. especially for first-year students who have not received any magical training. His evaluation of Eris was raised a few points, and he was somewhat impressed by the boy's talent. As for Malfoy, at this moment, he was looking at the figure bathed in fluorescent light with extremely complicated feelings. Perhaps, there is some reluctance in my heart, but I am more grateful. He knew that he would probably never have the heart to become an enemy of that boy, because everything Eris showed made him feel daunted. He even felt from the bottom of his heart that it was an existence that he could never catch up with or surpass. Chapter 41 The Sorting Hat's Song, Hello, Hogwarts. Under the moonlight, the ancient castle seems to have endless secrets. The mysterious Hogwarts seems to have always been there, waiting for new little wizards to explore it every year. About half an hour later, the little wizards successfully crossed the Black Lake and reached the shore. Afterwards, they walked along the long wooden path along the pier and climbed a long staircase before finally arriving at the door of the Hogwarts Castle lobby. Everyone, gather here. Professor McGonagall appeared on the steps in front of the main entrance of the lobby, watching the young wizards arrive one after another. She carefully counted the number of people, making sure that no little wizard was missing or had run away to other places out of curiosity, and then nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, listen to me. You will pass through this gate in a while, and after taking a small test, you will be able to truly become a student of Hogwarts. So, when the door opens, please line up in an orderly manner and follow me in. After saying this, Professor McGonagall glanced at the faces of all the little wizards. He turned and walked towards Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. Watching, it seems as if he is trying to understand the progress of the current dinner party. Hey, Ronald, you were right. There really is a test before admission. Harry Potter's deliberately lowered voice suddenly came from the side. Did your brother tell you what the test was? It is said, it is very likely a fight with a giant monster. Ronald's face turned pale and his voice became trembling. On the side, Hermione's expression also looked a little unhappy, and she looked very nervous. How is this possible? Whispered discussions arose among the crowd. I can't imagine myself fighting a giant monster. I will definitely be torn to pieces. If my parents knew this would happen, they definitely wouldn't have sent me here. Excuse me, is it too late to go home now? I really don't want to fight a troll. The little wizards behind seemed to have heard what Ronald said, and they all felt insecure before they even understood the details. If it really is that giant monster, among all of us, I'm afraid Eris is the only one who can succeed. Harry turned around somewhat unwillingly and looked at Eris, who was trying to hold back his laughter the whole time. Ignorance. Malfoy's voice suddenly came from the other side. Why, am I wrong? Harry retorted immediately after seeing the source of the voice. Do you think you can fight the troll now? When Harry mentioned the troll, Malfoy's expression obviously changed. But soon, he said in a mocking tone, only ignorant people like you would think that the test to enter Hogwarts is to fight a troll. If that's the case, I promise, my father will never let me come here. Then may I ask, has your father ever told you what the real test of Hogwarts is? Harry taunted back mercilessly. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was becoming more and more tense, Professor McGonagall, who was not far away, seemed to be about to come back here. Eris could only knock on their heads helplessly. All right, you two, whenever you get together you just quarrel. He walked between the two of them, separating them from each other as they were about to put their faces together, and then said unhappily. Won't you know what the entrance test is in a moment? What can you change by thinking about this now, except scaring yourself? After Eris stood up, both Malfoy and Harry subconsciously shut their mouths. Even Ronald, who had just looked indignant, lowered his head obediently. Apparently, none of them dared to contradict Eris. Perhaps they felt that what Eris said made sense. When Eris' voice fell, Professor McGonagall seemed to have received some kind of signal and turned around and walked quickly towards this side. Children, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. Please follow me into the lobby." As she spoke, she pulled the little wizard standing at the front and walked into the lobby. The doorman Filch hurriedly pulled the lobby door to both sides, and it looked like he was struggling. The young wizards followed closely behind, filing into the lobby. On both sides of the lobby, students from the 4 major colleges had been waiting for a long time, and their eyes were all looking at the team of young wizards who had just entered. Among them, Ronald was pulled by his hair by his brothers when he passed by the Gryffindor school table. Harry was no longer as nervous as before, and looked at the decorations in the hall with curiosity, especially the ceiling above the heads of the little wizards. The Hogwarts Great Hall is enchanted. Just like the decorations, they can change colors at will. And above our heads, we can see the starry sky directly through the ceiling. It's all very strange, isn't it? As expected, Hermione's voice sounded at this time. This knowledge was obviously what she had learned from Hogwarts, a history. It's really amazing. Eris nodded in agreement. Ever since he entered the castle, an emotion called touching has been slowly flowing in his heart. It was like a pilgrim arriving at the palace of a sage. The scene that had appeared in my dream appeared before my eyes. Everything is so magical and incredible. At this moment, the entire castle seemed to be opening its doors to Eris, calling his name affectionately. It seemed to be welcoming his arrival. "Hello, Hogwarts." Eris looked up at the sky above the auditorium and smiled. At this moment, all the boys' worries and troubles seemed to disappear. A pure power enveloped Eris, as if it had the power to cleanse the soul. At this moment, he just wanted to be like all the little wizards who had just entered the castle. Because Ronald's hair was messed up, he smiled happily. He also widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise at the wonder of the castle. It's like an ignorant child entering a magic garden in his dreams, exploring to his heart's content and searching for the unknown and mysterious fun. When all the little wizards entered the hall, a strange singing suddenly rang out. Eris looked forward and saw a worn peaked hat placed on a high square stool below the professor's seat in the auditorium. The singing came from the shabby and badly worn pointed hat. "You may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge a person by their appearance. If you can find a smarter hat than mine, I could eat myself." The Sorting Hat's song seemed a little unpleasant to the little wizards, but they could only be patient and wait for the hat to finish singing. Because they don't know what the consequences will be if they break the hat. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the singing slowly stopped. At this moment, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded at the right moment. "Everyone should know what the tests are before we are admitted to the hospital, right? Then, when I call your name next, you will come to the front, and I will put the sorting hat on your head and assign you a house." Then, the professor looked up at the crowd and read out the first name. Hannah Abbott. Chapter 42 4 Major Colleges and Branch Ceremony. Eris, which branch do you want to go to? When the young wizards understood the rules of the sorting test, they breathed a sigh of relief, but also became curious. Hermione immediately looked at Eris to ask. "I definitely want to go into Gryffindor because almost all of my family members are in that house." Before Eris could answer, Ronald spoke first. "Hufflepuff is also good because their lounge is right next to the kitchen, so at least we don't have to worry about going hungry at night. As for Ravenclaw, I heard that the people in that house all have some problems. Some like to talk nonsense, while others are pretentious. Of course, the one I least want to enter is Slytherin." Ronald frowned, looked at Harry Potter mysteriously, and then continued. "I heard that most of the dark wizards who graduated from Hogwarts came from there. It is said that even the legendary, the mysterious man, graduated from Slytherin." Harry subconsciously touched his lightning-shaped scar and instantly understood what Ronald meant. During this period, he also learned a lot about the past. He knew that it was the mysterious man Ronald mentioned who killed his parents. At this moment, his breathing involuntarily became faster. "What about you, Hermione?" As if he noticed something strange about Harry, Eris quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to discuss Voldemort with Harry right now. That's such a bummer. I don't know either. Hermione shook her head in confusion. It seems that there is not much description about the 4 major houses and the Sorting Hat in Hogwarts, a history. Eris joked half-jokingly. Indeed not. Hermione shook her head in annoyance, seemingly not hearing the teasing in Eris' tone at all. Seeing the uneasy look on the little girl's face, Eris smiled helplessly, but he still felt a little reluctant. In fact, there is no good or bad in the 4 branches of the school. The meanings they symbolize are nothing more than the characteristics of the little wizards' personalities. He explained patiently. Gryffindors are brave, upright, and never lack the courage to challenge difficulties. Hufflepuff is loyal, honest, and will always be your best friend. Ravenclaw is smart, kind, and always has his own unique perspective on things. As for the Slytherins, although they are ambitious and shrewd and know how to judge the situation, they will never betray their friends easily. So, when the Sorting Hat decides which house you are suitable for, it is not actually classifying you as a good person or a bad person. It is just following your heart. Listening to Eris' words, several little wizards nodded as if they understood. The uneasiness on Hermione's face gradually disappeared. She raised her head and spoke seriously again. So, if you were allowed to choose, which school would you like to attend? Ravenclaw. Eris thought about it and said casually. Why? The voices of 3 little wizards sounded at the same time. Because Ravenclaw's tower has the most beautiful view of Hogwarts. Eris smiled, and a little girl who seemed to be in a trance every day, a little different and cute, suddenly flashed through his mind. Think about it. What could be more exciting than waking up every day to see a beautiful scenery like a painting? Every morning, when you are still half asleep, you can open the window of the dormitory and see the beautiful mountain scenery in the distance. In the evening, you can also see the afterglow of the setting sun shining on the sparkling waves of the Black Lake. An unknown magical animal is flying over the Black Lake, and the mist is covering the mountains in the distance, making them appear vaguely. Everything is so beautiful. Harry and the others looked at each other and then fell into deep thought. After a moment, Ronald raised his head and said with some hesitation, I still want to enter Gryffindor. Ravenclaw gives people a weird feeling. Maybe, that's just because you have never thought about reading books carefully and learning more knowledge. Hermione criticized from the side. What about you, Harry? The 2 turned their attention to Harry Potter again. Harry hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slowly. I don't know, maybe the hat can give me some advice. Okay, let's stop discussing this. Eris suddenly reminded, Hermione's turn will be here soon. Sure enough, as Eris' voice fell, Professor McGonagall's voice came at the right time. Hermione Granger. Hermione stood up and took a deep breath. Go ahead, don't be nervous. Eris comforted. As the little girl walked to the Sorting Hat, everyone's eyes were on her. Don't be nervous. Professor McGonagall whispered comfortingly as he put the Sorting Hat on Hermione's head. At this time, the Sorting Hat on the little girl's head made a sound. The strange hat seemed to be thinking about something. At the same time, a voice sounded in her mind. A smart, kind child with a thirst for knowledge, perhaps you are suitable for Ravenclaw. No, you also have extraordinary courage in your heart. You are honest and brave, and you are also suitable for Gryffindor. So, where should you be sorted? The Sorting Hat seemed to hesitate for a moment. Oh, maybe, I see, you should be more suitable. Gryffindor. It was only for a moment, and before Hermione could come to her senses, the voice in her mind disappeared. Then, a cheer came from the long table on the Gryffindor side of the left side of the hall. Congratulations! Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat off Hermione's head and pointed to the Gryffindor table with a smile. Go ahead, they are all waiting for you. Until this moment, Hermione Granger was still a little confused. She was still thinking about what the voice that had just appeared in her mind said. Smart, kind, she's perfect for Ravenclaw. But why was he sorted into Gryffindor in the end? Her eyes involuntarily turned to Eris, and she thought of what the boy had just said. He seems to want to go to Ravenclaw. At this time, the sorting ceremony was still going on. Ronald and Harry also completed the test and successfully entered Gryffindor. Just like in the book, Harry Potter is still the student that the Sorting Hat hesitated the longest so far. Finally, when there were only a few little wizards left, Professor McGonagall read out Eris's name. Eris Shafik. This name immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Even some students who were already waiting for their meals turned their eyes to the Sorting Hat once again. The news of the appearance of the heir of the Shafik family has attracted the attention of many people after being spread by the Daily Prophet and other newspapers and magazines for nearly a month. At this time, it was not just Ronald and other young wizards who had come into contact with Eris, as well as those students who had heard of the name Shafik. Even in the professor's seat, several eyes were looking over. Except for Harry Potter, of course. At tonight's sorting ceremony, the one who attracted the most attention was Eris. Chapter 43 The Secret of the Sorting Hat. Guess which college he will be assigned to. At the Gryffindor table, Percy Weasley was discussing Eris's sorting with several Gryffindors beside him. Who knows? Why are you so concerned about that little wizard? Don't you know? He is the last heir of the Shafik family. The Shafik family? Are they powerful? Oh my god, you don't even know the Shafik family. After a brief exchange, Percy quickly realized that there was really nothing to talk about with these people. Don't these people read the Daily Prophet? No matter how ignorant you are, you should know about the Shafik family. That was once a famous super family in the wizarding world. One of the 28 sacred wizard families. You Gryffindors, forget it. At this time, a voice came from the Slytherin table behind Percy, with a proud tone. Shafik definitely belongs to Slytherin. After all, he is a true pure-blood wizard, and only a great Slytherin can be worthy of his status. Bullshit, who said pure-blood wizards must go to Slytherin? Percy retorted very unhappily. In fact, he really hoped that Eris could come to his college. After all, the Shafik family's status in the wizarding world and their wealth have indeed amazed many people. If possible, he would like to have a good relationship with Eris, so that when he graduates, he can have a good future through the Shafik family. He definitely belongs in Gryffindor. He's from Slytherin. Maybe he likes Hufflepuff's food. Come on, I heard on the train that the boy is an absolute academic master. Perhaps he will belong to Ravenclaw. Waves of discussion soon broke out throughout the auditorium. These sounds formed a buzzing sound and spread to the front of the auditorium, where the professor's seat was located. Quiet. Professor McGonagall had to speak up, drowning out all the noise. Now, Eris, please put on the sorting hat. The boy walked to the sorting hat, sat on the stool, and felt the shabby hat being put on his head. Then, a voice sounded in his mind. Well, very gifted, extremely talented, and very smart. You are ambitious and calculating, but you are also kind-hearted and have courage that ordinary people don't have. I'm afraid that, except for Hufflepuff, the other 3 houses are very suitable for you. What? I'm not loyal and honest. Eris subconsciously refuted the sorting hat. No, it's just that compared to other qualities, loyalty and integrity are obviously not the most outstanding qualities for you, explained the sorting hat. So, which house should I place you in? As Eris was communicating with the sorting hat, the auditorium gradually became quiet. As time went by, more and more people looked at the figure sitting on the stool in the front, with curiosity on their faces. Apart from Harry Potter, no other young wizard had ever spent so long being sorted. In the eyes of other students, this was enough to prove that Eris was something special. So, you sort the little wizards according to the most outstanding qualities of each of them. Eris was still trying to communicate with the sorting hat. He has always been curious about whether this hat really has a completely independent consciousness or is just a programmed test. If it is a completely independent consciousness, how did it come into being? After all, as far as Eris knew, the 4 former Hogwarts giants only put part of their thoughts into the hat, which was obviously not enough to make the hat have independent self-awareness. According to this reasoning, the sorting hat should be just some kind of magic testing machine that combines legilimency and some screening methods. It's just that this machine looks more intelligent and can communicate with the tester in simple ways in certain special contexts. Of course not. I always believe that if a little wizard can grow better in a certain college, it would definitely be the best choice. The voice of the sorting hat sounded again. Then why don't you sort the students who belong to Gryffindor into Ravenclaw? Eris retorted calmly, don't brave people need to have brains? Of course, brave people also need brains. No, Gryffindor represents courage, which is their most precious quality. So, why don't you sort Slytherin students into Ravenclaw? Eris's indifferent voice sounded again, after all, ambitions also need a smart mind to be better realized, right? Of course, if you only have ambition but no brains, you won't be able to accomplish anything. No, these 2 schools represent different qualities, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. So, I heard it wrong. Who just said that the young wizard should be placed in an academy that is most suitable for his growth? Isn't this a bit contradictory? As Eris' voice sounded again, the sorting hat fell silent. Why aren't you talking? Do you have anything else to refute? If you have nothing to refute, then assign me a college. Eris was now roughly certain that this sorting hat might really be a testing instrument. However, this instrument was artificially injected with certain thoughts and blessed with magic, giving it the ability to peek into the little wizard's mind. Therefore, we can see the different reactions and superficial thinking shown in the little wizard's minds when they were sorted. The sorting hat can roughly analyze the personality of the young wizard and assign him to a suitable house. To put it bluntly, it's like some kind of psychological questionnaire. By answering certain fixed questions, many people can be roughly divided into several categories. However, the sorting hat has changed the process from requiring the test subject to actively select the topic to a process in which the hat automatically selects the test subject. Perhaps this way of dividing the houses sometimes leads to errors. But what complicated thoughts could a group of 11-year-old wizards have? With the ability of the sorting hat, it is enough to roughly distinguish them and complete the sorting through superficial thinking. But after meeting Eris, everything is different. At this point, because of Eris' deliberate guidance, it can be clearly seen that the sorting hat is already having a hard time screening. At this time, if the little wizard being tested does not make his own choice, the test will most likely continue to be delayed. Okay, let me go to Ravenclaw. In the end, Eris had a helpless thought. The conversation with the sorting hat just now was actually just a collision of thoughts in his mind. Eris simply used some method of concentrating his will to express his thoughts clearly, so that they could be obtained by the sorting hat. At this time, after realizing Eris' final thoughts, the sorting hat indeed made the final choice at the right time. Of course. If you're sure, then Ravenclaw. Chapter 44, Would it be impolite to ask Professor McGonagall for advice now? When the sorting hat's voice sounded, the whole hall fell silent. Then, loud cheers rang out from the Ravenclaw table. We actually got Shafik. This is incredible. Woohoo, long live Ravenclaw. On the other side, everyone at the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables was stunned by the situation. They couldn't understand why Eris chose Ravenclaw. As a member of the sacred 28 pureblood families, you didn't choose to enter Slytherin. This is incredible. The sorting hat took so long to make its choice. He must have had a chance to come up with his own idea. Has Ravenclaw ever produced any particularly famous people? I can't seem to remember them at the moment. Professor Flitwick is from Ravenclaw, why don't you talk to him about this? As discussions arose, the entire auditorium fell into a buzz again. After Eris sat down at the Ravenclaw table, his eyes naturally turned to the professor's seat. There, several people were looking at him. Professor McGonagall's expression was somewhat complicated, and there was a hint of indescribable uneasiness in his eyes. Eris didn't know what she was worried about. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the question he had asked Professor McGonagall about the nature of magic had not yet been answered. It's been a month, she should have the answer, right? Thinking about it, Eris made a decision immediately. Before the dinner ends, I must find an opportunity to ask Professor McGonagall another question. When Eris looked at the seat to the right of Professor McGonagall, which was the most central position of the entire professorial chair, an old wizard with long silver hair and beard was sitting there. He wore half-moon spectacles above his blue eyes, the lenses sparkling brightly under the light. There was always an expression of being in control on his face, and the look when he looked at people had a power that could penetrate people's hearts. The moment he saw the old man, a name flashed through Eris' mind. Albus Dumbledore. As if he noticed the boy's gaze, the old wizard gently raised the wine glass in his hand towards the boy, like a kind grandfather, and smiled. At this moment, Eris' heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Because, when Dumbledore looked at her, Eris really felt a chill all over his body, as if everything was seen through and there were no secrets left. It's legilimency. Eris murmured softly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seems that it is necessary to extend the time of practicing brain occlumency. He didn't want to have no secrets in front of Dumbledore in the future. Although there are some tricks that can temporarily interfere with the effect of telepathy, such as keeping the mind highly concentrated and thinking about the information you want the other person to know. In that way, the other party will naturally not be able to accurately detect more information about you. But that's just the most basic way to fight legilimency. And it's limited in effectiveness. If you really want to fight legilimency, you must become a truly powerful occlumency master. During this month, Eris has been studying the art of brain occlusion, but that ability cannot be acquired overnight, it requires constant practice, and Eris is unwilling to let others explore the secrets in his mind. Therefore, his brain occlumency technique has not made much progress. Dumbledore's ability to perform legilimency anytime and anywhere with just a glance is really too buggy. This forced Eris to devote more energy to the research of legilimency. Finally, Eris also felt a strange gaze from the professor's seat. That gaze belonged to Professor Quirrell. For some reason, Eris always had a weird feeling every time he saw Quirrell's eyes. It is a kind of unreasonable malice, an instinct. Eris could feel that Quirrell must be thinking about doing something bad at this moment. Moreover, this bad thing might be directed at myself. Could this be a manifestation of the ability of the prophetic talent? Eris looked thoughtfully at the professor, who seemed a little timid, and finally shook his head slightly. Whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort, with their current strength, they were not a big threat to Eris. And he believes that in the next few months, the gap will only get smaller and smaller. Next, we will hand over the time to Headmaster Dumbledore. After that, basically no one paid attention to the branches of the remaining few young wizards. Everyone was talking about Eris, or Harry Potter. Until Professor McGonagall returned to the professor's seat and tapped his glass gently. The clear voice seemed to be cast by magic, spreading clearly throughout the auditorium. Then, Dumbledore stood up and cleared his throat. His deep, old voice resounded throughout the hall. Now, what I want to say is, idiot. Crybaby. Scum. Screw it. As the silver-haired old wizard's voice fell, the entire auditorium suddenly burst into warm cheers. At the same time, food appeared on the 4 long tables in an instant. The rich fragrance quickly spread throughout the auditorium. The dinner party is now officially starting. The little wizards, who were already starving, naturally didn't show any courtesy and started eating to their heart's content. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione looked at Eris back not far away with some annoyance, frowning slightly. At this moment, she was still wondering why the Sorting Hat didn't sort her into Ravenclaw as well. The little girl was upset that when she was just assigned to the school, maybe if she had been more determined. Maybe I will be assigned to Ravenclaw. In that case, he would at least know exactly how far Eris has grown, and he could also communicate with him more about his study problems in normal times, but now. He looked at Ronald and Harry, who were already eating with their mouths full of oil, and just felt tired. These two funny guys look so silly, they are so inferior to Eris. If this continues, the gap between her and Eris will only grow wider. That was something she would never allow to happen. On the other side, Eris, who had just eaten something, turned to look at a little Asian witch whom he had just met. Chujong, can I ask you a question? The pretty little witch with a slightly red face quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, then nodded and said, of course. Well, I was wondering. Eris glanced at Professor McGonagall and said hesitantly, if I go to ask Professor McGonagall some questions now, will she think I'm being rude? Ah! The little Asian witch was stunned for a moment, then she said with a smile, of course not, as long as there is nothing particularly urgent, professors are usually happy to answer students' questions. Then I feel relieved. Eris nodded with a smile. Then he stood up and walked towards the professor's seat. Wait, what do you want to know? Maybe I can tell you. Chujong looked at Eris' handsome face and long silver hair, and subconsciously called the boy again. Well, excuse me, Professor McGonagall said this question is a bit difficult and it's not something we should study at our age, so I think it's highly likely that you don't know the answer. But I promise, if I get the answer from Professor McGonagall, I'll tell you. Chapter 45 We are the future of the wizarding world. Just as Eris turned around, Chu Zhang's voice came again from behind. Wait, what do you want to know? Maybe I can tell you. Looking at Eris' handsome and delicate face and his long silver hair, Chu Zhang subconsciously called the boy again for some reason. After all, I've studied at Hogwarts for 2 years. As if to increase her persuasiveness, the little witch emphasized her academic qualifications. However, Eris smiled and shook his head. Well, excuse me, Professor McGonagall said this question is a bit difficult and not something we should be thinking about at our age, so I think it is very likely that you may not know the answer. But I promise, if I get the answer from Professor McGonagall, I'll tell you. After saying that, Eris turned around again and walked towards the professor's seat. Isn't this a problem we need to consider at our age? Chujong looked at Eris back with some curiosity, still wondering in his heart, what kind of problem could lead Professor McGonagall to such a conclusion? And why did the boy insist on finding the answer to the question? After a moment, a smile appeared on Chu Zhang's face. It seems that the Sorting Hat made the right choice. He is just a smart boy with a strong thirst for knowledge. In the teacher's seat, Professor McGonagall suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw Eris walking towards him. Principal Dumbledore, I suddenly remembered that I have some work to do, so. She immediately wanted to get up, leave this place of trouble, and stay away from Eris. However, things did not turn out as she wished. Professor McGonagall, is there anything more important than the dinner right now? Dumbledore was obviously confused. When he saw Eris approaching and looking at Professor McGonagall with a smile, the silver-haired old wizard suddenly smiled thoughtfully and understood. It seems that you are hiding from someone, Minerva. He looked at Eris with a curious look. What I don't understand is why you are hiding from a new wizard at this time. Principal Dumbledore, I think you have misunderstood. Professor McGonagall's thoughts were guessed, and he coughed lightly with some embarrassment, then sat down as if nothing had happened. Is that so? Dumbledore asked, looking at Eris meaningfully. Well, I also think you have misunderstood, Principal Dumbledore. Eris stood calmly in front of the old wizard, smiled and said, I just want to ask Professor McGonagall a question. I don't think it will be possible for Professor McGonagall to avoid me, right? Of course. Professor McGonagall coughed again and raised his voice slightly. Eris, just ask any questions you have. If I know anything and it doesn't involve any unspeakable secrets, I will tell you everything I know. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Eris nodded, remaining humble. Actually, it's the same question I asked you before, about the truth about the nature of magic. Professor, you told me in the Hall of the Lovegood family a month ago that you would explain the answer to this question to me in detail when I arrived at Hogwarts, so I think now is the time, right? The nature of magic. Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall, with a look of surprise behind his half-moon glasses, as if he had not expected Eris to raise such a question. That's right, it's about the nature of magic. Eris looked at the silver-haired old wizard seriously. I'm wondering, although magic is a gift that wizards are born with, what kind of power is it? Is it like the chemical and physical formulas in the Muggle world, with some kind of rules? If we can clarify these issues, perhaps the entire wizarding world will benefit from it. As long as we can figure this out, creating spells might become easier. Our control over magic will also become more traceable. Rather than a mysterious power that is so profound that it cannot be described in common language, right? As Eris' voice came, all the professors in the professorial seats looked over, with a hint of surprise in their eyes, and although they tried their best to hide it, there was still an obvious weird look. Mr. Shafik, you know, these issues may not require a little wizard to think so much, right? Dumbledore's expression had become somewhat intriguing at some point. He looked at Eris seriously, his eyes emitting a strange light behind the shining half-moon glasses. Of course I know that even adult wizards may not know the basics of these issues. Eris remained calm, but his voice became louder and louder, and his tone became more and more firm. But this is the problem. The wizarding world has been hidden from the world for too long, so long that many things have become out of touch with this world. He looked at Professor McGonagall seriously. To be precise, these words were actually spoken to Dumbledore. After receiving the admission letter from Hogwarts and knowing that I was a wizard, I immediately looked up the history of the entire wizarding world, including the 2 dark battles that almost exposed this hidden world to the public. Perhaps some of you have already seen how far the technology in the Muggle world has developed. Such changes can almost be described as a different world every day, which is not an exaggeration at all. Why has the Muggle world changed so drastically? That's because they have been trying to understand the truth of this world and explore the microscopic world that is invisible to the naked eye and even more mysterious than the magic world. They classified all known substances and summarized the changes caused by the interactions between different substances. One chemical phenomenon after another, and physical phenomenon after another were analyzed and even used by Muggles. They are changing the form of civilization after the emergence of ancient humans. That is a completely new form of technological civilization with infinite possibilities. If they can do it, then why can't we study, explore, and analyze the deepest principles of magic, and find the root essence of this power? Why can't we? I don't know since when. The entire auditorium has fallen into silence. At this moment, all the little wizard's eyes were fixed on the boy who was standing straight and talking under the professor's seat. His voice echoed in the auditorium. That voice seemed to carry an unspeakable power that made the little wizards tremble in their hearts. Not just little wizards. Even the teachers in the professorial seats were filled with shock at this moment. I always believe that young wizards are the backbone of the wizarding world. Those problems are not just the responsibility of adult wizards, but our responsibility. Eris clenched his fist affirmatively. Even if you are just a first-year student at Hogwarts, you should have the courage to explore those ultimate questions. In this way, the wizarding world will have the possibility of a brighter future. Chapter 46 Deathly Silence, Young Grindelwald. In fact, ever since Eris came into this world, he has been thinking about a question. How is he going to survive in this world? Should you develop in a low-key manner, stay in your own little corner until you are strong enough and then come out? Or should you follow the protagonists and use your familiarity with the plot to get free food, drinks, and fame? Or, is it to show his talent to the world and announce his arrival in a higher posture? It wasn't until the moment the system appeared that he finally made a decision. It is impossible to develop in a low-key manner. Because of his identity as Shafik, it is impossible for him not to attract attention. Follow the protagonists to follow the plot? That's not what he wants. After eliminating those, there is only one last option left. This world is very cruel, but that is for those who have average talent, no background, and no one to rely on. But he, Eris Shafik, doesn't have that kind of trouble. After integrating Merlin's talent card, he possessed the most outstanding magical talent in the world. As the last heir of the Shafik family, he doesn't have to worry about obtaining resources. As a time traveler, he is even familiar with the direction of all major events in this world, as well as the personality traits of most important characters. With these advantages, why should he be timid and put himself in a difficult position? It's okay, Professor McGonagall. If you still can't answer this question, I can give you some more time. In the deathly silent auditorium, Eris' voice rang out again. Waves of gasps of air suddenly came from all directions. All the Hogwarts students in the hall were stunned, and the expressions on their faces were even more interesting than when they were constipated. And this is exactly the effect Eris wants. This is how he announces his coming to the world. Eris, you. Professor McGonagall had a complicated expression, embarrassment, trepidation, but mostly panic. Because what the boy just said was so shocking. That was not only a subversion of the existing order of the wizarding world, but also a challenge to professors like them. Those words may seem long, but in the final analysis, they actually mean the same thing. The teaching method at Hogwarts is so old-fashioned. It's time to make some changes. The wizarding world is so backward. It is also time for the new generation of backbone, that is, Eris' generation, to make some changes. As for the question of the nature of magic, in the eyes of professors like McGonagall, and even Dumbledore, it may just be an excuse. What on earth does this guy want to do? Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall turned and looked at the silver-haired old wizard beside him, trying to seek his advice. Perhaps we should have a good talk with this child. Dumbledore's expression had become somewhat serious. Because, in Eris, he seemed to see the shadow of a good friend from the past when he was a teenager. And that man was still imprisoned in the high tower of Nermengard. His name was Grindelwald. The point is, Dumbledore imprisoned him personally. Dumbledore greeted McGonagall and said, "You will host the rest of the dinner." As he spoke, the silver-haired old wizard stood up and nodded to the other professors. "If you have any questions, you can talk to me later. Now, I want to talk to this kid." "Sorry." As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned around to give McGonagall some instructions. "Remember, Mr. Filch has something to remind the students. Of course, there are also those school bands, which you need to announce to the first-year students this year." As he spoke, Dumbledore waved to Eris. "Come on, kid, come sit in my office. There are a lot of snacks there. I'm sure there's something you like." "With pleasure, Headmaster Dumbledore." Eris smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Professor McGonagall and reminded him, "Professor, I think I may have to trouble you until I get the answer." "Why do you still care about the damn answer?" Professor McGonagall wanted to swear. "Of course, that concerns the future of the entire wizarding world." Eris replied as a matter of course. "Merlin's stinky socks, I must be crazy to have promised to give you the answer you wanted, and such an outrageous answer." When Eris followed Dumbledore away, Professor McGonagall finally couldn't help it anymore and cursed softly. "Minerva, did you really promise that child a month ago that you would teach him the true nature of magic?" A voice suddenly came from the side, and Professor Flitwick looked at McGonagall strangely, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. "I had no choice but to do that. I couldn't give that boy the impression that all the professors at Hogwarts were idiots when we first met, right?" Professor McGonagall said unhappily, who knew he would remember this for so long. "He is indeed a unique child." On the other side, Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, also said silently. Afterwards, the entire teaching staff started a discussion around Eris. Even Professors Snape and Quirrell, who had been silent, asked a few questions seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Not to mention the students from the 4 major colleges in the auditorium. The auditorium, which was previously as silent as death, suddenly became like a boiling pot of fire after Eris left. Students from every college were discussing and speculating intensely, and seemed to be expecting something. "It's unbelievable that he dared to talk back to the professor. The most outrageous thing is that he is a freshman. He said that we are the future of the wizarding world. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt my blood boiling when I heard this. Shafik is right. Why can't a little wizard think about the ultimate questions about magic? Are we missing a brain? I will probably always remember this year's unique admissions dinner, and the freshman named Eris Shafik. Don't you realize one thing? If what Eris said about Muggle technology is true, it's too scary. That's bullshit. That guy is just exaggerating. I don't know where he heard those stories from. He's talking nonsense here." "That's right. A freshman who just entered school dared to say such inflammatory words in the hall of the dinner party. He is not afraid of being expelled from the school." Many of the students were excited by what Eris said, but of course there were also some who remained rational, or some who were jealous and disdainful. In short, whether it is a good impression or a bad impression, Eris is remembered by all the students. I'm afraid it's the kind that I can't forget even if I want to. Chapter 47, Conversation in the Principal's Office, A Great Magical Civilization. Cockroach Pile. As Dumbledore softly shouted a command, the statue at the door of the headmaster's office slowly turned, revealing the door inside. The silver-haired old wizard seemed to not care at all that the secret order of his office was heard by Eris behind him. Or maybe he wanted Eris to know it on purpose. This way, next time he looks for Eris, he won't have to repeat the secret order. "What would you like to drink? Black tea? Or sour soda? I happen to have some here." Dumbledore took off his hat, put it on the hanger, and then asked Eris kindly. "Thank you, Professor. Tea will be fine." Eris smiled and nodded. "You don't look scared at all." Dumbledore waved his wand and brewed tea while looking at the boy in front of him with interest. Finally, he was sure that there was no fear or panic in the boy's eyes. This is not easy for an 11-year-old boy. In particular, the boy had just made a mistake that seemed very serious in the eyes of ordinary people. "I don't understand, Professor, why should you be afraid?" Eris looked at Dumbledore innocently, with clear eyes, and perhaps even deliberately revealed a little stupidity. "Stop pretending, you little guy actually have a talent for acting." Dumbledore saw through Eris' disguise easily and exposed him on the spot. "Tell me, why do you say that the study of the nature of magic is related to the future of the entire wizarding world? What are your real thoughts on this matter?" Dumbledore looked at the boy thoughtfully and asked seemingly casually. "Professor, I think you can see it more clearly than me." At this time, Eris was too lazy to pretend. With Dumbledore's ability, if he really wanted to invade his brain, it would probably only take a moment. Now, the fact that he was willing to sit down and listen to him already meant that in some concepts, this silver-haired old wizard was the same as him, and at least there was a possibility of harmonious communication between them. "I don't understand. You obviously have better ways to express your opinions. Or, making such a big fuss at the admissions dinner on the first day of school doesn't seem like something a smart kid would do." Dumbledore spoke again, still with a hint of casualness in his tone. "Professor, but this is the most effective way, isn't it? Eris took the tea handed to her by Dumbledore and took a sip. The taste is pretty good, perhaps because a little brown sugar is added to it. Before drinking this cup of tea, Eris had never thought that brown sugar could be added to black tea. So, your ultimate goal is to make all the teachers and students in the school know you, and then what? Dumbledore's tone suddenly became a little strange, and a little tentative. Professor, I think you misunderstood. Eris' voice became sincere. I have never thought about forming cliques, nor have I thought about subverting the school's teaching methods. I have not even thought about being in the limelight. The only reason I did all this was to get an answer to what the nature of magic is, and Professor McGonagall once promised me that he would give me this answer. Eris. Dumbledore's voice suddenly became serious. I think you can speak freely here. Why don't you continue to talk about your views on Muggles? Also, how did you get to know them so well? In fact, even if I hadn't done some homework, I might not understand the terms you said, such as chemistry and physics. These should be the names of some professional subjects of Muggles, right? Hearing this, Eris did not speak immediately. He was silent for a while, then looked at Dumbledore in a slightly inquiring manner and said, Professor, forgive me for being so offensive, but I really want to know, have you really understood chemistry, physics, and other subjects where Muggles explain the laws of nature? To be honest, I did understand it. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and then nodded affirmatively, because I understood it. I also know very well that what you said is not aimless nonsense. But you should also know that the wizarding world has its own rules. Whether it's magic or spells, they can't be explained by the so-called science you mentioned, right? Eris nodded, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Indeed, existing science has no way to explain the wonders of magic and the principles of spells. His expression became more serious, even with a persistent desire, so, we have to study and explore more, right? Professor. Have you ever thought that if one day we can truly understand the nature of magic and find out the principles of spell casting in a scientific way, then does that mean we can fully control magic? I'm not just talking about the wizards casting spells to achieve magical effects like in the current wizarding world. What I mean is, if there really comes a day like that, perhaps we can develop magic into a greater civilization. Everything that science can do should be easier to do through magic, but in fact, this is not the case. Muggles have invented a means of transportation that can fly through the sky through technological research. They invented a communication tool that allows people to have conversations thousands of miles away. They also invented supercomputers that can store data, connect data, and even automatically generate data. As the times continue to develop, the power of science and technology will inevitably explode at a blowout rate. Perhaps it won't be long before it completely leaves magic far behind. Then maybe it will be the turn of wizards to marvel at the wonders of Muggle technology. We will find that technology can do the same things that magic can do. Moreover, it can be done in a more convenient and simpler way. And in fact, Professor Dumbledore, you have seen the current state of the wizarding world. Backward, decadent, and without a trace of vitality. How long do you think such a wizarding world can hide in the Muggle world? 10 years? 20 years? Or 100 years? It's better to blend in than to hide. This is what I think of the wizarding world now. Neither annihilation nor plunder. It's not a meaningless lingering. It's about truly integrating into that world in a more appropriate way. Chapter 48. McGonagall looked at Old Deng. Have we all been educated? Eris rested his hands on the wooden desk that was almost up to his chest, and looked at Dumbledore seriously. The two of them stared at each other for probably more than a minute. I think what you said is worth my careful consideration. Finally, Dumbledore gently adjusted the half-moon glasses on his nose, looked away, then stood up and slowly paced behind the desk. Professor. Eris sat down again and took another sip of black tea. We still have plenty of time to discuss this, don't we? Dumbledore stopped and looked at the boy again. Yes, perhaps, today's conversation can end here. If you want to go back to the dormitory to see your roommates, you can leave now. There's one more thing, Professor. Eris thought for a moment and a smile appeared on his face again. Oh. Dumbledore looked at Eris meaningfully through his glasses. You say? If possible, Professor, can you give me an authorization? I heard that the school library has a large banned books section. There may be some books in it that are worth reading. Eris said frankly. Eris. Dumbledore's expression became strange again. You know, some books are not suitable for a freshman to read, especially those in the restricted section. There is a reason why they are in the restricted section. For example, a potion book that introduces how to make polyjuice potion. Eris looked at the silver-haired old wizard in front of him with a smile, and said with a hint of ridicule, you know, that kind of book can be bought at Flourish and Blott's. Dumbledore clearly heard the dissatisfaction in the boy's tone, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He really couldn't understand why Eris knew that there was a potion book containing polyjuice potion in the restricted section. By the way, what was the name of that book? It seemed to be Powerful Potion? Okay, I think it's almost time to rest. It's very rude to disturb an old man's sleep. The old wizard rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. Then about the authorization. Eris didn't want to give up yet. He had been looking forward to the books in the restricted area of Hogwarts for a long time. Let's talk about this later. If you can get excellent grades in all your courses and gain the recognition of the professors, I will seriously consider this matter. As for now, don't even think about it. After saying this, Dumbledore waved his hand gently. Eris just felt as if his body was weightless and floated directly to the door of the principal's office. Please close the door for me, thank you. Eris. Looking at Dumbledore's determined expression, he could only shake his head helplessly. Then he walked out of the principal's office. It seems that I was a little too hasty. This great white wizard might need some time to digest what was said today. But it doesn't matter, he still has plenty of time. Eris, who had just walked out of the principal's office, stretched and walked away leisurely. 2 minutes later, another figure appeared at the door of the principal's office. Professor McGonagall glanced in the direction Eris left, hesitated for a moment, and finally shouted the statue's secret command, then walked into the principal's office with a mixed feeling. Minerva, if I remember correctly, you should be inspecting the little wizard's rooms at this time. Why, did something happen? Dumbledore's voice came from inside, and it seemed to have a hint of fatigue. Professor Dumbledore, you don't look well. McGonagall was acutely aware that Dumbledore's brow was slightly furrowed at the moment. Nothing, I just talked to that little guy and was thinking about something. Recalling Eris' calmness after arriving at the principal's office, and those words that would definitely cause chaos if they were spread outside. The old principal suddenly felt his headache getting worse. It seems that among this year's young wizards, Mr. Potter is not the one that you, the headmaster, are most worried about. Professor McGonagall seemed to have thought of something, pursed his lips slightly, and said with a slightly distressed tone, or have we all been educated by a young wizard who has just entered school? Minerva. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall helplessly, and suddenly changed the subject. I'm more curious about how you are going to explain the nature of magic to that little guy. He has been waiting for your answer. Professor, let's stop teasing each other. McGonagall smiled bitterly, and his expression became even more helpless. I came here to ask you for advice. I thought that with your research on magic, you might be able to give me some advice so that I can put an end to this matter. Otherwise, he might really keep pestering me. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Even the oldest scholar in the wizarding world and the most experienced spell inventor may not be able to give you a clear answer to this question. I suggest that maybe you can take some time to pick up the book again and study it carefully. But I'm afraid I can't split myself to take care of school matters. Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. You will always find a balance in time. I believe in you, Minerva. Seeing that Dumbledore's words were becoming more and more perfunctory, Professor McGonagall knew that it would be pointless to continue asking. She pursed her lips and finally nodded. Maybe I should really stay in the library for a while. After saying that, McGonagall looked at Dumbledore again. Seeing that he didn't respond at all, she had no choice but to leave the principal's office. At this time, Dumbledore had not yet realized what it would mean to Hogwarts when Professor McGonagall devoted himself to his research. Of course, at this moment, he probably didn't have the energy to think about those things. Because what Eris said gave him too many surprises. It also reminded him of some not-so-good memories. After Professor McGonagall left, he took out a letter from the drawer of his desk. The letter looked like it had been turned several times, but Dumbledore still opened the envelope again and read it carefully. There were actually only a few simple characters on it. Time is a wonderful thing. Looking at these words, Dumbledore's gaze became more and more distant, as if he was lost in some memory. It was a long time before he came back to his senses from his memories when he heard Fox's phoenix cry outside the window. Then, a long sigh was heard in the principal's office. It seems like it's time to find an opportunity to visit you, old friend. Chapter 49 Ravenclaw Lounge, The Little Red Dragon Returns. With the lights in the castle dim, Eris passed through several buildings and finally arrived at the West Tower where the Ravenclaw Lounge was located. It was thanks to the portraits that guided the way along the way, otherwise he might have spent more time. When he walked up the spiral staircase to the top floor, he saw an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. Only by exploring endless knowledge, mastering its mysteries, and transcending ordinary insights can you find this place. When Eris walked to the bronze door knocker, a voice came from inside the knocker, carrying a mysterious feeling. Excuse me, where is the place the riddle refers to? He already knew that in order to enter the Ravenclaw Lounge, he had to answer the riddle given by the bronze door knocker, which was also the only way to enter the lounge. Eris frowned slightly, not because he thought the riddle was too difficult, but because he didn't expect it to be surprisingly simple. Wouldn't the answer be Ravenclaw Common Room? Yes, the answer is correct. As the knocker rang again, the door to the Ravenclaw Lounge slowly opened in front of Eris. It's really not challenging. Eris smiled and shook his head. Although, most of the riddles given by the door knocker are reasonable and the door will basically open. But today's riddle is too random. The access control of Ravenclaw is still not strict enough. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to have a good chat with door knocker and see if I can give some math problems to the little wizards of Ravenclaw. This is the symbol of respect for Ravenclaw's wisdom. As soon as I walked into the lounge, I suddenly heard cheers from inside. I knew Shafik would be able to answer the riddle quickly. Come on, today's riddle is too simple. Eris, can I call you that? At this time, a little wizard came to Eris and introduced himself excitedly. I'm Terry Booth, and like you, I'm also a freshman in this class. You know what? What you said in the hall earlier caused a sensation in the whole school. Now your reputation is probably no worse than Harry Potter's. Hello, Terry. Eris looked surprised and said with regret, it's a pity that I didn't see that scene. It doesn't matter. At breakfast tomorrow, they will definitely not have forgotten what happened tonight. You will definitely be the focus of all the students in the school again. At this time, another little wizard's voice sounded next to him. I'm Anthony Goldstein, nice to meet you, Eris. I have a feeling that you will definitely become a celebrity in Hogwarts. To be honest, this is not common, because people from Ravenclaw Academy never like to show off outside, so it is naturally more difficult for them to be noticed and become a celebrity in the eyes of others. Chu Zhang's voice came from behind the two little wizards. He seemed to feel that his words were ambiguous, so he quickly corrected them. Of course, I didn't mean that you like to be in the spotlight. It's okay, I understand. Eris smiled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. Chu looked at Eris helplessly and explained, I have suggested before that they go back to bed first, but it is obvious that they have been influenced by you and are a little excited. You can tell. Eris looked at Terry and Anthony with amusement. He really didn't expect that just because he said some encouraging words, some little wizards would regard him as an idol. At this time, the gleam in Terry and Anthony's eyes was very obvious, and it was obvious that they had been brainwashed by Eris's previous words. The group chatted for a while in the Ravenclaw lounge, and it was Eris who finally proposed to end the first team-building talk at Ravenclaw Academy. By the way, Eris, Professor Flitwick has arranged a separate dormitory for you. When they parted, Terry reminded Eris. Because our dormitory is full. Of course, if you feel lonely, I would be happy to ask the professor to let me live with you. No, thank you. Eris shook his head and said sincerely, thank you for your enthusiasm, but I am actually used to living alone. Professor Flitwick's arrangement just suits my taste. Okay then. It can be seen that Terry is obviously a little disappointed. Then I'm going to rest first, good night everyone. Eris said hello to a few people one last time and then said goodbye hurriedly in the aisle. Returning to the dormitory, he glanced at the indoor environment. The gift has indeed been delivered. There is also a new class schedule on the desk in the dormitory. It's so great to have a dormitory all by yourself. Eris was very happy. He already had many secrets, and being alone could save him a lot of trouble. At least, when the little red dragon Iris wants to go out and play, he doesn't have to avoid other people's sight if he is in the dormitory. As soon as Eris thought of the little red dragon, he looked out the window with some sense. The silver moon was hanging high in the sky, and from Eris's position, he could just see the night view of Hogwarts outside the window. Although most of the outside world was shrouded in darkness at this time, the outlines of the playground, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch and Professor Sprout's potion garden were all vaguely visible in the moonlight. No one can deny that the Ravenclaw lounge definitely has the best viewing position among the 4 major college lounges. However, Eris's attention was not on the night view of Hogwarts at this time. Instead, he looked up at the distant sky with a smile on his face. Under the silver moon, there was nothing unusual in the night sky. But just a moment later, Eris heard a dragon roar that only he could hear. That was the dragon roar that belonged to Iris alone, and it was transmitted to Eris' ears through some kind of magical telepathy. He quickly opened the window of the dormitory. The next second, the sound of strong wind breaking through the air was heard. You're finally back, Elise. Eris reached out and hugged the small figure that rushed into the house. After a month of growth, Iris was no longer the same size as she was a month ago. The huge impact force almost pushed Eris to the ground. But fortunately, the boy was prepared. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity and fell on the bed with the little red dragon. Wow! The little red dragon made a familiar baby voice and jumped around in front of Eris as if asking for credit. Okay, I know, Elise is the best. Eris, who possesses the talent of nature's language, has long been able to communicate with the little red dragon without any obstacles, and can even sense her slightest emotional fluctuations. At this moment, listening to the little red dragon constantly telling me about the happy times she and Luna spent, I imagined that scene. The corner of the boy's mouth unconsciously raised another arc. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back and spend more time with Luna in the future. Eris gently stroked the little red dragon's head and sighed softly, she is too lonely at home alone. Wow! Iris nodded very humanely. Okay, go back and rest first, I'll let you out to play tomorrow. After calling Iris back to the pet space, Eris picked up the letter that the little red dragon had just brought back. Before he even opened it, he seemed to have seen the little girl leaning over the table, writing a letter to him very seriously. A smile appeared on Eris's face again. Then, he lay on the bed and read the letter in the moonlight. Chapter 50. No little wizard can cast a spell successfully in the first lesson. The next day, early morning. Eris just opened his eyes when the first ray of sunlight hit the windowsill. He slept soundly last night, partly because Hogwarts was much safer than the outside world. On the other hand, he had already sorted out his next plans last night. The first thing, of course, was to build the laboratory in Hogwarts as quickly as possible, and the best location was naturally the room of requirement. Then there is the magic circle recorded in Merlin's manual, and the research progress also needs to be accelerated. That mysterious and wonderful formation contains powerful and highly malleable abilities, and will definitely help Eris achieve many things that the current wizarding world cannot do in the future. For example, the storage of spells. Then it was time for study life at Hogwarts, and Eris also made some plans. With his current knowledge, there is no need for him to continue taking ordinary first-year courses. This was also the reason why he wanted to get authorization from Dumbledore to enter the restricted area of the library as soon as he entered school. But this also requires an opportunity, because the professors will not let him skip classes easily. Eris, get up or you'll be late. Terry's voice was heard outside the door. After knocking on the door a few times, he heard no movement from inside the house, so he left in a hurry. It seemed that he was in a hurry to go to the auditorium for breakfast. For first-year students, they really need to reserve enough time for the first day of class, because the stairs in the corridor often change and it is easy to get lost if you are not careful. Eris remembered that little Harry and Ronald seemed to be late for the first day of class for this reason. But Eris has no such worries. He knows the best way to find the right path. That is to ask the people in the portrait for directions, and most of the people in the portraits are happy to give directions to a freshman. Iris. After washing up, Eris summoned the little red dragon. Wow! A babyish voice sounded in the dormitory. The little red dragon seemed to be still asleep. After being summoned, it staggered 2 steps on the bed, and finally jumped lightly into Eris' arms. I have to go to class soon, so I may not be able to let you out this morning. Eris explained, patting the little red dragon's head. So, you can choose to stay in the pet space now, or you can go out and play for a while, and then find a chance to come back to see me at noon. The little red dragon seemed to be much more sober at this time. She turned her head to look out the window and let out another wow sound. Of course, you can go and play, but remember to hide yourself and don't appear in front of other creatures, especially intelligent creatures. Got it? The little red dragon's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Go. Eris raised his hand with a smile, placed the little red dragon on the windowsill and opened the window. Wow! Iris jumped and flew into the air in an instant. Then, her figure disappeared into the void and vanished from Eris's sight in the blink of an eye. But with the help of his connection with Iris, he could clearly feel that the little guy was actually flying towards the Forbidden Forest. Eris suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This guy won't cause any trouble, right? The Forbidden Forest is not safe. However, when he thought of Iris's strength, he felt relieved. I'm afraid that if this little guy goes there, what I should worry about are those magical animals. After leaving the dormitory, Eris arrived at the auditorium smoothly. The situation was just as Anthony said. As soon as Eris walked into the auditorium, he noticed many people looking at him. It turned out that the students had not forgotten his shocking behavior at the dinner last night. Some of these gazes were filled with admiration, some were filled with curiosity, and some were filled with pure disdain and jealousy. However, Eris ignored them all. He looked around, and sure enough, just like in the original movie, he didn't see Harry and Ronald. These 2 little guys are probably still sleeping, or they are trapped on some corridor stairs. Eris. A pleasant female voice came from behind. The boy turned around and saw Chuzhong, smiling sweetly, standing behind him. Good morning, Chu. The 2 greeted each other. Then, Chu sat down next to Eris. Your first class should be with Professor Flitwick, right? Chu asked. Well, probably with Hufflepuff. Eris nodded. The Hogwarts timetable is randomly assigned by the 4 major houses, and usually 2 houses will take the same class together. The 2 schools where students attend classes every day are completely random and will be announced on the timetable the day before. The reason given is to increase the cohesion among students of the 4 major colleges. But it seems that the results have not been very good so far. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been sworn enemies, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have been relatively invisible. The reason for the pursuit is still due to the different personalities of the students from the 4 colleges. Professor Flitwick has a good personality and is very patient. You don't have to worry. Afterwards, Chu kindly told Eris about the personalities of several professors in the school and what to pay attention to when dealing with them. Although Eris probably already knew all of this, he still patiently listened to the enthusiastic senior student finish her talk. After all, they mean well. After finishing breakfast in the Great Hall, Eris went straight to the Charms classroom. Eris, here. As soon as he entered the classroom, Terry and Anthony waved to him. Good morning. Eris greeted them with a smile, then sat down next to them. Since he was taking classes with Hufflepuff, to be honest, Eris was a little uninterested. Because, we won't see the little wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin confronting each other in the extra classroom Easter eggs. I heard that Professor Flitwick is very tolerant of students in our college. I'm so lucky that my first class is with him. Terry had a smile on his face and said with some expectation, so, if we don't perform well in this class, the professor shouldn't do anything to us, right? Maybe. Anthony's voice also sounded at the side at the right time, but I am sure that no little wizard can fully unleash the spell as soon as he is exposed to it. So, maybe the professor is used to it. This is the first class after all, isn't it? Compared to Terry, Anthony is much more optimistic. Eris listened to the conversation between the two and had a smile on his face. He nodded from time to time to show that he agreed with their views. While chatting, neither of them noticed that a short figure had appeared on the podium. Be quiet. Professor Flitwick waved his wand lightly, and the whole person magically floated up. You may all know me. My name is Phileas Flitwick. You can call me Professor Flitwick. I will be in charge of the Charms classes for all first-year students. Next, your first spells class of this semester is about to begin. Please open your books. As Flitwick's voice sounded, the sound of first-year students flipping through their books could be heard. Eris, on the other hand, looked at Professor Flitwick with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He did not forget that the system's 3 daily tasks for today have not been completed yet.